Good morning, members, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and very welcome to our fourth Citizens' Assembly on drug use. I hope, members, you all had a reasonably good break in summer, with all the good weather we had in July in particular, and hope you've all come back nice and refreshed. Before I do formally open with my few opening words, I just want to firstly recognise the very sad passing of John Bennett. John, who you'll see from our screens here, presented to the Assembly. At our last meeting, John was the coordinator for the Finglas and Cabra Drugs and Alcohol Task Force and a very committed person to this sector. I know him from his time in the Finglas Cabra Drugs Task Force, but also a coordinator at a national level as well, and he made a very passionate presentation to us all. So our thoughts and prayers remain with John, his family and all his colleagues in the sector. So very briefly, just to say, after today, we will be at the halfway mark, over the halfway mark in our process, the fourth Assembly, and we've an intense period ahead in the next 7 weeks where we 3 Assembly meetings in total. At the end of this weekend, you will have received over 50 hours of presentations from academics, people working in the sector, statutory, non-statutory bodies, individuals, families, communities. Quite a comprehensive set of presentations. We'd have received over 800 submissions, which you'll have had a chance to see some of them, and we'll summarise them in a moment. We've had visits to site visits to some of the service providers in the area. We've had a look at international and national practice. And we've also looked at 2 of our 3 legs of the stool that we've been mandated to look at in terms of recommendations, which is the policy area and the operational or services areas. And then, particularly today, we now start to focus on the other aspect, which is the issue of criminal justice and legislation, which is our focus for this weekend. And before we just head into this weekend, I do just want to summarise very briefly some of the themes that have emerged in the past 3 Assembly meetings. The one which I think struck us all is the whole issue of trauma, how people suffer early life trauma leads to some people using drugs, addiction and criminalisation, stigmatisation, marginalisation that happens in some communities and individuals. The whole issue of many different reasons. Johanna Ivers always reminds us different reasons why people will use drugs. A very strong team came through at our last Assembly meeting around the whole issue of governance and oversight, particularly political governance and oversight, and the need for a strengthened oversight of this whole complex issue across government departments, and particularly whatever recommendations emerge from this Assembly. The very changing nature of drug use, the researches that we've had presented to us about the changing nature of the drug use and types of drugs being used. And indeed, a very strong team coming through on the submissions and elsewhere that many people believe they can use certain type of drugs and not receive any harm as well. And certainly from our visits to the services, a strong team came out around the issue of pay and retention. A lot of services here are delivered by voluntary community organisations and Section 39 organisations, and they did present to us how difficult it is to retain and recruit staff at a lower pay that would be available in some of the statutory services. But we also heard a theme of hope when people get into services, some of the real hope and testimonies that we have received. The focus for this weekend, as I said, is on the whole issue of criminal justice and legislation. We'll hear from policing, courts, probation services, and then tomorrow we'll have a kind of more time to have a greater engagement in a kind of workshop format. You will have received a paper circulated by Cathal and the Secretariat, which I think is a really good baseline to give everybody an understanding of some of the issues that can be seen complex, and I think Cathal and the team have simplified them very well. So I would encourage you over the weekend to browse through that document. It gives us a greater understanding of it. And finally, a couple of things I just want to mention. We will all be anxious as we head now, as say, over the halfway mark. How do we get to recommendations and how do we get to voting and balloting in October? I just want to put you at ease. You know, I think we will be in a better place by the end of this weekend, but we don't need to have all firmed up in all our minds what we want to be recommending on. There's still more to go in this process. We will all still learn the next 3 meetings, but we will get there. I'm confident where we're at and confident where we need to get to. But a couple of tips I would advise, just on my role as chair, when we do get to recommendations, think about keeping them, in my view, less is best than too many. I'm not putting a number what that is. Less ambiguous, very clear. And the one greatest advice I'd give you thinking as you go through today, and it's in the paper, we don't need to be the experts. We are not the experts on some of the legal issues and the complex issues. but we are the experts on all the comprehensive information we've heard, and we can set and should set the line of flight where we want to get to. But what I would urge is don't get too concerned. There's government departments, there's experts, there's the Attorney General's office who will design the legislation. Our focus should be to set where we want to get to. So in closing comments, I will encourage you again, keep the dialogue going at the table. We're not, I'll remind you, looking for consensus at the table. We're looking for debate and we're looking for good contributions. So let's enjoy the weekend, and thanks to all our invited speakers in advance. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone, and lovely to see you all back again. So, for the next few minutes, what I want to do is just give everyone a brief overview of the submissions that have been made to the Citizens' Assembly by the members of the public and by stakeholder groups over the period since we launched the public consultation process. So, it's something that is a very important element of the Citizens' Assembly. We've had so many applications from groups and organisations and individuals who have wanted the opportunity to speak to the Citizens' Assembly. And as you can imagine, there's far more requests and offers than we have time and space to accommodate in the programme. So what we have done is we have said to each and every member of these applicants that we are providing every written submission and every video submission that we received to the members of the Assembly. So I want to give you a flavour of the submissions that have been made and how we're going to make use of them. On 4th of May, Thursday the 4th of May, we opened the consultation process, and it ran for 8 weeks and closed on the 30th of June. And so then 2 weeks later, we uploaded the submissions to the members area of the website, which each and every one of you has a password access to. And we'd encourage anybody who's been having technical difficulties, and I know 1 or 2 people have had some issues accessing the documents, so please come and notify us, let us know if you're having any trouble using the system. But for the vast majority of you, it appears to be working very well. And so we've received a total of 794 submissions, almost 800, 775 of which were valid. And of those 775, we had 118 submissions from organisations and 650 from individuals. And some of you I know have been reading through those submissions on the website. They include the submission itself, but also a summary of that submission, which is like a maximum 200-word description of what the key points in the submission are. That's a summary that was written by the person or the organisation themselves. So it's not us interpreting what they say, it's them trying to summarise it to make to give you a quick glance at what the submission is about before you decide to dive into it in detail. So there are video submissions. Some organisations opted for video submissions and some individuals indeed, and made a really high quality series of videos as well. So you'll see those as well as the documents. What I would say in terms of quality control, which is always something very important to have inbuilt into the process, we went to great pains to ensure quality control of this, and I have to say from my experience, having been involved in many public consultation processes over the years, I have to say this is probably the most successful that I've been involved in. So we had identification verification systems in place, so we know that nobody was scamming the system and submitting multiple times. We know that each and every one of the submissions that are there are from the person that they say they're from, and we have redacted names and personal information where the person has requested it. We haven't yet made these submissions public because we want to double check that everything is compliant with data protection requirements and so on. So these submissions are only available for now to the members of the Assembly, but in due course they will be published on the website for everybody to see and read and review. I have to say my experience of the submissions, and I think you'll agree with me, is that there's a huge diversity of opinion and perspective in there, but the quality of those submissions is really outstanding. I think I've never seen such a high quality of written submissions, no matter what perspective people are arguing. It's very commendable, the level of attention and effort that people went to. So I thank everybody who's made a submission, And I think it's really a high-quality set of documents that will inform wider policy system thinking about, you know, the perspectives out there among the general public. I will say that there is obviously a degree to which some of the submissions were coordinated. So, for example, there are organisations, there are representative groups that would have sort of corralled the input of multiple different practitioners or multiple different stakeholders. So we can see that, for example, some of the drugs and alcohol task forces in their submissions went to great effort within their community, within their catchment area, to engage with service providers and to engage with service users and people in their communities affected in different ways by drugs use. So there's a huge amount of effort went in by the likes of the drug and alcohol task forces, also by the likes of representative groups for different advocacy positions. And we can see that there has been some organisation and coordination of inputs from some of the personal submissions as well. Having said that, that doesn't invalidate them, but you just need to be aware that we have just shy of 800 submissions. It doesn't mean that these submissions are representative of the views of the general public, but they are very useful for us to use as a resource as we work our way through this process nonetheless. So, just a very quick overview, if my eyesight allows me. We have submissions, these are the personal submissions, the 657 that came from individuals, and you can see where they came from. I suppose, thankfully, the vast majority of them are from here in Ireland, but we did have some inputs from, particularly from the UK, and also from further afield, but I think it's important to know that the vast majority of them came from Ireland. And on the table on the right is those submissions from organisations, and again there was several from the UK, one from Spain, one from the USA, but again the vast majority here from Ireland. So I think that's useful information for you to be aware of. The types of groups and organisations that submitted, there was a very significant number of submissions from community and voluntary service providers. Some of them will have spoken to you here previously during the earlier meetings of the Assembly. There is also a very significant number of advocacy and representative bodies, and those advocates and representative bodies, you can read all of their submissions online, and you'll be hearing from some of those groups tomorrow in the opening session. Statutory and community voluntary organisations, a good selection of those, also some public bodies and indeed political parties. So all of those are available to read. You can find a summary and the detailed submission from each of those. 2 minutes, so I'm running out of time. I won't dwell on this other than say there's a huge range of different topics covered and a different perspectives articulated. I'll put this up on the website afterwards so you can have a look at it in detail, but that's just to give you a flavour of the range of different topics that are there. Similarly, the topics from organisations and groups, significant focus, as you can imagine, on the types of services that they provide and the kind of concerns that they have. And what next? To finalise, submissions will continue to be available on your members area on the website. Each of you has a username and password to log in and dig deeper. It will assist you in understanding the rationale and objectives of advocates and representative bodies for different potential responses in relation to drugs use. So the session that we'll be having tomorrow in relation to legislation in particular, and the working document that you would have received in email over recent days, will be supplemented by the kind of perspective. So, for example, if there's a group there advocating for a particular approach, they're probably far more capable and effective at explaining why they're advocating that reason and the underlying objectives than we could do in our summary document. So I'd encourage you to start cross-referencing the document that you have, that you'll be discussing tomorrow in detail, with some of the submissions. And indeed, we've put some links in there. I know somebody said this morning some of those links are not working. Those are the links that bring you into the password protected area of the website, so you need to be logged into your members area to access some of those links. And that's it. As I said, we will be publishing the submissions in the public domain in due course once the Assembly is over and once we've made sure that we're compliant with data protection requirements. But again, thanks to everybody who has made submissions. It's a wonderful treasure trove, I think, of perspectives and information and suggestions. Just to wrap up, I would say that there are probably hundreds of suggested recommendations in there for the members of the Assembly. We are obviously not going to have time to debate and discuss all of those recommendations, but we will be proposing to you a way in which the Citizens' Assembly, you, the members of the Assembly, can, in the course of the report and the recommendations, do something with those suggestions and recommendations rather than just saying we don't have time to address them. There is a pathway by which you can refer those recommendations on to the appropriate authorities for them to consider and respond to. So even if we don't have time to cover in detail all of those recommendations, we will make use of them, or at least give them an opportunity to be considered by the relevant authorities. So thank you very much, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Carl. And just before we move into our first panellist discussion, and thanks to our panellists in advance, someone I did mention, Carl, just remind me there as well. You will hear, particularly now over the last 3 Assembly meetings, a lot more people advocating for certain positions, both from statutory bodies, non-statutory bodies, individuals, organisations, and that's what we want. We want people to come and have this debate, and that's a safe place to have it. But this is your process. So where you're reading or you're hearing a lot of media coverage on something, this is your process to absorb all of that information and all of those views and all of those advocated positions and come to a view and a conclusion in October. So just to remind you of that, this is your process overall. In doing so, can I just go straight into our first panel session where we are talking about some of the issues around supply side related. I'll introduce our 4 panellists, and we've one on Zoom as they each come to the podium, so rather than doing it all twice. So first of all, can I welcome Michael O'Sullivan. Michael is a retired very senior Garda and also working with an international organisation related to drug supply, and very pleased that Michael has given us time here to be able to stay and has been a communicator in media on this issue as well. So Michael, you're very welcome. And just to say in advance to all of our speakers, apologies in advance, we do have to keep it to bang on time, so I hope Colin and myself led on that process. So thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
You're very welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Michael O'Sullivan, as introduced. I just want to, by way of background, I began working at drugs in 1980 as a young detective in the drug squad back in Dublin. And throughout my 40-year career in the Garda Síochána, I've worked with the various stakeholders in the national drug strategy. I've worked with the drug and alcohol task forces, and I see some of the faces around here who are still in the business, still giving their commitment and their drive and energy to tackle the drug problem. And many of them have worked in the past, I'm acutely aware of this, on a completely voluntary basis. So it's great to see them around, it's great to see that level of drive. I've worked also with the Ministers for Drugs back in the past, and as I say, the implementation of the various drug strategies. So the opinions I express are my own opinions, having spent 45 years working at law enforcement, and I've seen both sides of the fence, is what I'm trying to tell you. So I moved on then to the Maritime Analysis Operations Centre. It's MEOC for short. It's an EU agency. It's a little bit like, I suppose, Europol. It's a nerve centre based in Portugal, in Lisbon, and it has representatives from 7 countries. It's basically an intelligence centre, and its task is to organise the interception of drug shipments from South America and indeed North Africa. And it was set up in 2007 and is quite successful. It is known as Europe's front line against drugs. I just, by way of a snapshot, this is my only slide really, that's the cocaine shipments. That's the cocaine routes, and the routes will depend on the level of law enforcement activity, the level of naval interceptions, and it's quite a challenging role for the people who have to do what they do. But more importantly, I'm trying to show you the problem from the point of view of the cocaine problem and why it's all going to Europe, why it's coming from South America. It's about consumer bases. MEOC, just before I left, seized some 27 vessels with a total value of about 4 billion euros of cocaine, all heading for Europe, all heading for organised crime units. The various people in South America see the value of cocaine in Europe. The prices are strong, the prices are high. Why are people using cocaine? Well, unlike a lot of other drugs, a lot of people are using cocaine because they want to. It's a bit like in Ireland. We have seen, I remember working during the recession, drug prices, cocaine prices fell. In fact, nobody had the money to buy cocaine, and the dealers hadn't got the money to import it. It is purely driven, in many cases, on disposable income. It's just something to bear in mind. It's unlike other drugs such as heroin, and heroin's completely different market. So you cannot compare like with like. What is the value of the cocaine? The cocaine business, it's estimated at 9 billion. Personally, I think it's gone up to about 10 or 12. So it's 9 billion euros. People are buying it because they want to, mainly as a social drug, and mainly because they can. And it's a very difficult drug to combat, and it's very difficult to tell people, don't buy cocaine for a half dozen reasons, which I don't have time to go into. But it's rare, just a footnote, it's rare you see any health education warnings regarding which is something I've watched slip over the years. That whole health education thing seems to informing the public, informing young people in particular who think it's cool to use cocaine. Moving on, there's a phrase that I hate people using, and it came from Richard Nixon's administration in 1971, the war on drugs. You know, the war on drugs gives the impression, it's phraseology that's outdated. The war on drugs is lost, or it's won, or it's ongoing. It's not. The war against drugs gives the impression that law enforcement can solve the problem. They certainly can't. Law enforcement are keenly aware that they cannot police the drug problem away. Drug enforcement is only one aspect of a broad range approach in conjunction with the drug strategy of prevention, rehabilitation, and research. If any of those four pillars of our current drug strategy are weakened, underfunded, or in any way eroded, the system starts to slow down and fail. You can have any amount of police seizing any amount of drugs, but if you don't have the rehabilitation services lined up, you're at nothing, particularly in the heroin business, which I'll come to in a minute. I've got 8 minutes here, folks, so I'm going to whiz through a lot of this. I hear phrases such as, we'll take drugs out of the hands of criminals. That can't be done. It's never been done in no country, and I've worked all over the globe. It has never been done. Criminals will be here, if all the drugs in the world disappears this evening, they'll be in business tomorrow, because drugs is just one aspect of what organized crime does. They're into firearms trafficking, human trafficking, intimidation, kidnapping, shootings, murders. That's what they do. Criminals are here to stay. Taking drugs out of their hands, unfortunately, can't be done. You know, as I say, it's important to look at the difference in the markets in drugs. It's very important that the strategies are correct in dealing with the various drugs. Just to touch on heroin, which is a huge problem, I think we've something in the region of 21,000 heroin addicts in the country. I saw today we had 6,000 and 7,000, and you could only get heroin in Dublin. Now you can get it throughout the country. The heroin consumer base, the heroin addicts, are completely different to the guys who are buying cocaine. The heroin addict, as you probably, some of you may already know this, so I'm just starting from basics. The heroin addict needs to buy that heroin on a daily basis. He needs to get off the drugs, and in many cases they want to get off the drugs, and in many cases they don't have the willpower, and for a whole range of reasons they can't get off the drugs. So there needs to be a humane approach to help getting them off the drugs. Now, the Irish system, you may or may not know, if a heroin addict is caught in possession of heroin, he goes to court. He goes to court and they get a probation officer to do a probation report. And he comes back to court and he's told, go and get treatment, which is easier said than done. It's very difficult and challenging for the heroin addict, and it's even challenging to get that treatment. But it's all about funneling the people who need treatment into the treatment services. It's not just about arresting them, but you're as good as your treatment services and you're as good as your process that gets them into treatment. You know, most of the heroin addicts, if not all of them, they don't want to be on heroin. But by landing in front of a judge is a catalyst. It's a wake-up call. They're talking about quitting tomorrow, quitting the next week, or the families are trying to get them off it, and they want to get off it themselves. They lead a very chaotic and difficult and dangerous life. The Irish system, I've watched it work with heroin addicts. And in my opinion, it works. I see in recent past, people are talking about the Portuguese model. I've just spent the last 4 years working in Lisbon. I've seen the Portuguese model. I've worked with the Portuguese police. The Portuguese model, the Portuguese may be happy with it. Do I think it's a solution to our problems or to anybody else's problems? No, I don't. There's a lot of misinformation about the Portuguese model. The Portuguese model is completely different. But before I talk about the model, and I'm going to talk about it very, very briefly, because I'd say I'm nearly running out of time. Minute and a half. The Portuguese model funnels people into the treatment services. But it does it by a dissuasion committee. But you're not dealing. The Irish criminals are completely different to the Portuguese criminals. Why? Unfortunately for us, we have a level of criminality and a level of violence and viciousness in our criminal society, in our criminal underclass, that the Portuguese are lucky they don't have, both in adults and in juveniles. We don't have feuds, we don't have people running around trying to murder each other, we don't have guys running around with machine guns around hotels. The Portuguese model, for that reason, won't work. They have a dissuasion commission. Dissuasion commission, you funnel the person to the commission and they try and get you off drugs. We have the courts. We've been doing it since 1977. The Portuguese have been doing it since 2000. Will it work here? There's a half dozen more reasons which I don't have time to tell you. That it certainly won't. Okay, I have to finish up. In finishing up, folks, I want to say that you have a very difficult job ahead. And I just want to make 2 points. Having experienced many of the systems throughout the world, I believe the Irish system for dealing with drug misuse is as good as any and better than most. And by the system, I mean not just the criminal justice system, I mean the treatment services. But it needs greater resourcing, especially the treatment services. And I'm getting red lights now. And there's one thing I've no doubt, that if the laws are relaxed in this country, you're going to see a surge in the use of drugs. There's no doubt about that. Ladies and gentlemen, good luck with your task. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Michael, and a very experienced insight and information there to share with us. I'm going to move now to... Actually, we're going to move to an international perspective, an EU perspective, from Andrew Cunningham, the European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Drug Addiction, who have presented to us at each Assembly meeting so far. And Andrew's going to give us an EU perspective on some of the issues around supply. And from Lisbon, you're very welcome, Andrew, and thanks for joining us. And we will give you a prompt just as you have a minute or so to go. So very welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Super, super. Okay, good morning. And thank you for the invitation to speak here and make a contribution on behalf of the Drugs Agency to the 4th meeting of the Citizens Assembly. I've got to say, I think it's a great idea and well done for the initiative. I work at the EU Drugs Agency down here in Lisbon, where I'm in charge of the part of the agency that deals with drug markets, drug-related crime, and drug supply reduction. So what we're here to discuss today is really my bread and butter. As you all know, the drugs issue is a complicated one. We've just heard about that from Michael. It's also a political one. People have a diverse range of views about drugs. And what is clear is that there is a huge cost to society related to drugs. And that's why we have an international control system in place since the 60s to protect the health of users. The drug markets are just that, they are markets. They're governed by rules of supply and demand, but they don't work in the same way as normal markets. The profits involved are huge, but then so are the risks for the people involved in the market. Understanding the dynamics of drug markets is difficult because, of course, it's largely a hidden phenomenon. We think about the drug market in the broadest sense when we study the drug market here in Lisbon, from the production through trafficking, distribution, which can be in person or online, and also all the way through to the consumption by users. But we also think in terms of the processes, from the growing of illicit drug crops like coca bush for cocaine grown in Latin America, or the opium poppies for heroin production grown in Afghanistan. Or when we think about the synthetic drugs which are produced here in Europe in illicit laboratories, these chemicals are imported from places like China. And we also think of, in terms of the people involved, And these can be the farmers growing the crops or the people who are paid to go into ports under the cover of darkness to extract bags of cocaine from shipping containers, for example. The drug market is actually a huge, complex, illicit, global industry. To get an idea of the drug market in Europe, we monitor lots of things. We have data on the prevalence of drug use, the prices of drugs, the purities of drugs at wholesale level, consumer level, data about drugs seized, and data on drug law offences. We have data from wastewater analyses, many different sources. And our job here in Lisbon at the EU Drugs Agency is to put all that data together and see what it tells us. Using tools such as the European Web Survey on Drugs, we can assess how frequently people are using drugs and how much they're using each time. And when we combine these data, we can come up with estimates of the size of the drug market. Michael mentioned one of them for cocaine in his last remarks there. That's to say how many tons of those drugs are consumed by the users. According to our last estimate, which is a minimum estimate, Europeans spend about 30 billion euro on drugs. 30 billion euro. That's, if you can just imagine that, is equivalent to the money earned by 1 million people earning 30,000 per year. It's a lot of money. The largest drug market in the EU is, of course, cannabis, which makes up about 40% of the market. And I'm sure you've already discussed about the developments taking place mainly in the Americas, where recreational cannabis use is now permitted. There seems to be a discourse going on in mainstream media about what's going on across the Atlantic that suggests that, you know, everybody's taking cannabis. Everybody, especially young people, is smoking cannabis. In fact, well, cannabis is for sure the most common drug used in Europe. The prevalence of use on the whole is, on average, around 8%. So in other words, 92% of the adult population are not using cannabis. So even in high prevalence countries like the Czech Republic and the Netherlands, prevalence is 20%. So 80% of the adults in those countries are not using cannabis. This, of course, goes against the narrative that we read on an almost daily basis from news outlets. So it's like there's a normalization of cannabis use that we read about that influences attitudes about drug use, and demand can be created through that. Another component of the European drug market is the portion that's not consumed by users, but is seized by law enforcement. Think about all of those tons that you read about when the police and customs services are seizing those drugs. If we take the example of cocaine, in 2021, 1,400 tons of cocaine were produced globally. We know that from the UNODC estimates. We estimate that 160 of those tons are consumed in Europe by consumers, and in that year, 300 tons were seized by law enforcement. So that's just short of 500 tons of the global cocaine production output destined for the European drug market. That's more than 1/3 of global cocaine production. So Europe represents a significant global market for cocaine. If we think for a minute about the involvement of organised crime in the business, we should look to the best source of information, the last European Serious Organised Crime Threat Assessment released by Europol in 2021. You can download it from the internet and read it for yourself, and the subtitle is "A Corrupting Influence, the Infiltration and Undermining of Europe's Economy and Society by Organised Crime." The SOCTA explains how the trade in drugs dominates serious organised crime in the EU in terms of the number of criminals and criminal networks involved, as well as the vast criminal profits generated.
Just over
Much
a
of the
minute,
violence-
Andrew. Sorry to interrupt. Just
Yeah.
over a minute, please. About a minute and a half.
Sure. Yeah, much of that violence is associated with serious organised crime is related to the trade in drugs. And of course, the people involved in the drugs trade are members of society. They're living among us. You may know somebody who makes a living from the international drugs trade. They choose to do it because they earn a living from it. They don't tend to be too concerned about the negative impacts that we've mentioned, like the health of users, the extreme violence that's just been mentioned. the impoverishment of those farmers and communities in Bolivia or Afghanistan, or the devastating impact that coca production has on the environment, for example, in Colombia. Like all people involved in any supply chain, they're in it to make as much money as possible. So why am I telling you all this? I guess the point for me is to convey the message that what you're here to discuss is not a simple matter. There are big stakes for those involved. There are no easy solutions. If we look to what's going on in Afghanistan just now, the Taliban have banned the cultivation of opium poppies. Farmers are facing a humanitarian crisis because their income has been cut off, and this is leading to migration. So it's a complicated thing. If drugs were legal, the people involved in the drug trade wouldn't just say, oh, well, that was good while it lasted. I think I'll go off and train as a plumber or an electrician or run away and join the circus. The flow of illicit cannabis has not stopped in the US or Canada. To be able to take the money out of the hands of organised crime, which is often one of the stated aims of cannabis legalisation, has not been such an easy task. To think it would have been is either disingenuous or naive.
Andrew,
So, ladies and
I have to
gentlemen,
ask you to finish up. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
yeah, I'm just finishing up. Yeah, so I mean, I leave you with those thoughts that it's a complicated issue. You've got a lot to discuss, and I hope I've been able to contribute to your thought process.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you to your.
Thanks very much.
And thank you to your organisation so far, who've been a great support in every Assembly meeting so far. So if I can now move on to an Irish perspective from Detective Chief Superintendent Seamus Boland, who's with the National Drugs and Organised Crime Unit. Thank you and very welcome, Seamus.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As a police officer of 34 years service, 26 years of which has been dedicated to working in the field of drugs investigations at local community level and now at national and international level, I'm absolutely delighted to be invited here to address the Citizens' Assembly, and I wish to acknowledge the importance of the work that you're actually doing. I'm in such a rush to try and keep the Chair happy. I had a false start there a couple of minutes ago, so I do apologise for that. And please bear with me, but I'm likely to be issued with a speed talking ticket at the end of this because there's a lot of information that I actually need to cover. So I'm going to try and talk about the national perspective in relation to law enforcement, but I also want to talk to you about, what do the drug trafficking gangs think of this? What are they planning? And also I'll try and finish up with at least a little bit of good news that, we actually as a nation are doing some very, very good work, and I'll just briefly highlight that. So in 2015, it was recognised by Garda management that there was a necessity for policing to recalibrate and restructure at a national level to deal with the evolving organised crime environment. Garda National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau was established with the remit to disrupt, dismantle and prosecute organised crime networks involved in serious criminal activity at national level. And this was focusing on the groups that are involved in drug trafficking, firearms offences, violence and intimidation, and including murder and also the associated money laundering. Network disruption was acknowledged as the best method to target drug trafficking networks. The decision makers, the facilitators, supply routes, wholesalers, enforcers and money launderers, they're the focus of our long-term and resilient intelligence-led targeted investigations. These are our high-value targets. Identified criminal organisations that are well established and structured and linked to the global network of the drug trade, they're our long-term focused targets. We conduct our duties via intelligence-led policing operations, all of which involve various degrees of national and international collaboration. And I can tell you that at present we're currently involved in 20 national priority operations targeting identified criminal networks, all of which have international nexus of various degrees, all of which are involved in significant drug trafficking. Our national situation is directly linked to the EU and global situation. Ireland's illicit drug trade does not stand in isolation, and it cannot be tackled in isolation. What happens globally impacts on Ireland, and vice versa can also be the case. Irish criminals are operating in the drug trade all across Europe, Central and South America, Asia and the Middle East, and our citizens have been responsible for the supply of cocaine as far away as Australia and New Zealand. Criminal networks create underground economies and they cause economic dependency. They undermine local communities and perpetuate the presence of criminal structures. We now constantly refer to criminal networks because cooperation between groups, nationally and internationally, is fluid, systemic, and it's always profit-oriented. It's all about the money. In 2015, Transcrime, the joint research centre on innovation on crime based in Milan in Italy, was commissioned by the EU Commission to draft a report to assist in understanding the market value of certain illegal markets, including illicit drug trafficking. Garda Síochána and the Criminal Assets Bureau assisted in this project, and the report made a number of findings relative to Ireland. Ireland was recognised at the time as not only a destination country, but also a strategic transit country for illicit drugs destined for the UK and EU market. The other stats and the report there are available for you to read, and I'm just going to skip over them. Since the report is based in 2011 data, I think, though, it's fair enough to say it's going to be fairly behind the time in relation to the estimates that were generated, and we're going to be in a much worse state at this stage. These are vast sums of money, and these are the sums of money that fuel Irish drug trafficking networks, cash generated from illicit drugs consumption. In the course of our own domestic investigations, we've established yearly turnovers of between 10 million and 24 million for certain Irish groups. This is cash generated in Ireland, again, from the sale of illicit drugs. Drugs sold and consumed on the streets, pubs and clubs all over Ireland. This is the cash handed over in every county that makes its way back to the facilitators who count it, log it, vacuum pack it, and arrange it either to be laundered in Ireland or more often taken out of the country to enter into the global money laundering mechanisms. This cash also pays for all the facilitators in the supply chain, including the enforcers who commit the violent acts on behalf of the networks. We've seized records of expenses due to facilitators for services provided. It's all connected, consumption being the key to the economics of supply and demand in the drug trade. The UN ODC World Drug Report 2023, which I'm sure you'll read, highlights the adapting and evolving world of drug trafficking. In particular, the increase in synthetic drugs, cheap and easy synthetics that are currently changing drug markets with lethal results. The report highlights the continued record illicit drug supply and increasingly agile drug trafficking networks that are compounding intersecting global crises and challenging health services and law enforcement responses. The report identifies that public health, prevention and access to treatment services must be prioritised worldwide, or drug challenges will leave more people behind. In relation to law enforcement's efforts, it underscores the need for a law enforcement response to keep pace with agile criminal business models and the proliferation of cheap synthetic drugs that are easy to bring to market. Drug traffickers and cartels are well ready and prepared for all eventualities that will arise. Criminal organisations have no intention of allowing their profits decrease and are continuously making and adjusting plans to increase consumption and ensure profit increase. We continuously see the new products that are coming to the market, products like cannabis edibles, vapes. We even see nitrous oxide now being sold. These are ones that particularly come to mind, all of which created and aimed at a younger generation with the intention of increasing customer base. It's the business model and creating the next generation of consumers. We are satisfied that Irish criminal networks have been considering the supply of fentanyl into the Irish market. This is a very concerning development, as fentanyl is not just significant, as you know, to opioid users, but it's a risk to all drugs consumers, as cartels can add fentanyl to other drugs to increase addiction, thereby increasing customer base, leading to greater profits. And drug deaths, fentanyl in the US, as we know, in 2022 were 109,000, were the preliminary stats released.
Just over a minute, James.
In 2019, Irish criminal groups also discussed the move to legislation of cannabis in certain jurisdictions and the potential for increased numbers of countries to follow this route. They planned to invest €30 million into the legal cannabis industry. These plans involved complicated money laundering structures where the money would eventually be invested into the industry via corrupt, complicit business people. The intention of the criminal organisation was to ensure they continue to generate their vast incomes even in situations where cannabis would become legal. They have formulated plans to ensure the illegal industry will be maintained irrespective of any legalisation. The strategy of criminal organisations is all about increasing profit, and you increase profit by increasing customer base and consumption where the consumption involves legal or illegal. The supply of legal cannabis has now become an issue for us in law enforcement. Canada and the US have now become source countries where product legally purchased in those states is illegally imported into Ireland and other jurisdictions for sale by criminal organisations.
I should finish up, Seamus.
This is the
please.
knock-on effect that happens when states in isolation in their efforts to tackle what is a cross-border global issue. Ireland certainly doesn't want to wish to become a source country for any other countries. And I finish just briefly. There are certain things, it's not all good news, but stats relative to operations and seizures at national level. The 29 million in cash that has been seized by Gardaí, that's the cash that's taken out of the drugs networks. But also, as reported in our media, and you'll have seen all these articles, we currently have one of our lowest organised crime-related murder rates that we've had in my whole career of 34 years. Thankfully, we've had none so far this year. We've gone from 29 in 2010 to 5 last year and 1 the year before.
Thanks, James. We'll have to finish up.
The Global Peace Index, if you haven't read it and you haven't heard of it, please download it and look at it. In 2012, we were number 12.
Thank
we're
you,
now number
Seamus.
3.
Time
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you very much. I always get very nervous when I'm asking the guards to hurry up and move on. So sorry about that, Seamus. If we can move on now to our next speaker, Sean Redmond. Sean is an adjunct professor with the University of Limerick. He's huge experience working with marginalised children and young people, and he's leading some really key research that I know you're going to find very interesting. So, Sean, again, if I can ask you please to keep to your time. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You're a real taskmaster there, Paul. Thank you. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to outline some studies undertaken by the University of Limerick relating to crime networks and children's involvement in them. I'm going to outline what we found, and I'm going to outline what we're doing about it. But first of all, some proportion. There are probably about 500,000 young people aged between 12 and 18 living in the state. Of those, between 12 and 20,000 we think are detected for crime every year. But the news is really good. We've really strong data to show that the majority of these young people will grow out of crime without any intervention by the time they get to 18 or early 20s. And the policy implication of this is that we should take a light touch with them. That doesn't mean that we don't hold young people accountable for their behaviour, but 50 or 60 years ago we were putting hundreds of children from poor communities in reformatories. And we're not sure entirely how and why children grow out of crime or young people grow out of crime. Is it to do with maturation? Is it to do with taking on higher levels of social responsibilities? Is it around brain development? What we also know, though, is about 1,000 young people in the state are involved in much more serious crime linked to adults, and this includes drug sales. We think that these young people are responsible for about 50% of all juvenile crime, and these are the ones that we're particularly interested in. Just to present the evidence base, really, for what I'm drawing on to talk to you about this morning is I'm drawing on the international research studies around criminal networks and children's involvement, a growing body of Irish research that obviously the University of Limerick is contributing to now, consultations on an ongoing basis with international scientists involved in studying criminal networks, increasing consultations with frontline professionals and community representatives in Ireland, and more recently, learning from 2 trial sites where we're trying to intervene with children involved in crime networks in 2 anonymised locations, but real locations that we've called Whitetown and Yellowtown. We know that these 1,000 young people are much more likely to commit their crimes with adults in neighbourhood-based criminal networks, and this facilitates illicit drug sales. And children will obviously be involved at the retail end of the transactions in local neighbourhoods. As you'll hopefully see from my presentation of the evidence, in many cases this involvement is hardly a choice. Given the time available, I'm taking a leap now to talk about what we know about criminal networks in Ireland and children's involvement. In our studies, these are our tools for examining how networks operate. These network maps are built by Garda analysts. Individuals are linked together, detected for crime, where there are intelligence links or detections. These are all real places with different names to disguise their locations, and real individuals with real relationships that are given code names to protect their identities. My research team interview local Garda members who know these individuals really well and we interview the local Garda members in depth. And by building up and corroborating stories, referencing these stories to other studies, and using the international evidence, we can understand better what entices children into these networks and what keeps them there. So what do we know about criminal networks? They're rarely flat. Relationships are often not reciprocal, and in fact, many are exploitative and forced. Some individuals or groups of individuals are more important than others. They have superior knowledge, some have seniority, there's often an inner circle. Trust relationships, particularly where as a family and kinship core to crime networks, trump relationships which are based solely on crime. Networks affect criminal surveillance over neighbourhoods. They entice and coerce children into committing crime, and they cultivate children's ways of thinking. I'm showing now 2 examples pulled out from our original Greentown study, which is a real provincial town in Ireland. And our first example is A2, the leader of a criminal network with a strong family core. This individual was distant from committing offences. He created a mythology around himself and a climate of fear in Greentown. He operated a money lending operation which generated obligation relationships and the repayment of debt. But the enforcement of these debts was carried out by middle-ranking members of the network, not by A2 himself. A2 shapes young people's behaviour in the neighbourhood he lives. They almost have a reverential view of him. And residents and network members self-govern their behaviour. Understandably, they keep their heads down. Our second example is D1, who I've called an associate, and this means that he's not a family member, he's a criminal collaborator. And D1 is part of the Greentown Network's middle management. He came from a very chaotic family circumstances and poor relationship with the authorities, unlike A2. He's involved in crime from an early age. He has older siblings involved with A2 and lives physically close to the network leader. He also gets caught a lot. This individual recruits and grooms children into the network. And it's these lower-ranking adults that are of particular interest to us because they help sustain network activity at the local level. From this point, we're in a position to make a bit more sense of what's going on. We were, for instance, able to paint this picture in Greentown of children in closed friendship networks, befriended, cultivated and groomed by mid-ranking young adults who in turn were governed by individuals higher in the pecking order. We call these relationships in the study associate relationships because they referred mainly to criminal collaborations or based loosely on friendships. We also noticed another type of relationship which we call family because they belong to a dominant family and kinship group in the neighbourhood. And these higher status actors got the associates to do the work and take the risks. Young people in the family group appeared to be higher in the network than some associate adults, showing a clear familial hierarchy. And the relationships within the family and kinship network were much stronger and more resilient to interference than the associates. Examining these networks helped us to really understand the multiple layers of adversities bearing down on the children who are captured in this toxicity and start thinking about what we can do about it. And I think we have to stop for a second. The consequence of all this is that punishing these children on the assumption that they have a free rein to act pro-socially or anti-socially is unfair. Punishing them is also ineffective. There are lots of arguments about why prevention in the early years and anti-poverty measures can help to reduce the chances of these situations happening in the future, and I wholeheartedly agree with these. However, the contribution of Greentown is to try and deal with what's in front of us now.
Just a minute, Sean, please.
Thanks. So this morning I'm going to leave you with this. It's a trial programme funded by the Department of Justice with 4 elements delivered simultaneously that we've been developing in 2 non-disclosed trial sites, which we've called Whitetown and Yellowtown. The first is an intensive family programme which identifies and engages the 20 to 30 young people most embedded in a crime network in the local area. The second is a pro-social opportunities programme which identifies individual pathways for each young person away from crime. The third is a community efficacy pillar which cultivates activity in the community to reclaim power. And the fourth is a network disruption pillar which identifies the groomers and disrupts their grooming behaviour. The programme is still in development, but early on is yielding promising results. I hope this gives you at least some sense of the work going on in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And Sean wins the gold star so far this morning, so thank you very much, Sean. Okay, now I'm going to move to our final speaker, last but no means least, Siobhan Marsh. Siobhan is a member of the North Dublin Regional Drugs and Alcohol Task Force, but importantly is coordinating a national, very innovative initiative called Drive, supporting families and communities who are suffering some harm related to drugs. Siobhan, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. It's really great to be here. I am going to start by giving you just an idea of how drug-related intimidation is manifesting itself across the country. It is a little bit of doom and gloom, but I do promise that I will be able to have some suggestions when I talk about the Drive project. So what we're hearing across the country, we hear that family members are impacted by drug-related intimidation in different ways. We hear of the young mother living in the Midlands who her family has been intimidated for €20,000 because her daughter built up a drug debt. That woman is living with a brain tumour, and drug dealers are coming to her home threatening to cut her throat. We hear of the young father, his teenage son is in debt of €15,000, has been told if he didn't pay the drug debt that he had to go to Spain to pay off the drug debt. Sean spoke about how young people are being coerced into criminal activity. Young people, it's been made it look attractive for them. Young people minding drugs, watching drugs, holding firearms. We hear this through communities, cities, towns and villages all across the country. Again, as I said, I don't want to be all doom and gloom because I do have some good news. So the Drive project, Drive is a national interagency project. Drive stands for Drug-Related Intimidation and Violence Engagement. And it's, as I said, it's an interagency project, and that is the key word. It's interagency. It's about working in collaboration. It's about working together. It was developed to respond effectively to drug-related intimidation and violence throughout the country. Drive model itself consists of 6 pillars, and I won't elaborate too much on this because I know there was some information that has been passed on to you, some extra reading. So the 6 pillars are capacity building and awareness, data collection and analysis, information sharing, community involvement, law enforcement, legislation and systemic change. And each of these pillars are as important as each other. So with 1 or 2, we wouldn't get the desired outcome that we want. So we have to be working on all 6. This is a brief look at the national communication structure. You can see there in the middle, Drive is overseen by the Drive Oversight Committee. The host task force for Drive project is North Dublin Regional Drug and Alcohol Task Force. You can see there the link there to task force coordinator, who I'm employed by. Then the links to the liaison network, which I'll talk about now in 2 minutes. I'll make it really clear. I know that might look a little bit confusing, but I'll explain a little bit better now in a sec. But you can see clearly the communication structures go each way and right up to the National Oversight Committee for the National Drug Strategy. So the community structures. There's 24 drug and alcohol task forces throughout the country. Every task force was invited to nominate a Drive liaison. At the moment, we have 19 out of 24 Drive liaisons named. Them liaisons are part of the Drive liaison network, and being part of the network means that they can work in collaboration, and we can share information, we can share what's working in each part of the country. Before Christmas, we did a Drive roadshow to speak to all of the drug and alcohol task forces to give them the information on the project, and it became really clear that there was some really great stuff happening to support families and communities throughout the country, in some parts, not all. So the liaison network is a place where we can work together and share the learning as well. The Drive liaison person will also be supporting the setup of a Drive interagency group in each task force area. And the Drive Interagency Group will consist of members from representatives from Drug and Alcohol Services, Family Support Services, Youth Services, schools, sports clubs, and Garda Síochána. The nominated inspector will be there. I know it hasn't been mentioned. I'll really, really briefly talk about the drug-related intimidation reporting programme. In each drug and alcohol task force area of the country, there's a nominated drug-related intimidation inspector that will work really closely with the Drive liaison. So yeah, that's the Drive Interagency Group. There's one in every task force area. You can see here on the map where there is a Drive liaison, there is the nominated inspector and the nominated drug-related intimidation inspector working closely with them to support family members that are impacted by drug-related intimidation. Drive training, it's a train the trainer piece. Once the Drive liaison has received the trainer piece, they will disseminate that training into their task force area. So that will be their responsibility. Part of the training will be information on the drug-related intimidation reporting programme, how that works, trauma-informed care, risk management, and referral options. And the training will be available to all community partners. When I say that, I mean drug and alcohol services, family support services, youth services, again, schools, sports clubs. To anybody that will come in contact with a person that's experiencing drug-related intimidation. It could even be the credit union staff. And I'm not saying that they're going to be able to do a piece of work with that person, but they will have the information to be able to pass on. So if you can look at it this way, the country will be awash with people that have information so they can direct people and victims of drug-related intimidation to get the supports and the help that they need.
Just less than a minute, Siobhan, please.
Thanks, Paul. Challenges that we have come up against when we were doing the Drive Roadshow. Some of the challenges were inconsistent approach and messaging across the country. Not everybody was doing the same thing. There were high levels of fear in communities. There was stigma and trust issues within communities, and there was issues with achieving widespread dissemination. And I'm skipping through that really quick because I want to get on to the recommendations from
Quickly,
the
Siobhan,
Drive
if you can,
team.
please.
So as with so many new projects, at the moment, Drive has been given a short-term funding, and this will only last for about a year or so. And Drive drug-related intimidation is not going anywhere. So if the government want to address the issue, it will have to be funded long-term.
I have to ask you to finish up, Siobhan.
I will finish with one sentence for all drug and alcohol task forces to be resourced because they are the main mechanism to implement the Drive project.
Thank you, Siobhan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Siobhan, and no need to apologise at all for sharing some of the harm with us because that's what's really important. We do have a task to see how we can reduce harm, so thanks for sharing that information with us. Okay, we've just concluded now with all of our speakers. What we have now, firstly, 10 minutes with your facilitators at your table to have a brief discussion to agree a kind of question, maybe two, that you would like to put to the panel. We'll come back. We do have 30 minutes then for you to engage with the panel and some time then for further reflections at your table. So we'll ask facilitators to keep it sharp to 10 minutes and agree a question, maybe two. And I will go randomly around to try to get as many tables as possible for each session. Thank you. There's one or two tables just have their numbers down while you were talking. Okay, welcome back, and first of all, thanks again to our panellists and I've asked the facilitators to wind up now. I'm going to go randomly across the tables once again. We'll try to get through as many. If I could ask you when you're posing the question, just to say it's from the table or it's just from you yourself, you introduce your name and who on the panel you would like to pose the question initially to. So I'm going to start randomly. If you can go to table number 2, please. Table number 2.
Question focused at Michael. You alluded there to the Portuguese system mightn't be all it's up to. Could you expand a little on that? You also said, yes, I presume in an international context, that Ireland has a good system as it is. I suppose our aspirations are for it to be better, but how would you see it in an international context? Are we good? Are we poor? Where are we poor? With your international experience and particularly the Portuguese thing.
Thank you.
Is this working? Yeah, it is, obviously. Having said that, I worked there for 4 years and I watched the way they operate. You know, the Irish have a tendency, I think, to knock everything we have ourselves. We've been at this since 1977. The Misuse of Drugs Act came in 1977. And we quickly realised, you know, dealing with heroin addicts, you need to get them treatment. And heroin addicts, by their very nature, lead a very chaotic life. And you need to have that approach to get them to court and say, now go get treatment. And in very many cases, there are many drug counsellors today who will tell you that they would never have got off drugs except they landed in court. You know, it's cruel, but it is effective and it's very necessary. The Portuguese model. I don't want to be overcritical of Portugal. Look, it's a nice country. They're very nice people. They're very lucky. They have the crime levels that they have. And the criminals that they're dealing with, they're in the halfpenny place compared to our criminals, I have to say. We're dealing with criminal lunatics at times, not always. So their model is geared. It came about pre-2000 because of the HIV outbreak. They had a huge number of people using heroin. They didn't have the crime levels we had, but they had a huge number of people using heroin. So they brought this system in, and they believed that this system would work. It certainly brought down the number of heroin addicts. So what the difference was, they decided we'll stop locking these people up, we'll stop locking everybody in possession of drugs up, and we'll start getting them treatment. Well, we've been getting them treatment, like I say, since 77. Our system works. What goes wrong with our system? Funding. If the treatment and rehabilitation services aren't there, you can't tell an addict to go and get treatment. And I'm not talking about some fellow who uses cocaine on a weekend or something. I'm talking about somebody who's addicted to either cocaine or hash or heroin in particular. And if he wanders off and he can't get a place and he can't get a bed, and even if he gets all these things, the follow-up, the psychological effect on him being addicted, the fact that he could fall off the wagon, even following on from housing and getting him a job and getting him no point in getting him treated, and he comes back to an area where all the guys are using heroin. He's, you can't do that. So this whole follow-up system is necessary, and it's necessary and it costs money. And if you start cutting corners, as happens in the past, there's recessions and there's all sorts of government spendings. If you don't fund those treatment services and assist those people who are in need, they start falling off the edge again and they start going back to heroin. It's about tackling the consumer base, reducing the consumer base, whether by health education or by treatment. And when those numbers start coming down, those people start getting treatment. In answer to your question, I think we have a very good system, and it's born out of experience, and the people were very smart that designed it. But it's as good as the funding, and that is the only flaw I see. If
Thanks.
they fund it well, it'd be good.
Sorry, Michael, just trying to thank you very much. I'm trying to get as many as I can, and that's really good insight. Thank you. Thank you. Table number 13, please.
Hi. I suppose this is a general question for all the panel. Is there any research to show an increase between the decriminalisation of drugs and other social problems like homelessness?
I might just move this around the panel a bit because I think it's good on, but maybe Sean, firstly, from your academic perspective, if you're aware or knowledgeable about such research.
Not really, no. I mean, I think I was saying to you, Paul, that our focus really is getting under the bonnet about how these things operate in local communities. And I think that the evidence is kind of mixed on this, to be honest, and that's partly why these kind of deliberative processes that we have with the Citizens' Assembly are entirely the right way to go about it.
Okay, maybe can I just ask Siobhan and then Shane? Siobhan, first of all, please. Any views or just of information or knowledge of decriminalisation and benefits, etc.?
I suppose just like Sean, wouldn't be aware of research to prove, because the work that the Drive project is doing is directly working with families and communities to support them when they are impacted by drug-related intimidation. So,
okay. No, look, it's a really big issue because it comes up at people have views, but we've yet to get under the bonnet and understand it better. But maybe just from a Garda perspective, Seamus, any immediate thoughts or views?
Yeah, very briefly, I'm not aware of any empirical research at all that has proved any of this or shown this. I think it's important to point out, in relation to the Portuguese model, drugs are still illegal. And even though there's a lot of talk about the Portuguese model and a lot of people have looked into it, I'm not aware of any other jurisdiction that has actually implemented it either. Okay. And you know, if you look at legal cigarettes, cigarettes are legal. There's a booming multi-billion euro illegal cigarette industry which impacts Ireland and impacts other countries. And I think so. If you look at that, I think even without any empirical research, I think I'd be happy enough to say it will not solve the problem. Criminality will still exist.
Michael, briefly, Michael.
I'm going to be very brief. I don't have the research. I'm sure there is research out there. I just want to talk about head shops for 1 minute. In 2007 to 2010, we had a serious problem with psychoactive substances. What were they? Powders coming in from Canada. Head shops popped up all over the place. Young people were buying these powders, getting legal highs and having serious effects, nervous breakdowns and various other health, serious life-changing effects. We put people outside the door of the head shops, trying to persuade them not to go in, persuading young people. They say, look, it's legal, so it can't be that harmful. So after 2.5 years, the law was changed, and in 2010, head shops were made illegal. Well, they weren't made illegal, but psychoactive substances were made illegal, and it stopped. And the people stopped using them. It is very dangerous to tell people, this is not illegal. They then make the jump, well, it's not harmful, particularly younger people. That's all.
No, and thank you on a really good point, well made, good analogy. And we will be coming back to this tomorrow as well in the discussion around legislation, so just rest assured. Okay, can I go to table number 9, please?
Thank you. It's been reiterated in the questioning that the Irish status quo system seems to be good. I think Michael was saying that. And we're wondering why have a Citizens' Assembly at all if it's just a question of additional funding.
And a really good point made, because resourcing and funding has come up consistently, but you know, is that the issue in its own? Is a fair question. Can I put that firstly to? Actually, can I put it to Siobhan just firstly? Siobhan did make a point around funding, but you know, is it something wider? Is the system working, or do we need to change? Is the status quo suffice?
I think, as I said earlier on, the key word is working in collaboration, interagency. For a long time, we haven't been doing that, and I think that would help if that was changed. And I suppose with the Drive project, I know I'm banging on about it, but that's the key thing. It's about working together and working in collaboration, and that's what's helping, and that's what's helping families and communities and making it better for them, making it easier for victims of drug-related intimidation. So yeah, okay. I think that would be, apart from funding, share the learning, work together, work in collaboration.
and that did come through in previous assembly when inter-organisations, inter-agencies work together well. There's good successes. But,
Yeah.
Sean, can I ask you, I know you might want to come in this one as well?
Sure. I might answer the question directly about why a citizens' assembly. This issue is what falls into the kind of research realm of what they call wicked problems. And wicked problems are regressive problems. They're really, really complex. And the thing about them is that you can't separate the science from values. So people have multiple perspectives on drugs use, on decriminalisation, and it's really, really important to get multiple views on people's value systems as well as looking at the science. And, you know, as I was saying before, the science is conflicted on it. You know, you can find studies supporting any particular position you want to in relation to this. So I actually think that these kind of forums are so important because you get a wide range of opinion that balances the values and the science.
Yeah, very well made. And maybe just from a Garda perspective, because I think the question was posed very well. You know, is the status quo suffice? Is it just resourcing? Do we need to change something? Maybe, James.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question and very well put. I agree with exactly what Siobhan and Sean have said. It's you know, if you go back to what we're listening to, you know, this isn't a law enforcement problem. Siobhan rightly put it, it's about collaboration with everybody, and the root problem and the cause of all this is consumption. You know, and you'll have seen that consistently through a number of the presentations. So Citizens' Assembly is absolutely, I think, a fantastic idea for us to have these discussions and to deal with questions that are actually like that. So how can we deal with something that's actually a global issue across borders? We can't deal with it in isolation internationally. We actually can't deal with it in isolation nationally either. It's all about the partnerships, and it's all about working together. But a very well put question, and you know, it's down to consumption. That's what we have to deal with. There is only one way in which you're going to deal with this nationally and internationally, and that's reduce consumption.
Okay, thank you. Can I go to table 6, please?
We had kind of the same question, and I'm still not clear. I can't square the circle because I think in the first 3 assemblies we heard that the trend is more drugs in more places used by more people.
Yes.
And that the status quo is not working.
Yes.
But here we're understanding that it's a good system and it works, and we need a few tweaks and more funding. But I can't square that. Can you help me?
Yeah.
Just before I bring in a panelist, I should remind Andrew Cunningham is also still from Lisbon on Livestream with us, so I will bring Andrew in on this one as well. Just this really big issue. If it's working, why is there so much harm? But maybe Michael, do you want to come in first? Yeah. And then I'll call in Andrew.
Look, I appreciate you can't square the circle. It's a very good idea to have a citizens' assembly. It refocuses the mind, it refocuses the strategies, it refocuses what's going wrong and what's going right. Drugs is a very rapidly evolving thing from the point of view of we have drugs now that we didn't have years ago. We've cocaine. Europe's awash with cocaine. Why? We didn't have that problem a year ago. I remember in '82 the biggest heroin seizure the biggest cocaine seizure was about €2,000 for the year. So people are saying they need more funding. The system, the core of the system, I believe, is correct. But if you see, for example, if you see people, more and more people are using cocaine, just trying to put it simply, why? Well, is anyone telling them don't use cocaine? Have you any idea what cocaine does to you? The average person says, listen, I'm going to Friday night, we're going down to Malahide and we're going to use cocaine. What are we doing about stopping them using cocaine? And what are we doing about educating them? You people are focusing this. You're a catalyst to bring this and bring it to the attention of the public, and you are getting an overview of what has happened in the past and what are the current trends. Trends are constantly changing in drugs. I've seen that over the last 40 years. So it's important to see what's working and what's not working. It's not just all about funding. Funding helps. It is about, for example, health education. We have a growing young population, and nobody's telling them don't use Coke, well, you know. And a lot of them are very well educated. They have a lot of money, or they wouldn't be using it in the first place. We didn't have that problem 10 years ago. So it's the new trends and the new strategies to deal with that new trend.
Okay, Michael. Andrew, can I just bring, and sorry, before I bring Andrew in, Professor Joanna Ivers, on our reference at start, has presented very clearly to us before many different reasons why people will use drugs and many different harms that are caused. But I think the members are grappling with this issue understandably. You know, if the status quo is, you know, needs some revision, or is it really something much different needs to happen to put us on a different paradigm in terms of the harm and hurt we've heard? So that's where I think all our minds are at. Andrew, can I just ask you a couple of things briefly, just on what you've heard, but also you may have a contrasting view about the Portuguese model. You're living in Lisbon, I understand, but just any contrasting views about what you may have heard here today, or any views?
No, I mean, I think you're grappling there with the thing that we all grapple with, as the professor said. It's a wicked problem. You know, there are no silver bullets or easy solutions to this. I mean, decriminalisation, as far as I know, in Europe, it's the only country. Portugal's the only country that's implemented that. So really, the research in Portugal is where you would need to look to see if the levels of homelessness or other crimes have been affected by that. I myself am not aware of that, but there could be other experts. I think Brendan Hughes from our agency is joining you tomorrow, and he is quite an expert on the Portuguese model, so you should ask Brendan about that. I think what James was saying is correct. You know, drug policies are geared towards reducing supply and reducing demand. It's a balanced policy. We don't have this war on drugs in Europe. We don't talk about that. We have a balanced approach to the drug issue, reducing supply, reducing demand. We know from law enforcement, I've been working in law enforcement for almost 30 years, we know that law enforcement is just there to try and stem supply. Supply is always going to be there as long as demand is there. The real gain to be made in the drugs issue is reducing demand, and the best way to do that is by good prevention programs. And we know in the recent years we've got a European curriculum on prevention, and that's the key. You know, we know what works to influence the behaviours of young people, and we really need to invest more in prevention programs. Invest in treatment, invest in harm reduction, invest in all of those services that you're discussing today, but really make a good investment in prevention, because that's really what's going to reduce the demand. And when the demand goes down, that will have an impact on the supply.
Thank you, Andrew, and thanks for your insight. If I can, the issue of education and prevention, which is coming through again. We will have a full assembly meeting, our next one, on the issue, so every speaker's references. Seamus?
Yeah, sorry, Joseph, if I can add on the end of that, I think it's important that everybody realises the status quo is not being maintained. It's never being maintained. This is a continuous sort of movement environment that we're working in. That's, you know, with the work that's going on between the statutory and all the voluntary agencies. You know, the likes of back of house projects at festivals, you know, supervised injection centres, even the advancement of the drive network. All of these are new matters that have developed either within the last 12 months or over the last couple of years. So it's continuously evolving. We're continuously trying to do the work better. It's not that we have a status quo and that's being maintained. And I think that's what's important about the Citizens' Assembly, because what will come out of the Citizens' Assembly will also assist us in policy in directing and what's the best way for us to go. Okay, well, let's see where the Citizens' Assembly comes down in terms of recommendations, and we've a bit more to do yet. Keep going. Can I go to table number 4, please?
We're wondering, are there too many community and voluntary organisations lacking coordination, oversight and accountability? And we'd wonder if one overarching body could be developed, something like we did with the cancer strategy, or indeed during the pandemic.
Thank you. So again, this cropped up before. Would we be better? Would we have less harm if we had a national oversight around all of the agencies, bodies who are involved in many of the services? Maybe can I just ask Siobhan, thoughts? You're working right in the front line of the sector.
Well, I suppose, yeah, there is a system there with the 24 drug and alcohol task forces, because most of the services, the community services, would be linked to a drug and alcohol task force, and then the task forces have their own networks as well. So I wouldn't say that they're not responsible to anywhere. They are, which is the system that is the drug and alcohol task forces.
Okay. Sean, any view from your insights and research and experience?
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds to me that the work that Siobhan is involved in is trying to do what you're saying, which is, I don't know, you know, sometimes there's a kind of a leap, isn't there, to try and bring everything together under one kind of roof, and then you find that you've kind of missed something, and then you have to kind of compensate by trying to do something else. I think what the work that Siobhan and her colleagues are trying to do with the Drive Initiative is to bring together lots of different kind of community efforts under one common mission, and I think probably that is the that's the learning for me, and one of the other learnings for me, is that even though we talk about these things at kind of national, international, regional kind of levels, the contribution that we've made to the studies in the University of Limerick is that for children, they don't go to Columbia. They are involved in retail kind of type activity, subject to awful kind of coercion. But what we also know is that each and every local community has a local context. Each of the networks that we've identified, there are common things with them, but they also present with very idiosyncratic, very distinctive kind of features of their own. So you need almost that kind of overarching mission, but also some agility at a local level as well.
Okay, I'm going to try, I'll just give advance warning. So I'm going to go to table 11 and then trying to get in table 5 and 7 as well, if you can be ready and ahead. So table 11, please.
I guess this is just directed towards the entire panel. Just the position, just your general position on this matter kind of juxtaposes with many of the other speakers that we have listened to, kind of the general like interest that most of them had, or like what they desired was civil, not criminal, and your stance seems to juxtapose with this notion. Could you please possibly elaborate more on this?
Thank you. And I think this is hanging in the air. I can sense it from the panellists, from all we've heard. And that's going to be the nature of these assembly meetings. We will drift from one view to another, and that's what we're trying to do for the members here today. So look, I'm going to come back to it again. It's still hanging, this issue in the air around, you know, is it about modifying, enhancing the current models? Is there a challenge in terms of decriminalisation? Can it be done differently? So I'm going to go back to the panel for some more comments, because it is hanging. So, Michael.
Decriminalisation, that's the
no, I think just generally the view was we've heard messages in the last few assembly meetings around people enter a criminal system and it's a vicious cycle. Yeah. There is a view, and there's been a view expressed here, that it shouldn't be, it can be still illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a criminal process.
Yeah, there's a. I'm not going to speak on behalf of the guards, but there's a. They don't all enter the criminal justice system. There is the juvenile liaison scheme, and there's the adult cautioning scheme and stuff like that. There's checks and balances before anybody ends up in court. But I would have to say the fact that there's a criminal sanction. I don't know what Andrew's figures were, and he could, but I made a note of them there. There are tens of thousands of young people who don't use drugs. And they don't use drugs because, one, it's not healthy, and two, it's illegal. There is a proportion who use drugs. And some of those people lead chaotic lifestyles. And very often, it is the fear of the courts or the fear of the guards or talking to the guards, or even an adult cautioning system where they say, look, don't do it again. Jeez, I got off the lucky there, and they don't. Those who keep going are going to keep going at some degree of criminality anyway. They're chaotic individuals. Our system is as good as any other system, and I don't say that lightly. I've seen the other systems, and it is the sanction element of it, and perhaps that fear element, that keeps people on the straight and narrow. I saw it with head shops. You take that fear away. It's not a criminal offence. Oh, that's grand. And that's human nature. And it's particularly, young people are very easily influenced. And there's a subliminal message is, listen, it's no problem to have hash now, you're grand, or a bit of coke now, you're fine. You know, they've gone the other way in Portugal, and you're allowed quite an amount for your personal possession, which just would put street dealing off the rails here. So it's a difficult one to answer, but just from experience, the criminal sanction, drugs are made illegal because they're dangerous at the start. They haven't got any less dangerous. And that criminal sanction has worked in countless, I know personally lots of people over the past who are now friends through the various drug addiction treatment centres who have come in contact with that system. And that system isn't ruthless. It is a very humane and compassionate system. There's a probation and welfare service there. If people get over that line and they say, look, this is a good guy, he just went off the rails at night down in Malahide doing whatever he was doing. Okay, don't do it again. And maybe it's a wake-up call, or maybe he's a recidivist. Maybe he's going to do it next week and the week after, and if he does, he's into the system. There is a checks and balance as much as possible, as far as I'm concerned.
Just trying to get panel in. Sean, I know you're trying to get in, Sean, please.
Yeah, so I made a point at the start of my input that there are about 500,000 young people in the state, and only about 1,000 of those we're particularly worried about in terms of being involved in retail drugs activity and crime networks. And I hope, just in answer to a previous question, that in my presentation I wasn't saying everything was okay. In fact, quite the opposite. I was saying that some of these kids are in very, very toxic environments. I just come back to this question, though, with two answers. In my presentation, I was saying that punishing these young people isn't fair. You know, if we were working from the assumption that young people who are caught in these kind of crime networks can go out each morning and just make decisions about whether they do things that are right or wrong without any element of coercion, then we're misunderstanding the problem. The second thing is that it's actually not effective either. I believe that the best way of dealing with this at a small local community level is engaging the young people who are most involved, getting them to do more good stuff than bad stuff, in simple terms, protecting them from malign influences, and obviously the execution of that is really, really difficult, but that's what we're trying to do. And there's, incidentally, in relation to the question around international research, there's nothing that's off the peg that we can kind of go to, and that's why we're trying to develop stuff here at home.
Okay, Seamus, briefly, I want to go to more tables.
Yeah, just very briefly, because I know the issue of simple possession, I think, is going to be dealt with in one of the later panels with Assistant Commissioner Kelly when he's talking. But already in this jurisdiction, there is a lot of diversion. There's the adult caution, which as we've heard from the Department of Justice at a previous section, is going to be expanded to include other drugs. You know, we have the drugs courts, and we also have the health diversion project that's going to be coming forward. So I suppose an issue and something that you know, people need to consider, you know, when we're dealing with the issues of addiction and all of the sad stories that you've heard and the issues that create problems for our health service, do we really think that by allowing basically it being legal for everybody to consume drugs, that's going to deal with that issue? All that's going to do is create a much larger customer base, which in itself is going to lead to lots and lots more problems.
Okay, I'm going to go to say, the only just brief comment I would make is I always sense a caution when we start talking about numbers who use drugs and don't use drugs and prevalence. We have heard quite strongly, you know, the marginalisation issues, how some communities really, really suffer badly, and whether that's a criminal justice issue, whether it's a legal issue, whether it's a services issue. Let's remind ourselves when we're talking about, you know, it's only a smaller percentage of numbers. Some communities are really hurting badly in this country right now by the issue of harm caused by drugs. So I just always have a caution when we talk about numbers versus total population. Table 5, please.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry. Thank you very much for your presentations. We have a question around funding. You were talking about the money that was seized from drugs, and obviously CAB sees a lot of money through every year. Can that funding go directly into the services that we're looking to provide? Is that a possibility? Can that be done? Sorry, where does it go at the minute?
No, that's okay. There's a very simple answer to that, and I know the Department of Justice and the Minister for Justice does issue funding that is from cash that will have been returned from whether it be Criminal Assets Bureau investigations or Garda investigations into the Exchequer. And this is something that raises its head every couple of years. So when I talk about 24 million being seized I was in cash, I was only talking about 24 million that was actually seized by my bureau, the Garda National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau. There's much more cash being seized. The Criminal Assets Bureau issue a yearly annual report which will show the amount of cash they're returning to the Exchequer, and on Garda Síochána also in relation to the cash being returned by the force in general. And as do our revenue commissioners and customs colleagues, who sees a lot of cash as it's entering or leaving the state. So you know, that's really a matter for government. That's a matter for the Exchequer. All of that money, when court proceedings are finished, is all lodged back into the government funds, and there are systems already that I know the Department of Justice have raised where some of that money does go to local funding. It's not a matter for Garda Síochána.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. Table number 7, please, if I can.
Oh yeah, we've heard a lot about back and forth between different systems. Could it not be said that we could use the best of each system to kind of have a flexible approach? So say, for example, using more dissuasion for younger people, and then for maybe older people, putting them in front of judges might work better. And secondly, on that point, in terms of just a bit more expansion, maybe Siobhan, on the activities of Drive on the ground, kind of what they do when they're engaging with the communities.
Might go to Siobhan first on that one. Thanks, Graham. Siobhan?
Sure, yeah. I wanted to say it in my presentation, but I didn't get enough time. And Paul is ruthless and famous. To support family members that are victims of drug-related intimidation today, we have the drug-related intimidation reporting programme, and what that is, there's a nominated inspector and Drive liaison person in every task force area that can support family members if they would like to choose to speak to a nominated inspector. Not all family members do, but there's still supports available to them. There's family support available, there's counselling, there's youth counselling if young people in the family are impacted by drug-related intimidation. So that can happen today, which is great. Just to say, we have the Drive project website up and running, so if you want to have a glance at that. There's nominated inspectors in every area. We have the list there. We have the list of all the drug and alcohol task forces. So right now, there is support available for victims of drug-related intimidation. And depending on the task force area, and depending on the family member themselves, what it is that they need, whether it be counselling or youth counselling. But there's something for every member of the family that are victims of drug-related intimidation.
And sorry, just on the first part of Graham's question, if I can ask the panel just briefly again, because we need to go back to the tables, just briefly in terms of flexibility, different approaches, whether it's ages or communities, is there any room for diversity and change in there?
I suppose, again, with flexibility, we have to be flexible. We have to be working together. We have to be sharing the learning.
And just from a Garda perspective as well, sorry, I just meant from it.
Yeah, just come back to what Sean says, it is all about collaboration. You know, we work with all of the other agencies. I think the presentation that Sean gave about the very strategic analysis that's being done to try and get to the actual root cause of the problems in certain communities, you know, is the very strategic kind of outlook that we're all engaged in at the moment. And like, the message does need to get out there. Again, consumption is the problem. It's not law enforcement isn't the problem, and treatment, you know, isn't the problem. We're all trying to keep up with the actual consumption that's out there. And, you know, issues like even the narrative and our common speak. We talk about party drugs, we talk about recreational drugs. It's almost as though, well, they're drugs, but they're only a bit of crack, really, and they're a bit illegal. You know, like, these are illegal, illicit, dangerous drugs used in party, you know, circumstances or the likes of that. So there's a lot of learning to be done, but it's all about us working together in partnership.
Okay, just conscious of time. Firstly, can I just ask you to show appreciation for our panellists, including Andrew, his And thank you, Andrew, in Lisbon as well. And I know this has been a really important session because it does challenge some issues that we may have heard before, some themes we may have heard before, and that's part of this process. So thanks to our panel again and I still feel it's hanging in the air, and that's probably where we should be right now. Can I ask you just for the next 15 minutes, we have eaten, and I have eaten at some of the time in Q&A there, but I think it's important you do go back and reflect on your tables now, have a dialogue with your facilitators on what you've heard this morning, where you think you're at, and then we'll have a coffee break. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. And again, can I ask you to keep your table numbers up if you put them down so I can see everybody. I think the last session was a really interesting session, and I think sometimes we might feel like we're going back to the start again. But it does demonstrate this is not a simple issue that we've been tasked with, but tasked with it we have, and we will consider all views throughout the whole process. The next session is particularly revolving around the courts and aspects related to courts and criminal justice services. I will introduce the panellists individually as they come to speak. So firstly, I'm going to ask Judge Anne Ryan, who's a retired district court judge, a very valued member of our advisory steering group, who you will have seen at all the assemblies to date. And she's going to talk about her experience, court system in general, but particularly some experience in the drugs treatments court. And she will introduce some of her colleagues as well later at some stage. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Before I formally start, I'd like to pay congratulations to one of our graduates from the drug court who yesterday got her Masters in Social Policy, our first Masters pupil. And that's Paula Carney, who will speak to you in due course herself, and she'll tell you her own story, which is amazing. But good morning to you all, and it is a privilege to be asked to come and speak to you, the Assembly. I'm amazed how committed you are, and I do appreciate that. Firstly, to put myself in context, as Paul said, I'm a retired district court judge, and I was a district court judge in the Dublin Metropolitan District. I also served on the Special Criminal Court, and I was the lead judge in the Dublin Drug Treatment Court for many years. It's now led by Judge Patricia McNamara. I'm going to speak to you about therapeutic jurisprudence, TJ. What does TJ mean? Well, it is a philosophy of applying the law and legal processes in a human, emotional, and psychological manner. It is premised on the notion that socially just and compassionate response should dominate the court process in order to motivate offenders to accept rehabilitation and treatment successfully. It is a holistic approach based on encouragement, compassion in a non-adversarial manner. TJ is used in the drug treatment court, which was originally set up as an alternative to custodial sentences. It has no statutory footing. The drug treatment court is led by a dedicated judge and a team. Now, both Fiona and Maeve, who will speak to you, will give you more of an insight into the actual workings. Participants are referred to it by the criminal courts within the DMD, which are 12 courts, and they either plead guilty to the charges before the court or found guilty at trial, and then referred and deemed suitable by the probation services. It involves sanctions and rewards, while constant monitoring allows for determining what works and what doesn't for every individual. Every person is treated with dignity and respect, given a voice and an opportunity to be involved. As a judge, I must uphold the law of the land without fear or favour. But when a crime is committed, there is a victim, and the victim of that crime must also be a huge consideration for any judge. Now, we have been asked to consider what works, what doesn't work, and what we could do better. We've all listened to the very powerful presentation given by Professor Joanna Ivers when she spoke of systemic capital. She confirmed what I thought. We are only putting a sticking plaster on a broken leg. This is not acceptable. You cannot treat addiction in isolation. We must look at the real causes. Unless we build that systemic capital, not much will change. So issues of housing, education, employment, social services, mental health, and engaging with community are all so vital. Our treatment centres are not linked up. Our frontline workers are under huge pressure. Trying to do this as a health-led only issue is not the answer, unless all the other government departments and sectors give their full support. There must be a cross-sector response. All government departments, health, justice, finance, education, housing, etc., must work together with the Gardaí, with probation, with the courts to provide the capital. Time to step up and take the plaster off the broken leg and deal with the underlying issues. All government departments have a direct effect on health. Despite best efforts, some people with addiction problems will end up in court on several offences, carrying in the district court a maximum penalty of 12 months. In Dublin, the Dublin Drug Treatment Court is an alternative to custody. My colleagues around the country also run various types of therapeutic jurisprudence dealing with people who have drug offences. In Cork, my colleague Judge Olin Kelleher, he deals with cocaine users on a first-time basis before the court. Most of these people are employed, so he asks them all for 750 or 800 euro, which he collects and funds addiction counsellors under the auspices of Coolmine and the HSE. They then go for a period of 8 weeks into a programme, and if the report comes back favourable and they have done what they were supposed to do, they leave without a conviction. There are several other judges around the country who are trying to do something on their own, but this is not acceptable. This needs to be extended around the country, and many colleagues have wished that it would be an all-island approach to drug addiction. There must be an all-island approach if this is going to work, otherwise we're all working in isolation. The Drug Treatment Court was started 22 years ago as a pilot project. And that was to stop the revolving door system of prisoners who were incarcerated for less than a year. It is still a pilot project and not funded, and it's not on any statutory basis. In the Drug Treatment Court, most participants are homeless, have very little education, they're from disadvantaged backgrounds, they have huge health and mental health problems, maybe no family or supports at all. In the Drug Treatment Court, they find a safe place to go where they are treated with compassion, respect, and not judged. But it is not an easy programme. Think, for example, how hard it would be for any of us if we had to deal with our addiction issues when we have a home to go to. Can you imagine trying to become free of drugs, living in a tent or a doorway, or staying in a hostel full of criminals or drug addicts, no love or support? Every day, our education centre provides a welcome and a breakfast. It is the backbone of the Drug Treatment Court. Each individual's needs are dealt with, and transformation is incredible. They gain their self-worth, dignity, pride in themselves, and learn to regain family or children, and a real life can begin. What doesn't work? What doesn't work is the fact that so few people can avail of this, and many more could if we were resourced. There has been much criticism of the Drug Treatment Court, and rightly so. There are only small numbers who start, and smaller numbers who actually complete the programme. Why is this? Well, politicians have visited the Drug Treatment Court over the years and promised us everything. Nothing has happened. Indeed, it hasn't stopped either, because that wouldn't have been a good political move if they were to pull the drug court. That didn't happen. So my wonderful, dedicated team battle on regardless, because even one success is a life recovered. Criticism is also very important in order to improve and evaluate properly. Our graduates are the icing on the cake. They leave drug-free and with no convictions. But those who only progress part of the way also benefit hugely. Aftercare is so important and must be improved. All our stakeholders, the HSE, probation, CDTB, court service, judiciary and Gardaí, we must step up and improve and become more involved, because this should be a gold standard therapeutic system. We have no dedicated detox beds, no drug-free housing for people to feel safe in. And here I say that Father Peter McVerry has been a huge support to us down through the years, and for that I thank him profusely. There is no backup treatment for the treatment nurse if she is ill or if she is on holidays. The education facility should be enlarged and resourced, as it is the backbone of the DTC. There's no proper follow-up by the DTC of its own graduates, and also those who do not complete the full programme. Some of the people referred to as from probation really are not suitable, because their problems are so huge that our slight resources cannot really deal with the task at hand, and maybe we're setting them up to fail. So it's something that should be looked into. Judges have no training. It should be part of every judge's training. Judges and teams need to be up to date with international best practice and attend appropriate conferences to improve, and also international drug courts. In conclusion, prevention is most important, creating opportunities for people so they don't go down the criminal path. But if they do, all is not lost. We must have political will from the top, mandated by all sectors. All stakeholders involved in amazing services should not be made work in isolation, but together. The courts programme through TJ has a huge value to society, but is only part of a wider issue. Again, I say addiction cannot be treated in isolation. There is a need for a multidisciplinary and wraparound approach to tackle not only addiction, but also the reasons for the dependence and the trauma behind it. Let's take the plaster off the broken leg, and let's heal the underlying problems first. Thank you all.
Thank you, Anne, and thanks for a very powerful input. You know, the analogy of the sticking plaster on a broken leg and the need for a whole of government approach is certainly contrasts with, you know, some views we may have already heard this morning, which I think is calling for radical change from Anne, what I hear. So thank you, Anne. And we're going to go further into this case study now in terms of the drugs treatment court, and we'll have May Foley from the court service and Fiona Curlin from the City of Dublin ETB. So,
thank you, Paul. Good morning, everyone. Following on from what Judge Ryan has said, we want to demonstrate to you this morning that, as well as people who are only dealing with possession charges, there's a whole other group of people who find themselves within the criminal justice system. Some of them end up in prison, and others get diverted away from the prison system into appropriate intervention models. The Drug Treatment Court is an example of how the existing legal framework can provide for people who are in front of the courts and presenting with an obvious underlying drug-related problem, not just the charge that they find themselves answerable to. The court is a supervised treatment programme as an alternative to custodial sentences. This is a unique court within the Irish justice system in that it's a multidisciplinary team made up of staff from various agencies, which are the HSE, An Garda Síochána, Probation Service, City of Dublin Education Training Board, the Court Service and Judiciary. The team meet weekly to discuss and provide updates on each participant to the judge. For example, we provide updates on the various goals on reducing drug use, their counselling, education and perhaps their housing situation. The team make referrals to the different support services in the community who link in with us, some of whom you may have already heard from or will hear from. Their support and assistance within the community is invaluable to us. An advantage we've witnessed by using a multi-agency approach is the wider network of information sharing between agencies for the benefit of the participant, which in turn reduces their experience of fragmentation. They only have to share their information once, and there's agreed confidentiality between agencies. Another advantage is of the wider network allows for access to available resources, so links to education programmes, health services and case management. So how does the drug court work? Another district court within Dublin transfers potential participants to us in the drug court to assess their suitability. To complete our programme and graduate, a participant must show that they are prepared to be drug-free other than prescribed medications and to make positive changes to their lives. Once the participant is assessed as suitable by the team, they sign a treatment plan and they enter our bronze phase. A participant progresses through 3 phases of the programme, being bronze, silver and gold, with an aim to graduate in hopefully 12 to 24 months. The aim of the bronze phase is to stop the use of the 3 most harmful illegal drugs, heroin, cocaine, amphetamines, and to begin to take part in an agreed training or education programme. The silver phase focuses on continuing to reduce the use of those non-prescribed tablets with the aim of stopping use and to continue with the education and training. And the aim within the gold phase is to remain free of all illegal drugs which were stopped in bronze and silver, and work towards stopping cannabis use and to start to create a postgraduate life plan. The programme is supportive and incentivised. It has a compassionate element. We take account of personal, complex circumstances, but give chances. And there are limits when someone is not ready to address their addiction or suitable for the programme. We operate a point system throughout the different phases, whereby participants receive plus or minus points across all aspects of engagement. For every plus points achieved, there's a voucher, and moving between phases, they achieve a certificate and a voucher. If someone reaches -70, there is a chance of bail revocation or discharge from the programme, but before reaching that point, we offer a more intensive intervention to hopefully avoid that situation. The court prioritises people's health and well-being, but at the same time doesn't just offer an easy pass. They learn to trust the court and they take responsibility for their actions, and the judge plays a big role in that when they interact in court. They have an opportunity on each occasion to use their own voice and to be heard. People can actually derive significant benefits finding themselves from within a supportive criminal justice system, and there can be major advantages if they avail of the opportunities that we offer. The drug court demonstrates a trauma-informed justice that's supportive and willing to understand where the person is coming from and not just seeing the person as an offender. We try to understand why they got involved in crime, what's going on in their lives, and what the court can do to help and encourage them in finding an avenue that supports their individual recovery journey. We meet them where they're at. The drug court could not succeed in the community were it not for the partnership between the agencies and services. We've learned that no single entity can solve the complex needs of a person's problematic drug use. It requires that partnership. With multiple parties working together, you get an approach that can assure people with problematic drug use are getting the opportunities to stay out of prison and to get the interventions that they need. We aim to support people staying in the communities with their families rather than being separated as a consequence of going to prison. The justice system can and does deal with people outside of custodial sentences with that joined-up collaboration. We know when participants engage with the drug treatment court, they're committing less criminal offences, which has a knock-on effect of having a reduction in victims of crime, less remands into custody, and thereby creating substantial savings to the state. Many of our participants have been through parts of the justice system throughout their whole lives, and our hope for each person is that we'll help to stop that cycle. Access to the drug court resource is a direct benefit for participants, but equally their families and the wider communities.
Thank you, Maeve. Again, that very powerful phrase, a concept of meeting people where they are at, demonstrated very clearly. And now to your colleague Fiona Carlin from the Dublin ETB.
I was hoping that a close encounter with the pavement and a few stitches might get me an extra few seconds, but Paul said no. So, look, I'm delighted to be asked to speak here today about my experience and thoughts on the purpose and value of education in the multi-agency approach of the DTC. The DTC education programme is a tailored programme developed since 2001 to meet the needs of participants attending the drug treatment court. The programme is run in 1 Parnell Square East and is part of the Adult Education Service to the City of Dublin ETB. Why did I join the DTC? It was from my experience of teaching home economics in the women's prison from 1987 to 1990, and then afterwards in Wheatfield Prison from 1990 to 2001, where I introduced guidance counselling to the prison service in 1998, where I witnessed what I called the freedom of the classroom. This is where students had a transformative experience because of a learner-led education model as opposed to a subject-led. Many students have very negative experiences of education, but in this education model, they are met where they're at. Slowly, they begin to see themselves in a different light. They begin to build a different internal model of self. Bit by bit, completing a task or an exam, begin to build hope and belief in themselves and the possibility of a better future. And I thought, wouldn't it be great to provide this education model to people in the community in recovery, where they don't have to experience the marginalisation of the prison experience. So I joined the DTC. The education programme is wrapped around the recovery pathway and also parallels with the personal progression plans on the DTC. I meet each participant and assess their educational and training needs. If they're not already involved in an educational programme or alternative programme, I suggest that they try our programme until they find their feet and stabilise. This is the first step to help a person, empower them to find their own pathway in recovery, moving from the extrinsic motivation of the court system to intrinsic motivation. Neuroscience has taught us that strengthening the neural pathways between the amygdala, the emotional centre of the brain, and the cognitive reasoning centres supports the recovery process. We do this, especially in relapse management and prevention. We achieve this by providing cognitive activity, creativity, and meditation. All our subjects are QQI state accredited in level 2, 3, and 4. We also provide addiction awareness, peer support, and self-care, and we invite graduates of other programs to come back and give the benefit of their experience. Many students have low literacy levels, but given extra supports and easy stepping stones to accreditation, they discover a drive and self-belief. Some students discover a love or a talent for art. The picture behind me is a painting that was presented to Judge Ryan at her retirement by a student who discovered his talent for art. Also, people may discover a commitment to self-care and health and fitness. The provision of guidance counselling and progression routes opens pathways for further education and training. Many have continued on to colleges of further education, to apprenticeships, working back in the community, going to college, and we're celebrating Paula here today, completing her Masters. Anthony and Paula will talk more later about other people's experiences. We keep our programme open during the summer, and we produce a magazine. It's called Get to Know Your City, and we produce a magazine by October. There's a copy of our Parnell mag from last year on your tables for your viewing. None of this could happen unless there's a learning environment that's safe, structured, and consistent. The relationship with the teacher is crucial. It has to be based on genuine respect, regard, and empathy. No personal learning, self-reflection, or development can happen unless a person feels safe, accepted, and connected. It's in this learning community of connection that we nurture in Parnell that creates the space for change. We have learned that many addictions develop from a maladaptive response to trauma or pain. The teachers understand this. Many students are experiencing life traumas, homelessness, poverty, and possible childhood adverse experiences and trauma. The teachers are all trauma aware and informed and continually upskill in their understanding of addiction.
Just less than a minute if you can, Fiona, please.
The teachers meet weekly to support each other and report the progress of the students to the judge. The relationship with the judge is a very therapeutic and powerful one. For the first time, students may have somebody they hold in very high regard witness the progress they make in their lives. We asked the students how they'd like to celebrate our 21 years last year, and they came up with the idea of entering the Sculpture and Context exhibition in the Botanic Gardens. They called the sculpture Swimming Upstream. They identified with this sculpture as it mirrored their journey of swimming upstream in a toxic environment and understanding that their responses to their toxic environment of homelessness, marginalisation, childhood trauma may have contributed to the development of their addiction rather than something negative within themselves.
I'll have to ask you to finish up, Fiona, if you can.
Okay, thank you. We provide that trauma-aware learning environment. In the words of Christy Duffy, the CEO of the CDE2B, we touch people's lives, we let them know we're here. It's been a privilege to be part of an agency that is person-centred, innovative, and understanding that we're always in a process of learning, we're always in a process of becoming. Thanks for listening to me today.
Thanks, Fiona, and your personal commitment to this, as you said, comes through very strong. And as you mentioned, Paula Carney and Anthony Lee now are going to give a lived experience in terms of the drugs treatment court, and they can come to the podium together or separate, whatever everybody's comfortable with. So firstly, we have Paula. And congratulations again. Well done.
Thank you.
Masters.
My name is Paula Carney. I would have been a participant on the drug court, 3 times. So, like the judge was talking about people who it doesn't always work for, and it may not be the right time for them. And for me, the first 2 times wasn't. First time, I actually did graduate the first time, but with the nature of addiction, I slipped back into it because I wasn't ready at the time. Do I personally believe, I don't think addiction belongs in the criminal justice system at all, but in the absence of decriminalisation, legalisation, the drug court is that sort of alternative, where it stops people from going into prison. I've been there many times, and I can tell you prison does not help with addiction. It doesn't support people to come out of addiction. If anything, you can get drugs in prison, just saying for anyone, there's plenty of them there. And prison just helps push you further and further into that, because you're dealing with your trauma in there. You're dealing with everything that had already led you to that place. So without them supports of services like the drug court, now for me I did go to the drug courts, but as Fiona said, they also work with different services and all, and I didn't attend the education piece. I attended a service called the SAIL Project, but that was a service for me. I wanted a service that worked with women directly, you know, because I'd been through a lot of trauma in my life, and I felt it was, if I was in a space with women, that I'd feel safe. But if I hadn't have got the drug courts at that time, I wouldn't have been able to progress on my own life. And as I said, I'm actually proud to say I'm a master's graduate now, but I would have never, ever even had that opportunity, because at that time when I finally did go into the drug courts for the third time, I was at a time in my life that I wanted to change in my life. I was after opening up about what traumas I'd been through. And that's the part I think a lot of the times that's missing, is people don't realise that you can't police addiction out of people. You can't have authority over people and expect them to achieve. If you work with people from a compassionate lens, it's a different outreach approach, and it's a different impact you're going to have. And for the drug courts, I'll have to say, I always remember going to it and, excuse me, as someone who'd been in front of the courts, all different types of courts on many occasions, and someone who'd never enjoyed school, never enjoyed any of that, because it was always authority-led, to actually go into the drug courts and have a judge ask, hey, how are you? I was like, I was going to use a different word, but I was like, what's going on here? You're not used to that approach. Do you know, you're used to, as a person who uses drugs, being stigmatised, being shamed, being put down. So you're not used to someone meeting you with compassion. And that's where I will say the drug courts is great at, you know, having that piece that you go in. Usually in a court system, your solicitor's talking for you, and you can never have your voice within that. Whereas with the drug courts, you have your voice in it, you can actually stand there and talk, say what's going on for you. If you're having a bad week, they will work with you with that. Whereas other times you're just locked up and the judge doesn't actually even try to get to know you. They don't really want to get to know you. So to have that compassionate approach is strange for people who use drugs because we're not used to it. So it does work. So and I think there has to be a whole sort of look, a societal change on the views of people who use drugs. Because the media, the way the media is highlighting drug use and the issues that come along with drugs, is not, listen to the people who have actually experienced it, listen to the people who live in the communities that are destroyed by it. And I will say, yes, drugs do destroy communities, but I think drug policy destroys communities even more. Do you know, and if you look across now, like if you look at cocaine use, all that, that has now crossed all walks of life. And drug use is more than it's ever been in the past. But the drug policies itself only affect certain communities negatively. And I think there has to be a whole new approach. And if you think of anything when you're doing, keep an open mind in that. And look at the communities where stop and searches happen. Look at the communities that are heavily policed and wonder why they're heavily policed. I wonder why the young people in them communities get into the situations they do. But I do believe that there has to be more alternatives to prison, because prison doesn't work for people and it doesn't help in any way. It destroys families. And I had a conversation outside earlier, like particularly for women. When women go into prison, there's that whole thing of like their children can be taken off them, and then you still expect them to come out and jump through hoops and get drug-free and be that good little woman that you should be, because people who use drugs are heavily stigmatised, but when it's women, we're stigmatised worse. When our mothers were stigmatised worse, but our mother with a conviction, that just rolls on and on and on, and it does nothing to help society, it does nothing to help the people who use drugs, and it does nothing to help the children of them people. Sorry, I had to
Thank
get
you,
a little...
Colin. No, thank you very much. Yeah.
Done?
If you have a closing message, please.
Oh, sorry. Closing message to actually keep an open mind, you know, and like really, as the judge was saying, like the drug courts aren't resourced, they're not fully resourced. Think about the alternatives that could be there for people. Think about like having, you know, holistic approaches, but fund and resources the services that are already there, you know, properly, not just, and allow actually for people with lived and living experience to be part of that whole process, because it's great having people with lived experience. I can stand here and say that, but we should have more people who are actually going through it right now, standing here and telling their stories.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we should always remind ourselves it's very difficult for people to come from a professional perspective and speak to 100 or 150 people in a room. it's really impressive how people come from a personal perspective and share their lived experience. So thanks, Paul. And now, and we'll come back there. Anthony, can I ask you to join us, please, in similar context? And just while Anthony's joining us, I mean, I was struck by one very strong comment, many comments, but particularly, it's not just drugs that hurt communities, it's drug policy hurts communities. Very strong point. Anthony.
Thanks, and good morning. I don't know how I'm going to follow that, Paula. I better turn my phone on silence. I don't want my wife ringing me in the middle of a speech. That won't go down well. Yeah, I was one of the first graduates of the drug court. And I was just thinking when Judge Ryan was saying it's 20 years ago. And I'm working there 20 years this year. You know, I completed it in 8 months. Thanks. I completed it in 8 or 9 months. I didn't go through the drug courts, the school system. I was in a program called Soldier. But for what the drug court's done for me is what Paula says. I'm going to just share a little bit about my experience. I've been in the system since I'm 14. I went to a home in St. Michael's for not going to school for 3 weeks. I got 3 weeks over in the castle over there. That's where the judge sat at that time, you know, for not going to school. And that's where my trauma started off in the system. And then I went from there to St. Patrick's, to Mountjoy. And that's the way my life went from an early young age, you know. And my father used to say, change careers, your son. He says, you're a bad thief. You're always getting caught. So, but that's the way my life went, you know. And I've witnessed a lot of things up there in prison. And we all know prison guards are stretched and stuff like that, you know. There was no intervention when I was up there 20 odd years ago, you know. It's getting a lot better now up there. And we were just talking to a group outside, and they're trying to teach prisoners, because there's a lot of mental health up there and all, you know. And we all know there's a lot of drugs up there, you know. I mean, even when I was there was a lot of drugs up there, you know. And it's getting a lot better. There's a lot more supports there. And I wasn't really there when I was there, because with mental health, what I seen firsthand was prison guards didn't know how to take care of them. They kept giving them wrong medication and stuff. They weren't trained for that sort of stuff, you know. So as I said, it's getting a lot better, you know what I mean. And then when I got a chance to go to the drug courts, as my life went on, I used to go down to the Bridewell courts, and when I went down at 2 o'clock, I knew what it meant for me. I knew it meant I was going back up to jail. And this particular time I went down this day, and it was at 2 o'clock. So I says, I'm going back up to get a sentence. And I can't think of the judge's name. The judge says to me, there's a new system, he says, set up. He said, it's called the drug courts. He says, would you be interested? So he said, if you're not interested, he said, I'm having a look at your rap sheet now. He says, I know where you're going. And at the particular time, I didn't want to go back to jail. And I was at the end of my drug using and stuff like that. So I said, I'll have a go. And I went to the drug courts. And there was Judge Horton there. Terrible nice man. Now, as Paula says earlier on, when I went, he used to come down and get from his chair, and come down to where I was. Now, believe me, that never happened in my lifetime. A judge coming down to me and asking me how I am. Never happened. So I was a little bit suspicious when he came down and he was asking me. I was thinking, what does he want? So he showed compassion. He showed empathy. I never had that off people like that, you know. It was like what Paula said, it was all authority in my life. Through my life as a young age, authority. And I seen him as authority. But I seen this man meant when he was asking me how I was, you know. So I am very, very grateful. And I can actually say he's a friend of mine, you know. I gave him a watch as a present. And he always says, I have your watch on my hand, you know. No joke, what time is it today, Jared? But, you know, I never had it. And I'm very, very grateful at the chance that I have, you know. And just get up and tell my bit of experience from where I came from. You know, there's a little part I want to read out. And this is a guy that's with us, that's ravished by addiction, and his family's ravished by addiction. Now, he didn't know I was coming here, and he just seen, and he asked me to read, and I'm not going to read his story, I'm just going to read one or two couple of lines that captured me. And it says, the education class I attend through the drug courts is something that has helped me a lot. Gives me structure in my day, and I learn a lot of interesting things, like the way to live, how to take yourself out of certain situations. In the education class I attend, there is a wide range to pick which suits you at the time in my life. For instance, if I see my counsellor on a certain day, we talk about something that opens up certain emotions in me. Now here's a guy that came into us 8 months ago with his head down like this. And this is what he's getting out of the programme, the drug treatment courts. Now, for me reading that and people saying, well, look, if that's not helping somebody, look, we all know, look, it's not the perfect programme. There's no such thing as a perfect programme. We just try our best. We're a small programme that try our best. And there's a lot of people that came through our programme that is working in addiction services. And it's just great to see, you know, myself and Paula. And there's many more of them, you know. So that's all. We're dealing with a lot of people that's in homelessness, and some of the stories are horrific.
I just asked you to finish up, Anthony. You know.
I thought you were going to give me an extra 2 minutes, Paul. So some of the stories are horrific, you know. They really are, especially with the women and stuff, you know. So we just try our best. That's all we do. But we'll have our critics, but we just keep on trying, and we do meet them where they're at, you know. So thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, Anthony. Thanks again, Anthony, and don't tell anybody, but I actually did give you 2 extra minutes. So look, I think very powerful presentations that we've had, and we will be going back to Q&A. So again, for the next 10 minutes, can I ask you just to regroup with your tables, with your facilitators, and I'll be going to the tables who we didn't go to in the first instance. So 10 minutes just to try regroup, capture some questions you'd like to put to the panel. Okay, we're now back on live stream, and welcome back again. I'm going to work through the tables that I didn't get in the first session, and we'll have time to get back to some more again. And I'll give people, I'll call 3 tables at a time, just to give you advance notice. So if we could go for tables 3 firstly, and then 8 and 10, if you can be ready to go, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and congratulations to each and every one of you, and congratulations to yourself as well, once again. Listen, incredible stories, and it's lovely to see stories that are actually working. And you've done a fantastic job outlining today, so you have as well. The one question that's come from the table is how, if you are looking to go into the court services and you're looking to go in and utilise this, how readily available is it? Basically, does a district court judge refer you on, or do you have to go into court, or what's the policy? How do you get into this? Because I think a lot of people won't know this. Is it only available in Dublin? And basically, it comes back to again, and again we're hearing this, the lack of services, the lack of facilities, the lack of money. Jesus Christ, I'll tell you, sorry about the language, but it's absolutely crazy what is going on in this country. And it's time that they fucking woke up and dealt with what they have to deal with.
Okay, so Anne, I think the question's around accessibility, availability.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the way into the drug court, and as I say, please don't commit a crime just so you can come and join us. But if you come before the ordinary district court, the judge there will see that your whatever charges are there before you, that behind all of that there's a drug problem, okay? So because of that, they can say to you, well, would you be interested in joining the drug treatment program? And if the person says yes, then they're referred to probation or straight to the drug treatment court, and a report is drawn up as to the suitability or not. Then when they get from there into the drug treatment court at the beginning, they're assessed at different levels. But to actually get there, you come into the district court. Now, I suppose the drug treatment court only deals with district court charges. So anything that's of the extreme violent nature or anything that's in the other higher courts isn't dealt with in the drug treatment court. Obviously, it's something that should be maybe down the line, could be, but certainly at the moment, that's as much as we can do. From the point of view of around the country, I would say 90% of the judges would like to be able to do something similar. And in many ways, it might even be easier because we have 12 criminal courts in the DMD feeding the drug court. So there's an awful lot of people who might want to go, but maybe they're just not, as Paula said, in the right space at the right time, or they feel the programme is it's a very hard programme. Because you have to do all of this, as I said, like sleeping in a tent or whatever. It's not easy. So it's not for everybody, but it will work for people who, for some. But that's how you get into it.
Thank you. And Maeve or Fiona, if you want to add anything, please do.
No, I think Joanne has given the overview really of how participants come to us in the drug court. We would love for it to be rolled out around the country, but I suppose we want to have ourselves in check and everything of a high standard. It is of a high standard, but using the resources word again, to have that support there before it is rolled out nationwide. But again, as Judge Ryan has said, there are various streams of a court around the country that is aiming ultimately to do what we're doing to help people with addiction.
Okay, and I will bring all the panelists in and all the questions. Can I go to table 8, please?
Yeah, so just from our discussion in our table there, just in regards to the graduate program, what is the cost for that program, to put someone on that program versus sending someone to prison? And how many places are there? And what is the success rate as well?
I will bring Paula just from a personal perspective, but Maeve or Fiona, do you want to give it some context on
from
costings?
Costings, we wouldn't have the overall cost, but to come on board, we put people through the resources and the systems that are already there. And from, I suppose, a success rate, it's a piece that I'm not too long involved with the court, and I feel it's this missing part that's been, that people don't hear the success that the court has. It's just the amount of graduates that we have. But all along the way, there's so much success stories. I've mentioned that when you move between our phases, you receive a certificate. That means you've achieved something. Somebody might come to us and they've never achieved a certificate in their life, and they're handed something. It's an acknowledgement of what they've achieved, the steps they've taken in their own life. We have had, to date, 98 graduates. But as I said, it's just that missing piece that I would love to capture, and it's something I'd love to work on now going forward.
And just on the question, sorry, apologies. Just on the question, we will, the panelists may not necessarily have the financial information, but we will get that for you in terms of, a year prison sentence versus, a pathway this way, because it's a very good question. But could I just flip the question a little bit, please, to Paula, and just like the human costs of not going through this process, of going through some alternative process that you described. Just there's a human cost of.
Yeah, there's definitely a human cost. But when it comes to success in that in drug courts, I get saying 98, and some people probably say 98. But if you think about the people who've been through it in all ways, like at that time in their life, they could have been sent to prison. Like that human cost, like as I was talking about earlier, people losing their children when they go into prison and all, and then when they get out, whereas the job that they have, even to try and gain back that responsibility. There's so much of a human cost. It's not just about putting people into prison or giving them an alternative to it. It's about sort of keeping families together and all, whereas that doesn't happen if somebody is automatically locked up. We're having a conversation earlier about how, I think in another group that was there was talking about how there was a court case and a judge had to, a farmer had to attend to his calf or something, and he was told to come back another day to court. Mothers don't get that option when they go to court. If they're sent to prison, their kids could be left standing in the schoolyard. So then tussle is called, all that and all. And then if they do have a home as well, they end up then when they get out of prison, the home could be gone. They can't get their children back unless they have a stable home. So it's a roller coaster that just keeps going around and around. So when there's alternatives to prison, where people can go, whether they go through and fully graduate or not, if it's keeping them stable for that time, then that's a success in itself. I think there's too much emphasis put on how many numbers attend services, how many people get through it completely. Think about the people, even recovery is not just about getting drug free. Recovery is about making a positive change in your life, and sometimes them positive changes may not go right through that you'll finish a whole program and go to a graduation piece. It may be just making them positive changes. So that's the human side of it. It's not just about numbers, it's not just about statistics. And there's way too much emphasis when it comes to drug treatment, way too much emphasis put on numbers and not enough put on putting resources in to make sure that people have the best possible outcomes, but realistic outcomes.
Thank you. But again, to the questioner at the table, we will ask the team to try put some costings of the process versus prison costs. I'm going to go to table 10, but then if tables 5, 12 and 14 can be ready, please. Table 10.
Hi, thank you all. So our questions were kind of covered. We were just asking about the mainstream or widespread of the drug courts around Ireland, and we also were wondering about the kind of eligibility or the offences that are eligible for the court. But I was wondering if I could ask Judge Anne Ryan about the judge training and how we actually, what stage are we at, and how we actually make that mandatory for all judges.
Well, there is no judge training. You're on a wing and a prayer, really, and you just learn as you go along, much to probably all the people appearing in front of us are sort of saying, where are they going? But without a doubt, it should be part of every judge's training. And it doesn't suit everybody. I mean, I know colleagues who really would never want to run the drug treatment court. It isn't within their kind of way of doing things. And not that they don't use a sort of a therapeutic way within their own court, but it's not, as a judge, as Anthony was saying, in the drug treatment court, you're part of a team. You're working in a non-adversarial way with all the participants. They become you become friends with them. It's not a sort of a them and us. We're all the same, working towards the same thing. And it makes such a difference. But without a doubt, all judges need training, some sort of way, to be able to do this the right way and not be sort of on a wing and a prayer. But I think, there's so many judges around the country who would love to do it. And in ways it's easier for them because maybe they're the referring judge to a treatment program. So they're even going to be more au fait with the person that they're involved with than the drug treatment court in Dublin, because you've got so many different courts feeding into the one drug treatment court. I suppose maybe I think slightly differently to Maeve, that I don't know that I'd wait for the one in Dublin to become really good before I put it around the country. I'd let everybody around the country have a go, see how they're getting on, and pool our, how it's working for some and not working for others. Because there's great innovation out there, but we need to we're a very small country. There's no reason why we couldn't do it. And I'm sure we'd learn from others if we did get a sort of more of a linked up system.
Thank you. And if I can go to tables 5 now, isn't it? Did I get it 5? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning. I think it's probably worth just saying as well that over this morning and over the last number of weeks, there are occasions where there's a lot of confusion about what people are saying and what people are presenting, and I wanted to commend you this morning. I certainly personally felt that this was a pocket of positivity and a shining light of an example of what works. So thank you for that. And our question is, what is or what would be needed to scale this up around the country? Have you done an assessment of that? And I think maybe Jojan.
Not really. I mean, I've spoken to colleagues, and I suppose I've been retired now for over 2 years, and I do know that in Dundalk, we'll say there's another system, and as I mentioned, Judge Olin Kelleher, I mean, he could see that cocaine was a massive problem coming into his court. And at the moment, he's 189 people on that programme, which is phenomenal. But that's a totally different setup to what we're dealing with in Dublin, because they're mostly employed people, all on cocaine, who just want to get off it, first-time users. And I said to him, how can you ask people for €800 like that? And he said, I don't even ask them how much they spend on cocaine. If they want to get off it, they pay me the €800. I give that to Coolmine, and they fund the addiction counsellors. And it works. It really works down there. So I think, each area probably has different sort of problems, and each judge with a team need to sort of go with what is the main necessity in that particular area. So, we would really have a very disadvantaged group. So it would be slightly different, and our programme is very clearly set out what they have to do. Whereas, around the country, it may be different in rural areas. I mean, I was in a very small town the other day, really a village, and I was talking to one of the fishermen, and he just said to me, he didn't know it had anything to do with anything, and he just said, you can get cocaine here easier than you can get a bag of chips. And I'm in the middle of nowhere, and it just shows. So different areas need different things, and I think it's terribly important that they're allowed work on within the team structure that they have there to see what is necessary, and then we can all link in with one another.
Sorry, but who's the they? When you say different structures and different places, one of the things we see all the time is the lack of coordination.
Yeah.
So it has to be.
Who's the they?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I suppose the they, from a court's point of view, would be the court service as the main, say, Maeve is our coordinator. So she coordinates all the various groups, the stakeholders, if we like, and what happens. And she's kind of the main, how would you call it? Operations. Yeah. So it would be the court service, really, I suppose, around the country. And then they, together, I suppose, with the judge in each court, would work with them to see maybe the Gardaí as well, or, different people in each area. But the court service would be the main person, I suppose, yeah.
Just before I go to table 12, Andrew, can I just ask you simply, you're working in the service now. Just give us a sense of how many people are working there on a daily basis with you or alongside you, or is it just you? Just give us a sense of on a daily operational basis.
There's about, I think there's about 7 or 8 working in our project in where we are in the Parnell in the education part. I don't know how many is actually on the team. And this to answer the question, look, it's a pity like there is not more judges that's on board, and I'd love this to be everywhere. I'd actually love it to be everywhere, you know, because let's be honest here, drugs ain't going away. Let's be honest, right? And Judge Anne Ryan said it there, like the people taking cocaine, you'd be surprised. You probably wouldn't be surprised that people are taking cocaine. Cocaine is really acceptable now. Unfortunately, that's the way it is with everybody. You know, they're taking it. Yeah, it's everywhere. There's vast amounts of money in drugs, and I would love this to go nationwide. You know, and judges because the judges see the same people that's coming in and out of the court from a drug addiction. They know them. They get to know them. And like someone answered it down there, how much is it to go to prison? I don't know where it is to go to prison, probably for a year. I don't know if it's 90,000 to go to prison for a year. You know, like that's what's happening with people that take drugs. They're in and out, in and out, in and out. And they're back out in a couple of more months, and it's like the merry-go-round, and they're doing the same thing again. And the judges see all this. Do you know what I mean? So if this was set up all over, it'd be absolutely fantastic. You know, and our program is just a small little program in Parnell Square. And we just try our best, as I said. We try our best with them because we deal with people, as Judge Anne Ryan says, that are sleeping around in tents, and some of them just don't even get any sleep in the hostels. And the stories he tell you, look, I was up all night, I couldn't get a sleep, and then they're trying to come into us to have a day with us and stuff like that, you know. Like, Paul has said it. What is success? How do you measure it? I read a bit of it out. There it is there. Now, to all of us sitting in this room, that's only something, that's huge to him. People come into us and don't even have a doctor, can't look after themselves with their teeth. We go and buy that and get that for them. That is huge to them. Absolutely huge. Some people don't graduate, but they graduate halfway through and probably just stay stable on their methadone. If that's not success, you don't commit crime, well then I don't know what. My success, obviously I'd love everybody to go through the programme and get absence from all drugs and not take it in, but that's not the reality. I'm not living in the real world. It doesn't happen. Do you know what I mean? A couple of them do come in and get it. You know, so...
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you.
There you go.
Andrew said to me to start, I'm uncomfortable answering questions at the table. That was a really powerful response. Can I go to table 12, please?
Why is there not enough funding for the drug courts despite being proven to work, and why are the drug courts not statutory?
Did you get it? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, that's exactly the same question that I ask and have been asking for years. And every single politician who ever came into the drug court was, you know, from the highest down along, you know, we were told we'd be getting all sorts of money and funding, and it was great, and it was this, that, and the other. Never, ever saw the light of day. And as I said in my presentation, at the same time, there's no government will ever pull it, because if they did, it would look absolutely politically incorrect. So, I don't know, like this, something like this, I'm just hoping that along the line, people will hear about it and see that there is a value, because not everybody can go through the health-led approach, which is wonderful, but there needs to be something when that doesn't work, and we're the something that's there when that doesn't work. And I would hope that it will be funded.
And can I just ask you, while Cathal has just prompted me here as well, the Judicial Council, do they have any view in terms of advocating or progressing this or helping it?
I would hope they will. Now, they've only just come on board really since I have retired, so I can't give you the update on what they're doing at the moment, but certainly I think you know, if we put more pressure on the judiciary as a whole, the Judicial Council should certainly run with it.
Thank you. Table 14.
Our question is for Anne Ryan, and it is, if a defendant is in front of you for, say, burglary, to fund a drug habit, how would you deal with the punitive element of the burglary offence, bearing in mind the victim?
Very good question. There are a lot of factors when somebody comes before you that you have to consider. Say there's a burglary and he pleads guilty, and if more than likely you'll probably put it back for a probation service to get more insight into that particular person, and that report would come back before the court, and you would also, you know, every crime, be it against a person or a community or a shop or something like that, there is a victim, and that victim's voice must be taken into consideration when you're dealing with something. And that's another part of the therapeutic, I suppose, jurisprudence of the courts, is a thing called restorative justice, which I'm not going to go into today because that is a huge part of how we work. And in terms of that, if you had somebody who, I'll give you an example. There was, when I was in the children's court, there was a young fella who broke into an old lady's house down the road, and he stole some money or something anyway, and the poor lady was terribly traumatized. But using that process, you can say to the old lady, would you meet up with this guy in a controlled environment, and he could understand what happened to you, and you could, you know, we could work it out and then get the punishment to fit the crime. And she was very good, because a lot of people don't want to meet the perpetrator, and somebody will stand in their stead. But she did, and she got to know him, and they became great buddies. And I don't know what they do now, but all I know, for weeks and weeks afterwards, he cut her grass every single week. So, like, you know, he began to understand that what he had done, at the end of the day, somebody suffered greatly, and they were able to work it out between them. But not everybody, obviously, is going to be like that lady. So there are other ways and means. There's so many different ways of dealing with things, but more than likely in the district court, and I know probably you don't believe this, but the last resort is to send somebody to prison, because for a start, any district court sentence that you give somebody, they're going to serve a third of it maybe, and they're in and out. It does nothing to anybody. But if it is a situation that you feel that this was, you know, there's no remorse, the victim has been, you know, badly traumatized, there are lots of previous convictions, regardless of the addiction, maybe the right answer is to send that person to prison. And maybe that is what you do. And you'll find that they have not just one offence, but there might be several, so they can have up to 2 years if they've more than one. But that is the last resort. Every other aspect you will try and take into account before you do, but the victim is very important.
Thank you. And my apologies to table one because you're last, but because you're last and very compliant, I'm going to give you the opportunity to ask 2 questions, if you have to.
So for Judge Anne Ryan, so even the earlier presentations has shown that drug demand and supply will continue, and that the person does not rehabilitate people using drugs, do you think decriminalization or legalization is needed in Ireland?
Sorry, I didn't quite get the end of what you said there.
Okay, so that the prison that does not rehabilitate people using drugs. So do you think decriminalization or legalization is needed in Ireland?
So it's a question whether decriminalisation, legalisation, and then I'll come to Paula as well. So
Paula, do you want to answer
yeah,
that?
Paula, you go first.
Oh, I'll go. I'd gladly go on this one. For a start, I think people who use drugs should never be criminalised, and I do get, like, with drug courts and all, it does take all that into consideration. But do I feel decriminalisation is fair enough? No, because I think as long as we haven't got a regulated model of drugs, people are dying on the streets. People are sleeping in doorways, and until all that is, like, that structural inequality, structural violence, all that is dealt with, we're always going to have a huge drug issue. And drugs are here, they're not going anywhere. But with a regulated model, you can support people to use drugs in a safe manner. Like when you look at safe injection facilities, people say you're enabling people to use drugs. Yeah, you are. You're enabling them to use drugs in a safe manner. Do you know, like, you're saving lives. If you look at them anywhere around the world, like countries like Germany who have heroin-assisted treatments, they have great success rates in them. Their retention rates are higher than methadone clinics. The retention rates for services, and as well as that, if you're providing safe drugs, you're also taking that criminal activity away from many young people to be groomed into. So I was actually glad someone asked that question, because it's something I'm passionate about. But yeah, I personally think that the only way to deal with the drugs issue is to look at a regulation model. But obviously decriminalisation will be the first step, because you shouldn't be criminalising people, because what you're basically doing is criminalising trauma. You know, because the majority of us that have used drugs have had huge trauma in their lives. We're living in communities that have had huge structural trauma. So that all needs to be dealt with. But I will also say, to go a bit further than regulation, there's no point in doing that without putting a spend convictions bill for people who, like, if you consider young people being groomed into ganglands, you know, Sean Redden was talking earlier about the Greentown report and all, like, that's all, it's basically human trafficking of young people in these communities, and it's predominantly working class communities, predominantly poor communities that are affected more in it. So there needs to be policies put in place, but there's no point in doing that without doing a spend convictions bill, because a lot of the young people in them communities already have convictions. A lot of the people who use drugs already have convictions. Like, if you go back to when homosexuality in Ireland became legal, that was 30 years ago. They're only now, this year, talking about removing them criminal convictions for people. So they're going to continue to have barriers in their way until, my phone is ringing, oh God, until something is done. Thanks.
It's probably RTE, you never know. Maeve, have any view, like, you're working in the court service, but any, or Fiona, any view on if something needs to change, the issue of decriminalisation, just any views, any comments you'd like to make?
No, I think more resources and more services are needed to address, you know, poverty, marginalisation and homelessness, and why that's happening, and, you know, meeting the people where they're at in their communities and looking at and asking the question, why is what's happening?
Okay.
Yeah,
It's very clear. Okay, table one, we're going to start the next session with you again. If you have a second question, please do. I can come back to you if you're not ready to go. I can come back to you in a couple of minutes, a few minutes. Do you have another question? No? Okay. I was giving you a bonus there, but not ready to take it. Eh? So I'm going to go to table 9, 11, 14, try get the three of you in if I can. We're getting tight, but table 9, please. I have got through every table.
We did have a question, but I think it's been answered already.
That's fine. That's good. Thank you. Table 11, anything else you'd like to comment? Maybe we're just coming to a natural close in this session. Can I just maybe ask, anybody want to put a hand up if there's anything just hanging in the air you'd like to put to the panel? Please just put your hand up on a call. Table 4. Sorry. There's a mic there. There you go.
Thank you. Just a quick question for Paula. You said that when an individual is in front of the drug treatment court, you are able to speak yourself. Does one need legal representation also, or is it removing?
It removes that. Like when you're in the district court and you're being obviously sent over to the drug courts, you'll have your solicitor there. But when you go to the drug courts, it's quite a comfortable space. In fairness, that you go in your own, you don't feel the need to. So you don't have to be standing there with a solicitor, and you're able to use your own voice. Whereas when you're just in the normal courts, you don't have your own voice, and you're not encouraged to use your own voice anyway. Do you know, like I've know people who the only way that they can get their own voice through, say, on a hearing or something, is to actually write a letter and ask the solicitor to give it to the judge. Because you'll see, if you're ever in a court, if someone tries to talk, they're constantly being shh, shh, shh. Like, and then you expect them to go on and do brilliant, like, you know, and you're like, sorry for me scepticism sometimes, but yeah, it's a different approach, you know, when you go in and you're able to actually talk for yourself. Like, it's like we're seen as people who use drugs that we're not capable of talking. We couldn't have anything up there that could actually contribute to anything when we're actually quite intelligent people. If you consider people, how they get through their addiction, we're quite resilient. Do you know what I mean? We've got through a lot of trauma. Yes, we've used drugs to cope with that, but we're very resilient people, and I think society forgets that.
Sorry, I just want to say to the question, the drug court is a unique programme. And I explained to when I was standing up there of what, like, as Paula says this there, if what Judge Horton came down and says to me and asked me how I was.
Yeah.
You won't get that in a district court or any other court, you know. So this to ask you, are you keeping up your appointments and how was your day and stuff like that? And that's huge, like, because they're human beings that make mistakes, you know. They come from trauma, as Paula says, and they come from all of that, you know. So it is a unique problem.
Okay, two really quick fire questions. There's no meeting into your time. I want to give you a table. Table two? Table two. Sorry, apologies. There you go.
Thanks very much. Obviously, we're all here at looking reforming the whole policy and law and all that. And I'm just wondering, the legal system is renowned for slow change. You mentioned, Paul, that it's 30 years since piece of legislation came into force. Realistically, if we were to make decisions to change now, how quickly would law reform actually take place?
I have no idea. How long is a piece
Yeah.
of string?
Sorry, no, go ahead. And we do have I think the question will be posed really well tomorrow, where we have a lot of the legal issues and legal debate. I mean, Anne has her own experience, but it's a very good one for, if you can hold for tomorrow. Last question, please. Yeah, go ahead, table 5.
There is a theme recurrent to drug problem. It's trauma, coming from background of trauma. And I was wondering if instead of getting to the drug court to have a bit of compassion and empathy, would it be not possible to liaise with TUSLA, for example, to have early detection of trauma to avoid to fall back into drugs?
Yeah, I might ask Paula and Andrew, any comments?
From what I've worked in women's services and my experience, a lot of the time, while there are some amazing social workers there, sometimes engaging with trauma exacerbates that trauma. You know, like engaging with TUSLA, you know, makes that trauma worse, because that's a lot of pressure put on a woman, because women, like, addiction affects all people, like, biologically the same way. Socially, no. Women are treated much harsher, women are judged much harsher, and we're expected to make huge leaps in unrealistic time. Do you know, so, like, there's so many, like, if you consider someone, all these sort of barriers in their way, do you know what I mean, their addictions in their way, dealing with their trauma. Like, 'cause I know personally, I didn't come out of addiction until I actually dealt with my trauma. That led me into that, do you know, addiction. And that was when things started to change for me, and that's, which is why I did come back to the drug courts that time, because I was starting to make changes in my life. But the added pressure of TUSLA being involved is a huge fear. Like, I've worked in a women's project, amazing project. They've done a presentation. It was last month, the month before, the SAIL project, and absolutely amazing. They were the ones that were singing for us. But I worked there, and I've seen women who will wait until their children are 17, 18 before they'll actually reach out for support and reach out, because of that fear. Because it's automatically assumed that if a woman is in addiction, she couldn't be a good mother. I was in addiction, I was an amazing mother to my child. The women I've worked with in the SAIL project, amazing mothers to their children. It's not an automatic given that if someone's using drugs, they're a bad mother. So TUSLA can make the problem so much worse. And don't get me wrong, if you get the right social worker, and I think lately social workers as well are being trained to have a lot more empathy, to have a lot more understanding of these issues. But if you happen to get a judgmental social worker, it's not a good space to be in, and it only ends up feeding into that trauma and making your addiction go worse and worse and worse and deepen, and it makes you isolate and hide as well. So it can help in some cases, but it can also make it a lot worse.
Okay. Thank you, Paula. And look, I think this piece, I probably have to hold now, I think this piece has been a very coherent piece, very simple, explained, and through the whole process between all the panellists, well done and thanks. If you can just show appreciation for it, really great insights. So I would like to give yourselves now, lunch is scheduled for 12:45, but for the next 15-20 minutes, if you could at your table, just draw reflections. What have you heard that's working? Something strikes me that this is something that may feature for us later on when we start to sit down and think about recommendations, but that's up to yourselves. Please have a reflection here now on just what works, what might be worth recommending on. Thank you. In our afternoon session, can I ask everybody please take your seats? We're kicking off live. We're live streamed. I hope you found this morning's session very interesting. I think there was quite a contrast expressed between the presentations that we had on each of the sessions. One thing I just want to mention to everybody is, once again, we have Anthony and his colleagues in support from the HSE. If anybody is finding any element of it during a session, after a session, at a break, Anthony and his colleagues are there available throughout the whole day and tomorrow for giving any supports that people may feel they would like to avail of, and please do. Okay, we're going to move into our next system, which is looking at the whole issue of the prisons and the prison system. And first of all, I'm going to ask Karen McCaffrey, who's the Director General of the Irish Prison Service, to give us her perspective, particularly related to the issue of drugs, drug use and prison services. Thank you, Karen.
Members of the Assembly, distinguished guests and fellow participants, I'm delighted to be here with you today, and I do appreciate the opportunity to address the issue of drug use and the significant challenges that addiction creates for the Irish Prison Service. I would like to start by acknowledging the establishment of the Citizens' Assembly on Drugs, which is very much welcomed and marks a crucial step forward in our collective efforts to reduce the harmful impact of illicit drugs on individuals, families, communities and wider Irish society. Over 70% of people in custody are experiencing addiction to some form of substances. In the Irish Prison Service, we understand addiction as part of a person's overall mental health status. When we assess somebody, we look at them as a whole person, recognising that their addiction has been their survival mechanism, their coping strategy up until this point. We understand that addiction is not a separate or distinct entity, but rather part of a broader story that defines the person standing before us. We do not view addiction as a disease, but rather as a response to inner turmoil. In our society, addiction is often discussed in two contexts: as a problem to be treated by medical professions, or as a legal issue to be dealt with by the criminal justice system. However, these discussions, in my view, often fail to address the fundamental question of why. Why does addiction become part of someone's life journey? Why do individuals turn to substances as a means of coping? What has happened to that person? It is rare to find somebody with an addiction who has had what they would describe as an ideal life, free from any history of trauma. Each person has their own unique, often untold story of unmet needs that has shaped their journey to addiction. Gabor Mate, in his book In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts, says, "We readily feel for a suffering child, but cannot see the child in the adult who, his soul fragmented and isolated, hustles for survival." I believe this inability to see the broken and traumatized child in the adults before us is what leads us to want to punish rather than treat addiction. As humans, we have a tendency to simplify things and categorize people with labels such as addiction or addict. However, understanding the why behind addiction requires us to develop services that treat each person as an individual, considering their addiction within the context of their entire life experience. That is not an easy task, but it is necessary if we want to provide effective supports and rehabilitation. Within the Irish Prison Service, our clinicians have identified a prevalent factor that surpasses all others in the development of difficulties later in life, including addiction. This factor is known as emotion dysregulation. Emotion dysregulation, as I'm sure many of you already know, is a concept that spans across various mental health difficulties experienced by individuals. The regulation of our emotions is a skill we learn as children, but for some, these skills were not taught or were hindered by adverse childhood experiences such as complex trauma or polyvictimization. In almost all clinical risk assessments completed by our prison-based psychologists, emotion dysregulation is identified as a fundamental part of a person's offending history and is particularly associated with violent crime. Early in life, when overwhelming and confusing emotions cannot be managed, one powerful regulatory strategy becomes the use of substances. Substances numb intolerable feelings of fear, shame, anger, guilt, or uncertainty, becoming the go-to coping mechanisms for individuals who have not had the opportunity to learn healthy ways to navigate their lives, but particularly their emotional responses to life events. Understanding this concept of emotional dysregulation, therefore, is crucial in developing comprehensive and effective supports for people struggling with addiction. People who experience 4 or more adverse childhood experiences are 15 times more likely to be a perpetrator of violence in the last 12 months and 20 times more likely to have been incarcerated in their life. The average school leaving age of those currently in custody today in Ireland is 14 years of age. In many cases where children have suffered significant adverse childhood instances or where their parents have their own addictions or mental health issues, children's ability to engage with the formal education system is often impaired. Where a child falls out of the education system, they are much more vulnerable to offending behaviour. I think this figure is particularly sobering and really highlights the need for early intervention. It is no secret, and I think you know this better than I, that drug addiction has and continues to plague our society, affecting people from all walks of life. However, within the walls of our prisons, the problem reaches alarming proportions. As I mentioned earlier, statistics reveal that a staggering 70% or more of individuals committed to prison in Ireland face addiction issues, and this has a direct impact on the prevention of contraband being trafficked into our prisons. People's drug addictions do not stop at the gate when they are committed to prison, and they will use every method to seek to gain access to illicit drugs in our custody. As a prison service, we are very much committed to strengthening our measures around drug treatment. However, drug-free prisons will only be achievable when we have a drug-free society. Of the 4,162 sentences handed down by the courts in 2022, 78% were for sentences of 12 months or less, and the majority of those offenders were in the throes of active addiction. Research has shown that rehabilitation requires time, consistency, and a holistic approach. Longer sentences allow for the implementation of evidence-based programs that address the root causes of addiction, provide education and vocational training, and offer support for mental health issues. By focusing on rehabilitation, the Irish Prison Service can help to break the cycle of addiction and reduce the rates of recidivism. Conversely, however, short sentences do not allow us in the prison service to address the underlying causes of addiction and severely limits the effectiveness of rehabilitation efforts by our staff. Positively of particular note in the context of short sentences is that in the review of penal policy options for prison and penal reform 2022 to 2024, there are proposals to help strengthen the options available to judges when they are considering cases, to facilitate the effective and efficient use of community sanctions by the courts, and to ensure that courts have a wider range of appropriate options for dealing with people who've committed minor offences. James Leonard, a joint host of the well-known Two Norries podcast, recently shared his experience with me of how a prison sentence did assist him in achieving recovery, and I'd like to share that with you now.
Just one more minute, Karen, please.
When somebody in the throes of addiction is in custody, it is often the only time they will receive adequate health care. When someone is in addiction, they neglect their health. They avoid addressing issues out of shame. When someone is in custody, they have access to free dental care, GP, psychology, nursing and psychiatry if needed. They would never get this integrated care in the community. In a study done in the University College Cork by Graham Cambridge, he found that desistance followed recovery always. And according to James, crime is a byproduct of addiction. Addressing the addiction in a holistic way is the best way to reduce crime. The issue of drugs is not something that can be solved by a single entity, and certainly not by the prison service. Punishment for drug addiction does not make sense when we understand it as a coping strategy in the context of trauma. We need to find a holistic, community-based structure which can meet the individual needs of a person without them having to come into contact with the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And thanks, Karen, for bringing us through some of the detail of emotional dysregulation, and particularly your opening comments about the ability to treat rather than punish, very profound. So can I ask your colleague now, Fergal Black, who's Director of Care and Rehabilitation in the Irish Prison Service, also to share some further insights. Thank you, Fergal.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the invitation today to talk about addiction in prisons. As our Director General has said, the vast majority of prisoners return to their communities, and a key objective of criminal justice agencies is to make communities safer and ultimately have less victims. We believe that by improving the prison system, we can help prisoners change their lives, better protect prisoners and those who work in prison, help break the cycle of reoffending, and save the taxpayer money. A former UK Secretary of State for Justice put it well when quoted saying, "Our streets will not be safer, our children will not be properly protected, and our future will not be more secure unless we change the way we treat offenders, and offenders then change their lives for the better." There's a popular myth in some quarters that prison should be about breaking people down. My view, and the view of the Irish Prison Service, is that we endeavour to empower people and build them up. Throughout each prison sentence, steps should be taken to give people in custody the best possible opportunity to reintegrate themselves into society by imparting some life skills to put them back on the road to being a good citizen. We also need to get through to people in custody that we need them to understand that their actions hurt people and they trample on people's rights. There is a constituency that would argue that what we're doing is a soft approach. I would take an alternative view. We need to challenge offenders to take responsibility, to start owning some of their behaviour, and a harsh approach doesn't achieve this. The most effective intervention with someone in prison is the relationship they have with staff. And we're very fortunate in this jurisdiction that we've very good relations between prison staff and prisoners. This requires that people are treated with dignity and respect. This builds relationships. The relationship is an instrument to take an offender into a space where they begin to own some of their behaviours and take responsibilities. Prison provides a unique opportunity for someone to address their addiction if they're with us for long enough. Criminal justice agencies have a primary responsibility in relation to drug supply, and I know you heard about that this morning. However, the criminal justice agencies also make considerable contribution to the state's overall provision of drug treatment and rehabilitation services. Examples involve the department's funding of the Garda Youth Diversion Scheme, involvement in funding for the National Drug-Related Deaths Index, and our input into the National Drug Strategy, Reducing Harm, Supporting Recovery. The Irish Prison Service is finalising its own new strategy, Harmful Drugs Strategy 2023 to 2026, which seeks to reaffirm the work already underway across the estate and review and enhance other methods to tackle the problem of illicit drug use and demand. The strategy sets out ambitious goals under 3 pillars to address the issues of drugs in prison: inform and educate, detect and reduce, and support and treat. And I would say to you in this regard that prisons are a microcosm of society. What happens in society happens in prisons. The primary objective of the Irish Prison Service, through our healthcare service, is to ensure that the provision of healthcare to prisoners is at a standard consistent with what applies in the general community. So a prisoner should expect to receive the same level of care as if they had a medical card in the community. Overall, addiction programmes in our prisons seek to reduce the demand for drugs within the system through education, treatment and rehabilitation services for prisoners suffering from addiction. Particular initiatives include the provision of detoxification, methadone maintenance, education programmes, addiction counselling and drug therapy programmes. In relation to true care, which is a really important element, the Irish Prison Service, in consultation and collaboration with our HSE Addiction Service colleagues, make every effort to ensure that prisoners engaged in treatment programmes are linked to community addiction on their release. Last month, the Irish Prison Service, partnering with HSE Addiction Services and the Red Cross, launched a life-saving initiative to combat opioid overdoses among prisoners. The increased risk of death from overdose in the first weeks after release from prison is well documented and can be as much as 12 times higher compared to the general population. The Irish Prison Service commencement of the provision of an intranasal naloxone on release to people with a history of opioid use may prevent fatalities in the event of an overdose. This new collaborative approach is poised to raise awareness, save lives and contribute to the successful reintegration of people struggling with addiction. Moreover, we in the Prison Service have reinvigorated and recommenced our treatment and recovery programme, which was previously known as the Drug Treatment Programme in Mountjoy, which had been suspended during the pandemic. The objective of TARP is to support individuals in the recovery to live a fulfilling, substance-free life, to facilitate their successful reintegration back into society. It's a 9-week programme, has 9 places, and there are about 6 programmes facilitated annually. We're very fortunate we have a contract with Merchants Key Ireland to provide an essential addiction counselling service to prisoners under contract with ourselves. We are indebted to HSE Social Inclusion, who provided a financial contribution for the MQI service.
Just 1 minute, please, Fergal.
So I'll move on then quickly. I believe it's evident from what I'm saying that prisons are a very important component of the overall response to drug problems in Irish society. There's often a lack of recognition of other services, of the scale of activity within prisons. An illustration is that we have 650 patients with active methadone prescriptions in custody today. More worryingly is the fact that almost 50% of women incarcerated in DOCAS today are on methadone substitution therapy. Of the 11,600 people in receipt of methadone in the state, 1 in 6 of those will end up in custody in any given year. So this is a particular challenge for the Irish Prison Service. And I suppose what I would say is that we have recently commissioned with the Department of Health a health needs assessment, and we need to improve the level of services, the level of collaboration with our HSE colleagues, providing specialist services to prisons. We provide specialist mental health services from the Central Mental Hospital. Unfortunately, we don't have a comparable service within addiction. Okay. So I'll leave you with that thought, and thanks everybody.
Thank you, Fergal. Thanks, Fergal and Karen. As I think Fergal said there in the summary comments, we probably don't comprehend the wide range of supports and services provided within the prison system, but also in conjunction with other agencies and bodies. And I did get first-hand sight or knowledge of that on a recent visit with Karen and Fergal into Mountjoy, and see the very challenging circumstances in which their staff work. And we, again, would like to pass on our thanks to all of your teams in the prison services as well. Thank you. So our next 3 speakers are going to stay at the top table as they deliver. And Sheila Connolly is the CEO of the Cork Alliance, with our colleagues Brian O'Sullivan and Keith Purcell. So it'll be a kind of shared piece between the 3. And I'll lead over to Sheila to commence the process over the next 16, 17 minutes. Thank you, Sheila.
Hi, everybody. This mic, yeah, I can hear myself now talk as well. Thank you very much to the Assembly for inviting us to talk. The Cork Alliance Centre started 21 years ago yesterday. I started in the position to set up a centre that was a response to recidivism, was a response to the revolving door that prisons had in Cork, that it was seen and understood by the prison service and the probation service that we needed to do more, that we needed to provide extra supports for people that weren't being addressed, particularly because of this extra stigma of being in prison. And I think if you look at the pictures there, all the people we meet have a commonality with everybody in this room. What they want is a house, a job, a friend, a family. Nobody who started in prison, who's in prison today, started with any other intention in their life other than that. Nobody wakes up at the age of 3, 4, or 5 and say, I want to be a good criminal. I want to be in prison. That's not the intention. The intention is to have a good life, to have a happy life, and to have what we hear all of the time in our office, peace of mind. Recovery gives you peace of mind, but you don't get that without support. So we are this support, considering when justice has been done and has been seen to be done to include to imprison people. Unfortunately, in Ireland, sometimes prison saves lives. It's not it's the reality of our world, because we're not providing enough community resources, enough community options. But for us, we know, and an awful lot of men and women that we work with, as well as the interruption that prison puts in their lives, as well as the difficulties and the multiple challenges that brings to children, to their families, to their homelessness situation, to their addictions as well. but sometimes it can save lives. Sometimes it can just let things stop because it's a safe space. And when you look at that quote from the Clean Slate Cork research, which Keith was a part of, when you don't feel wanted or loved, you turn to drink, drugs, substances for your comfort blanket. And unfortunately, when you're from a socially disadvantaged area, when you don't have resources, when you don't have social capital, when you don't have other means, crime then can become a means of actually supporting your addiction. We know people who have done bad things. We don't know bad people. We know people in addiction. We don't know addicts. We know people that is part of their life. It is more, they are more than the sum of their convictions. They are more than the sum of their addictions. They have way more to offer. They have way more roles to live in life. If you look here, if we talk about people, we talk about them being somebody's son, somebody's father, daughter, mother, sister. They are connected people. But unfortunately, drink, drugs, addiction breaks those connections, causes a disconnect. And we disconnect from ourselves, and we disconnect from our families and our community. We end up in crime. And if you know you're there, and if you know you're there in prison, and you're trying to find your steps out of it, you need a one-stop shop. You need a central resource of continuity of care from prison into the community, and for as long as that takes. And for us in Cork, that's what we've got through the Cork Alliance Centre. I think the slides you'll have got, I'll throw some of them up at throughout the piece, but I think, you know, some of the quotes that these people, that our people have given us, have come through different research that has come up through Cork, and through research that, or through comments that our own people have made when we've asked them about what they would like to share here. But I think there's some telling comments, particularly in relation to courts, when sometimes, you know, people feel that the system thinks that they don't have feelings, but we do. There isn't a day that doesn't go by that I don't have remorse. When we get time to space to think and survive, we connect with this. But how do you recover out of that? And you only recover out of that through relationships, and trusting relationships into recovery. And you have to find that in consistent people. And consistent people that the prison service allows us into the prison to work with people, to meet them in advance of their release, and to stay with them back into the community. And I think, like, when you talk about what that support can be, you know, I think that piece of, you can see this here, somebody went out, when they were asked about it in the research that Dr. Graham Cambridge did in Cork on recovery, that's already been mentioned, that you know, there's that piece of, once I got support, they stayed with me, and that I didn't look back. I got that continuity of care. That was the links into the addiction services, the links into the therapy, because all of this is based in trauma. But if they've got consistent supports and somebody with them, walking shoulder to shoulder with somebody when you're doing this in a respectful and trusting space, change can happen. I think these are some of the quotes of people in relation to what they get when they come into our centre and what that sense feels like. And maybe Brian or Keith will talk to what their experience has been. I'm very fortunate, and Brian and Keith are both, while they have both been used our centre in the past, they are now colleagues and work in. Brian and myself are involved in the Training Prison Officers project with the Irish Prison Service, and Keith and myself, Keith is a drugs worker in the city now. So we co-work with clients together. So life has changed greatly.
Yeah, you just said it there, Sheila, like, prison saved my life. Do you know, prison was a safe place for me at times. Do you know, when I was in prison, like, I'd walk. I was never in trouble in prison. Do you know, my life was manageable in prison. And I've walked, I've been on time, do you know. I've always done the right things and made the right choices in prison, you know. And I met prison officers that would have actually kind of gave me the right direction, do you know. They'd either say, sure, you'd either go the easy way. I remember one prison officer saying to me, you had to go the easy way or the hard way, like, you know, and I asked him for a job. And he gave me a trial that day, you know. And from that day onwards, you know, I worked, you know, and when I came out of prison, my life was unmanageable when I came out the gate. That's where my life kind of went up kind of... When I came out the gate of the prison, you know, I'd go drinking, I wanted to be a good father, I wanted to be a husband, you know. I had all these things in prison, you know. I had guilt, I had shame, you know. The minute I went out that gate, I'll have a few drinks, and, you know, before I know it, I'd have 2 or 3 drinks, and gone back into that same situation again. I had no supports, no direction, you know, and like we brought up about trauma, you know. I ran away from home when I was young. I left school at an early age, you know. School wasn't for me at the time, you know, and I couldn't read and I couldn't write, you know, and I was getting in trouble in school for that. And I also, there was letters being sent home as well, you know, so I was being in trouble at home as well. So I was getting it both ways. And I ended up then from there, you know, running away from home, because it would have been easier, you know. I felt more safer outside, you know, and eventually I ended up going into prison sentence. My first prison sentence was, I started off sniffing and things like that, and then eventually I was surviving. That's what I was doing, you know. And eventually started kind of progress, and then I went into prison then up in Pats when I was 16, and I felt safe in there. I had a bed, warm bed, you know, and I ended up going from there to Shannon, and before I know it, I was there that one night and I was gone the next morning. I ran. I was always running. I was running since I was a child, you know, and when I came out this time, you know, in 2017, I was introduced to cockle lenses, and that's when my life started changing, you know, like that. I was through the homelessness, I was in the streets, you know. I was always doing wrong things and making wrong choices, you know. I was there, my kids are better off without me, you know. My family's better off without me. I'm doing all the wrong things, you know. But eventually I was delighted that I was introduced to cockle lenses, and they helped me build a relationship, not only with myself, but build a relationship with my kids, my family, support me through going to college, you know, courses. Cockle lenses has actually saved my life, you know, and I can't ask so much for it.
Thanks, Keith. Thank you very much. And Sheila. Sheila just said 6. You're okay, but you have 6 minutes just to keep it all going.
I think one of the things that's interesting is that 10 years ago, I suppose we've always been supported by the probation service for the last 21 years, and then 10 years ago the prison service came to us to see if we would pilot a project in relation to early release. That when we look at the revolving door, when we look at people coming out, when the prisons are very crowded, and you know, you could easily have a 2-man cell where there's somebody else on the floor, and how do we address that? The prison asked us to pilot, and we piloted a project that's now rolled out nationally. That's a community sentence support scheme, where people who are serving their sentence of under 18 months, they can serve it in the community with us, and they can complete a sentence if they put a plan together, if we work out what supports they need, if we've got accommodation in place for them, if we make sure that they've got their local community needs. Invariably what was happening when people are coming out of prison, or if the prison was overcrowded, it's somebody walks in, pack your kit, you're gone. That doesn't work, because then you're coming out, your anxiety is gone, you don't know where you're going. It could be a Friday evening, it could be anything. So they stood in to address that. So in Cork, like, nobody is released on a Friday, because we've got a plan, we've got a space to actually build in time for it. But we've also under the CSS scheme, we've got a space to help people link with their local resources. They have the support of the Cork Alliance Centre to explore how they do that, and both Keith and Brian would have worked with us initially to complete their sentence in the community, and then they would have stayed with us to continue that longer process and that longer therapeutic space and that longer point of getting into treatment and coming out of treatment. And I suppose when we look at therapy, and the trauma that is needed, because there's trauma in everybody's lives. This is not something that can be solved in a 3-month treatment program or a 1-month treatment program. This is years of work. It's taken years of work for people to end up with the trauma and the heartbreak and the brokenness that they have when we meet them. It takes years to come out of this. But as you can see today, the men that are in front of me, I'm proud to call them my friends, I'm proud to know them, and I'm proud to be able to work alongside them.
And Sheila, and just conscious, I want to do justice to Brian as well, so we 3 minutes so we can.
Like Keith, you know, I had a lot of addiction problems. You know, I was addicted to cannabis, benzos, alcohol, cocaine, heroin, crack cocaine. Constantly getting into trouble because of my addiction, in and out of the prison service, for small stupid sentences that was all down to trying to feed my own habit, and I just could not get myself clean, you know, long enough to. I just couldn't hold on to it, you know. I was on a methadone program, and it was just every time I got out, it was just so hard, you know. You know, I was involved with the homeless service in the city, but like that, I was introduced to Cork Alliance while in prison, and I got out on the scheme, and I suppose it was the first port to call when you get out of prison that you have somewhere to go, and it was another support network, you know, because oftentimes I got put out of prison with just an hour's notice, and you don't know where to go, so you're going straight to the Cork Simon community or St Vincent's Hostel, and in my case, I was going from bad to worse. So like that, with the help of Cork Alliance, I got assessment for treatment in County Carlow and St Francis Farm, and you know, I grabbed it with both hands, and that was nearly almost 4 years ago. No, I've never touched anything since. I wouldn't even take a painkiller for you. And like that, since then, my life's just done a full 360, you know. I have a lot of great things going for me today, you know. I do a lot of work with Sheila here in Cork Alliance. I do a lot of stuff around recovery in Cork City itself. You know, I think if someone wants this and the support and service from, especially coming out of prison, it's there for everybody. You know, it really is. It's not easy. It's not like, and addiction is all around us, and I think every family can relate to it in some shape or form. You know, it doesn't just have to be, oh, you're addicted to hard drugs. There's a number of drugs you can be addicted to, and alcohol as well. Like, yeah, it's.
I think that's
my hardest job as chairman is cutting people's lived experiences time, and it's really. You can hear the silence, you can hear a pin drop in the room when you guys talk and share your personal experience. So I just firstly want to say we really appreciate you sharing your experiences, Brian and Keith. It makes so much informed for us in terms of this process. So Sheila, in 1 minute, I really need you to any summary messages, and we will have time in a panel discussion.
I think for us that it's that space of how do we create something other than a reliance on punishment and sanctions. How do we create a more effective way of actually responding to people? Sorry, there's my alarm going off. Will you stop that one, please? What can we do? And if it's in the relationship, it's in how we connect with people. And that's you know, I've known people for over 20 years, and they might still be in and out of the centre. But that's okay, because as you saw there, some people talked about our place being like family. And when you don't have that resource to you, you need somebody who absolutely loves seeing you. I have a job where I absolutely love going in every single day, where I actually get I would hand on heart say I have the best job in Cork and possibly in Ireland. I absolutely eat, sleep and drink it, because I'm in a centre where there's hope, where there's kindness, where there's love, where there's compassion, where there's understanding and where there's a huge amount of change. And when you're allowed into people's lives, when people allow you in the most brokenness of times to be allowed to help, when things are most difficult, to be allowed to be there with people and to be trusted with that is one of the most honourable things that people can let you do in their lives. And I think that's the piece of success. Success for us is when somebody comes in the door, because that's not easy. And success is when they come back and recommend to more people.
I'm just conscious there's other speakers, and we will have more time in this discussion. Okay, and again, similar team, Gary O'Hare has joined us, and Gary's going to share a real insight into his personal lived experience. And I know Gary's happy to sit at the top table there rather than the podium. So, Gary, can I pass across to yourself? And you're very welcome again. Thanks for joining us.
So my name is Gary O'Hare. I'm 49 years old and originally from Finglas in Dublin. I'm currently working for an organisation called Tiglin, where I'm the COO. And I'm also 16 years in recovery and drug and alcohol free. So I'm just going to share a small part of my story and how I got involved in the criminal justice system. At the age of 16, I started to drink and to smoke cannabis, but it wasn't long before I started to take other drugs like LSD, ecstasy, speed, and sometimes a combination of all of those together. A lot of my friends, unfortunately, were into heroin, so I never seen myself as actually having an addiction issue. But later in my 20s, I think the wheels come off, and I had a habit of a minimum of €500 worth of cocaine a day. I'd lost my job because it's very hard to hold down a job when you've got a habit like that, and I started to turn to crime. My way of feeding my habit was I used to get large amounts of cocaine off drug dealers, and on one occasion I got into debt for over €20,000. And I suppose them guys want their money, and you got to find ways to get it, you know. That left me in a really bad place. My body started to shut down. I was passing blood when I go to the toilet. I know that's horrible to hear, but I hadn't been eating, and I was gone for days and days and days without food, just drugs. In 2007, I was charged for 2 robberies, and my solicitor told me to expect a prison sentence. When I look back at that time, that was actually the catalyst for me to say, I need to do something here. So I went into residential treatment. I got a loan off a family member, and I cleared out my drug debts. I was actually a year off everything when I come up to be sentenced. And in fairness, the judge was quite fair. They seen I'd done a lot of work on myself, and instead of a 9-year prison sentence, I was given 2 years. What worked for me in prison is I was transferred to the training unit, which was a drug-free unit, and I began to study social studies with the Open University. After serving 11 months, I was actually released with, I think it was a 2 or 3 year probationary period. The prison linked me into a service called Pathways, and through the Pathways project, I began to continue with my education. I got some aftercare housing, which helped to take me out of that environment that I'd been in before prison. And a year later, I completed a diploma in addiction studies. A year after that, a degree. Then after that, a HDIP. And this year, I'll graduate from the Royal College of Surgeons with a level 9 diploma in clinical leadership. So when I think back and I just reflect, a couple of things come to mind. The catalyst for my recovery was that I was facing a prison sentence. What helped me was the supports that I got in prison. But what was really important was the aftercare supports. Because if we come out of prison and there's nothing there for us, we go back into the community and we get mixing with the same people again. And before you know it, you're back in prison or you're dead. I was fortunate enough to find those supports and to use them. Today, as I say, I work for an organisation which actually provides a lot of those supports. They provide a safer place to recover, an opportunity to explore recovery groups, faith-based groups, an opportunity for community employment, aftercare supports and housing, free education up to degree level, and they work closely with the prisons for individuals that are looking to come from prison into a treatment programme. And yeah, it's just a privilege to be able to be working within those services now and to maybe offer people something that I was given, and I'm thankful for that. I just have one thing here, if I would like to, as I reflect back, there's one question I have to ask myself. If I'd not faced a prison sentence, would I ever have had the motivation to change?
Thank you.
And I'm not sure I would.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And between Gary and Sheila and Brian and Keith there, I think you got a good insight into the, I guess, from Karen and Fergal's perspective, gave us an insight of the services provided within the prison service, and then the need for services, aftercare services, as Gary has just described them there. So thank you, Gary. And again, we will have time to come back to you. Now, our last panellist, and Aisling Golden, feel free to come to the podium. Aisling, yeah, if that's what you prefer. Aisling works for an organisation, Dublin-based organisation providing services, Solace, who we would have had some of Aisling and our colleagues and our team in with us in previous assemblies. So, Aisling, over to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to speak. I work for an organisation called Solace Project, and we run the Compass programme, which works in Weefield Prison, Mountjoy Progression Unit and Obistown, the Obistown campus. So a lot of the time, I think when we think of youth workers, we think of youth workers working in community settings or clubs or even out on the streets, and we don't necessarily put youth workers into the prison setting. But the Compass programme works on the basis that youth workers should work with young people no matter where they are. And unfortunately, there is a lot of young people in this country who are within the walls of our prison and detention centres. Actually, the stat on the slide there will show you that currently Irish legislation, if you're under 18, detention is a last resort, which is a really important piece that keeps under 18s out of prison. However, from the day you turn 18, you do not get them protections anymore. And actually, even though 18 to 24-year-olds only make up 9% of the general Irish population, they make up 20% of the prison population, suggesting right from the very beginning that there is a problem with the prison setting and young people. But I'll start with the good, what's working well. And there is a lot of stuff that is working well. And when we go into the prisons every evening of every day, every week, we meet young people who are absolutely crying out for support and change. They do not want to be in prison. Prison is no holiday camp. They are linking in with us because they want to tackle their addiction. They want to look for employment or whatever supports they need when they get outside. And they're already saying, I don't want to be part of the revolving door system. I'm looking for something new. And they are absolutely jumping to be involved in a programme like Compass. Unfortunately, the Compass programme, as good as it is at working with the people who they work with, does not reach anywhere near that level of young people who are actually within the prison setting. A huge piece about young people, that is the most important piece, is that they are more open to change and rehabilitation than adult offenders are. Their brains are still maturing. They're still in the space where they have that opportunity to really turn their lives around. And if we can provide the right interventions for those young people within the prison system, we can have a much better chance of supporting them, like we've heard from the people here with the lived experience. When you get that support in the system, there is a much bigger opportunity of you being able to turn your life around. However, like all of it, there is a lot of stuff that is not working too well. The drugs trade is the #1 reason why young people are finding themselves in prison. Not all of them have necessarily gone in because they have a drugs conviction or they've been done for sale and supply, but even the young people who have gone in because they've been involved in assault is often an assault that has come from warring drugs factions. Or if it's a robbery due to that drug debt that they have built up and they need some source of creating an income. So even the stats that we see on people going in on drugs offences does not actually show the level of the impact that the drugs trade is having on imprisoning or leading to young people in this country finding themselves within prison. The drugs gangs that we have heard over the last couple of Citizens' Assembly have a huge grip on the most marginalised communities in our society. And the problem is at the moment they are winning, and that young people are losing out as a result. If we have young Jimmy who's got caught with a certain amount of drugs on him, before the judge has even given him his sentence, before he even gets a chance to address what's going on for him in prison, he's been replaced. He has been replaced back out in the community by Young Owen. Young Owen has taken up his spot where he was involved in the selling, and this is where we are falling behind, and this is where the drugs trade and the people who are willing to exploit it are winning the race in terms of having the control in this area. No, we're not ready to meet Conor yet. So a huge piece is young people who find themselves caught up in the drugs trade have found themselves caught up in the drugs trade, like what we heard already, not because they wanted to be there, but poverty and trauma is what is leaving people to be there. Then we've got a whole section of society who are looking to exploit that. They're the people who see these young kids from when they're so young and they know they're going to work for me at some stage. And the fear of a prison sentence, the fear of finding yourself locked up is not enough to combat what's going on for these young people. It is the drugs trade that is winning in this war, and the fear of a prison sentence isn't enough to stop young people going down this path, unfortunately. If it was, we wouldn't need to be here. We have been doing this for 40 years. Our response to drugs crime has to be lock people up, and something is not working with that. Then when you put people into prison, we add to some of the exclusion and some of the trauma that they're facing. You're talking about 19, 20-year-olds who are going in here who have to face the stigma that comes with being in prison, the exclusion from your community. When they get the opportunity to get supports that have been outlined, that's great, but they don't all get that. And I think that's a really important point that needs to be heard in the room today, that while there is health services and there is drug counsellors and there is the Compass programme in the prison, not all young people get to avail of that, particularly if they're on short sentences. Most prisoners serving under a year sentence will not avail of any of them services while they are in prison. And again, that all contributes to that revolving door problem that we have within the prison system. Then when they return to the community...
2 minutes, actually.
Yeah, when they return to the community, they come out with the added isolation. They come out with the stigma that it's attached, that they're the bold kid. Nobody wants the lad who's been in prison moving in next door to them. They're not wanted a lot of the time in the community. If they had positive friends, them friends have moved on. They've built their new lives. And the addictions, the trauma and the poverty that led to them going into prison, often when they come out, are even harder to face. The support systems that they can have can be smaller. The opportunities that they have when they bring that stuff back out can be even worse. We're not going to get to meet Conor today, but we'll have a look at what we can do differently. We need to stop treating people who have got involved in the drugs trade for whatever reason. We need to stop excluding them from society. We need to have systems that allow people who need support, whether it's somebody who's just decided to, the 19-year-old girl in Malahide who's taking cocaine for the first time at the weekend. We need a system where we can talk openly about it, where we can educate, and when people find themselves struggling with addictions or struggling, going down a path of grooming or into criminality, that we can speak openly and we can talk about it. Anybody who finds themselves in prison needs the support of something like a Compass programme or a Cork Alliance who is able to say, where do you want to go? What do you want to be when you come out? And how do we get you through it? They need to walk out that door of the prison with somebody guiding them along that route. If we expect them to just come back out and be able to change things around that they weren't able to change before they went in, we're not going to be able to do that. We really need to send a strong message to any person who is caught up in the drug trade. If you are a young person in this country, that you are important, that you are an important part of community life. If you're battling an addiction, if you're involved in the sale of drugs, or if you have gone to prison and have been at the most extreme end of it, there is still a place for you within this community. You are still wanted. Link in with a service, see what is there, see what can be supported for you, and let's stop adding to the further stigma and the further marginalisation of these young people, and do our absolute best to bring them back into our community.
Well done, Aisling. Thanks, Aisling. Very passionately delivered. And Aisling, I will give you an opportunity during the Q&A to maybe introduce us to Conor. So we will give you a chance to do that. So look, I'm going to ask the panellists to remain with us for now. And can I ask you just about 7 minutes or so at your table? Just, again, I'll go randomly round tables. I'll give you advance notice, but I'll call in to as many tables as I possibly can and ask you to keep the questions brief, and we'll get the panellists' brief response as well. Thank you. Can I go, I'm going to go in the following order. Table 9, 1, 11 and 14. So just to be ready in advance. So table 9, please. Can I have a question about, can I get everybody's attention, please? Table 9.
Yes, so it was mentioned a few times, but we were just wondering, why do prisoners on shorter sentences not get access to services that other people on longer sentences do?
Karen?
Yeah, so I suppose at the moment, unfortunately, our prisons are overcrowded. We're at 103% of capacity. And whilst we have very good services, there are waiting lists to access those services. And if I think of psychology, in particular, we have 39 psychologists for over 4,600 prisoners, the majority of whom need psychological interventions. And today our waiting list is at 1,700. So if you're only serving 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, you won't get access to that service, and then the interventions take quite a lot of time. So the difficulty is, whilst the services are there, we have a finite number of services and there are waiting lists, and if you're only in for a short period of time, you may not get access. And I think the second important point is about motivation. For a lot of people serving short sentences, they're in their throes of addiction and they're not mentally in the space to start engaging with services and begin the road to recovery. And I think for me, that's why those services need to be accessed in a holistic way within the community.
Thanks. And Fergal, do you want to add anything, Fergal?
No, not really, except just to say that, you know, we have about 400 people who are serving life sentences. And the reality is, for people who are sending down, there is a change in those people during the course of their sentence. And in the main, life sentence prisoners who are released on licence have served their sentence, have progressed through education, psychology, many other services, and are really, their risk to society is negligible. So, you know, those people with longer sentences, we can provide and engage in a much more meaningful way.
Okay, well made. And I know the question was specifically within the prison service, so we'll leave that one just there. Table 1.
So the question from our table is, why is there a disproportionate and higher proportion of young people in prison, and what can be done in and out of prison to help this problem?
Can I pose that one firstly to maybe Sheila and Aisling and please?
I think one of the reasons why there's a higher number of young people in prison is to do with age. I think when people are younger, they're more active out in the community. They hang around in, you know, groups of much more social, much more involved with young people, with their groups of friends in the community. And drug use, and I absolutely am putting the point forward that drugs is a huge reason why people end up in prison. But drug use and drug involvement is more prevalent amongst the younger groups of people. So I definitely think that has a huge reason. Offending behaviour peaks at the age of 19 when we're talking about the younger generation. So offending does tend to be higher right across all levels of offending for young people, but when we introduce drugs into the equation, that gets bigger quite significantly. Why is there a lack of services for it? It is a totally different piece. It's down to resources. We are pumping. It costs so much money to send a young person to Oberstown Detention Centre for a year. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it's about 300,000. Yet, in order to provide services like what we do in Compass or in, you know, juvenile justice services, you're talking about for every 100,000 that we get, we could probably work with about 12 young people. So that's a serious question. Why are we putting so much money into imprisoning young people and not putting the same amount into the community setting, when actually that's where the majority of young people are, or the majority of people who are involved in offending are of that younger age, and we need to do something. There's a serious question to be asked about how we divide economic resources to these responses.
And Aisling, thanks for sharing some figures, you know, to put it in context for us, which makes it really well.
Yeah.
Just before I go to Sheila, can I just ask maybe Gary, Brian, or Keith, if you want to make any comment just in your sense of this and young people? Might have caught you on the hop.
Yeah. I suppose it's just what Aisling is saying there. The younger people are out there. Drugs are really prevalent at the moment. You don't have to go very far to find a group of young people with cannabis and, you know, unfortunately other drugs like crack cocaine. We're in the middle of a crack cocaine epidemic in this country, and look, people make mistakes when they're young. They experiment with these drugs and they end up in all sorts of trouble. As in relation to the services, I'd say it's down to the availability of funding for services. And maybe it's important to try and fund these services for youths and to try and direct resources in that direction. That would be my thoughts.
Okay, and I'll come back to Brian and Keith in a minute as well, and on other questions. Sheila, do you want to come in on that one again?
I think I'd just like to add in just a piece of that bit of you can't be what you can't see. And if you don't have if we're in a deprived community that the social capital is poor, if we haven't resourced our communities, and you've got older men hanging, that are leading out and drugging, trying to get your attention, then they're the only people you know. I know, Brian, you talk about the first time you smoked wasn't a cigarette, it was a toke off a joint. Yeah, at 11. So, when that's where society is bringing you, that's the reality of how you end up very quickly on a very quick, on a fast track cycle into prison.
Thanks. And can I just ask Karen?
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier, and for me it's the most shocking statistic in terms of the demographics who make up our prison population today. The average school leaving age of everybody in prison today is 14. If you disengage with mainstream education, you become lost, and it's very easy for you to get involved in crime. The crime is often related to an addiction, and you spiral out of control very quickly. So for me, one of the protective factors, is education and employment. But if you're leaving mainstream education in Ireland today at 14, your pathway into the criminal justice system is almost determined, and there is a pipeline from school to our prisons. So what we need to do is look at how we maintain those vulnerable children who are generally from families where they've experienced a lot of trauma, where there are mental health or addiction issues within the family. How do we maintain those children in education and offer them hope for their future, is the question for me.
Keith? Thanks, Karen.
Maybe, like, when young people come into prison, there's a reason why they're going in there, and, like, what happens is they go into prison, but even they got assessed when they came into prison, even permission to be assessed for ADHD, dyslexia, that don't happen, but I think there's something kind of coming up about it now. But in my later years, when I went into college, I was kind of one of the lucky ones that I kind of learned a bit about myself, and I realised 2 years ago that when I got diagnosed with ADHD and dyslexia, so I had no awareness of that, so I just put that back on top.
Very good. Keith? Yeah. Sorry, Fergal, and then...
Just if I could just add to that, as our previous speaker mentioned, there is this cliff edge between being a child and being an adult at 18, and people continue to develop cognitively, we believe, up to about 24, 25. So, we have a lot of people who are very immature, young adults in prison. What we try to do is engage them in things like psychology. We use our assistant psychologists to engage specifically with young people 18 to 24 to try and get into them so that we don't have those people coming back into prison. It's a very limited kind of service, but it's a very good service. The research showing that we're making good work. GASHCA works with people under 26. GASHCA is embedded within the prison service. And President Higgins has come in many times to present the GASHCA awards to prison. So there are things going on, but there's a disproportionate number, and we can't influence the numbers who actually end up in custody.
Okay, and I wanted to give a lot of time to that question because I think it touched on a lot of really important issues. I'm just trying to move on. So table 11, please, and then table 14, if you can get ready.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Gary, just his entire story was just incredible, but I just wanted to ask in particular regarding your experiences with prison. You said that they helped you. Do you think that you're an exceptional case, or do you think that this could possibly apply to more people?
I suppose I was 12 months drug and alcohol free when I was imprisoned. So I'd already started to get help for my addiction. I found that the services were available in there, especially within the training unit, that there was opportunities for education, and that from there were teachers that came in and they would identify particular individuals and ask them if they would be willing to look at third level education. I fortunately was one of those people, and I decided that that's something that I wanted to do. So it was certainly available for individuals within the training unit. I think it's the progression unit now, if I'm right. But as far as I know, those opportunities are still there. And what was really important for a lot of guys that I was in prison with is that the medical unit was there too. So people from Mountjoy who wanted to come off the drugs, they could detox within the medical unit, and then from the medical unit go to the training unit where they could find education and a drug-free lifestyle. So I think the training unit doesn't work without the medical unit, and if there's nothing after the medical unit, then you're setting people up for a fail. So I think the prisons, although they can get a lot of slack, they actually provide the services and pathways for people to address their addiction issues and to further themselves in life through education.
Thank you, Gary. And Brian, feel free if you want to make...
Yeah, for myself, I suppose prison helped me, as in it saved my life many different occasions. And I would, with the prison, I would get well, as in I'd put on some weight, I'd have 3 square meals a day, my health was looked after. I wasn't in a position to seek help. I was doing shorter sentences, but I was in the thick of addiction going to prison, so for me I was trying to find drugs in prison and I had no issue in getting that. But like Gary said, for certain prisoners that are there for longer sentences, there is a lot more there for them. And I suppose, the truth to be told, I didn't want help at that time, you know. I just wanted to go in and get myself well for a couple of months and come back out and do it all over again. That was my mentality at the time. So I suppose that's the question. If you ask every different person, you'll get a different answer, you know. But great question. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to get some more in. Can I go to table 14? And if I can just ask table 3 and 8 to be ready as well, please.
Hey there. We get a question for Dr. McCaffrey. On last session, we get to hear strong opinion from Paula's life experience that prison does not help at all with drug problem. How would you change her mind?
Just before I go to Karen, she reminded me beforehand that she's not actually a doctor, so if anybody gets sick or falls ill, just... So, Karen, apologies.
I think we provide incredible services, you know, to people who have an addiction. For me, I think it's a shame that people need to come within the criminal justice system to access those services. But we have a range of services. We have a healthcare team. We have doctors and nurses and addiction counsellors. And I think that the guys have spoken to the fact that you need to be in the right place to begin that journey of recovery. So one of the things we're doing at the moment is we're working with the Recovery Academy and the Recovery Institute to develop a peer-led recovery programme within our prisons. We believe that peer-led models really, really work. We've got some really successful models within our prisons, and the Red Cross, the Samaritan's Listener schemes. So there's absolutely more we can do to support people. But my fundamental argument is it's the addiction that leads a person into criminality. So what we need to do is to look at prevention and prevent people coming into the criminal justice system. And when you look at that 78% of people who came to us last year for less than 12 months, they're public order offences, they're drug-related offences, they're theft, they're burglary. And what we need to do are to put the support services that are available within our prisons available in the same way and as easily accessible within our communities, so that we prevent people ever coming in contact with the criminal justice system by virtue of their addiction. So I do accept a prison service is not a perfect service. We don't have unlimited resources, but what we do have is huge empathy, huge compassion, and a huge desire to help people within our prisons have hope for a different future. But for a lot of those people who are in the throes of active addiction, they need to make that decision and come on that journey with them. And when you're coming to us for 2, 3, 4, 5 months, you're not in that space, unfortunately.
Aisling, can I just ask you if you'd like to make any comment, and then I'll let Sheila. Aisling, yeah?
There's a lot of people out there as well who aren't necessarily looking to get clear from drugs. Connor, who I didn't get to speak about, is one such young person who is a daily cannabis smoker. He functions normally well. You know, he's on a scheme, he's working, he's got a good group of friends, but actually what we might say it's an addiction because it's daily. He is saying, I am going to continue to do this. I do not want support. I do not want to give up cannabis. Now, he has gone to prison. That says 5 days up there, I should say 5 months. I just realised that. And he's going to go back to prison. He's out now, but I know he's going to go back because he has 2 more possession of cannabis charges up before the courts. And this is an issue as well when we have young people in modern Irish society who are choosing to take drugs and who want to have cannabis and maybe some other drugs as part of their life. And that's a piece that we're going to have to look at. Not all drug addiction is coming from trauma or is a full-on addiction. Some of it is recreational use, some of it is choice-based use. And we need a response to that too. We need to not criminalise young people because on a Saturday night they choose to engage in recreational drug use. We need to not criminalise young people because they want to have a joint after they finish their day's work. But we need to not ignore it either. It's a problem. He keeps getting picked up because he keeps getting caught. The police know. They know him now. He gets caught and he's got a bag of weed in his back pocket. I think he's got like over 21 charges or something like that now. That's a problem. That's a real modern day Irish problem that is going to affect young people right across the communities, all walks of life, whether you're from the disadvantaged communities or whether you're from a more privileged background. And we need a response to that. So when we're talking about addiction in prisons, we are talking about the most extreme ends of it, but we are also going to continue to see a growing number of people who are involved in recreational and choice-based drug use. And this is another question for what we're going to do about that in this room today, because we can't lump it all in as the same one response. We can't send everybody into an addiction service. That's just not possible. So what are we going to do? How are we going to look at drugs from the full range, from the serious addiction to the Connors who's like, I'm going to smoke no matter what you say.
Well done. Well done, Ashley. Well done for bringing that into the mix. Ashley, it's important that we and all the members here, full range of the issues that we need to grapple with in our recommendations. Sheila?
Yeah, I suppose I just wanted to say that for some people, I've actually forgotten now because I was so much engrossed in what Ashley was saying. I think what Paul was talking to was the 2 pieces. One, when women go to prison, it's very different than from when men go to prison. They're very different circumstances and very different consequences for them. And as a society, we doubly judge them. When a man goes to prison, invariably there's a woman at home looking after his children. There's a woman coming to visit him, and there's a woman making sure that he's got money when he's in prison. When a woman goes to prison, her children go to care. Nobody comes and visits her, and she is she's almost also stigmatised for being a bad parent. And when she comes out, she's homeless, has to try and get her children back, deal with her addiction, get her children back, and be stigmatised throughout all of that process. So I think we're talking about 2 very different issues. And there are lots of problems, for men who go to prison and who go to prison on short-term sentences and getting access to resources that I think we can provide better in the community. But I think, as Karen said as well, the prison don't get to choose who comes. The court decides that. But the court is left with, when we need a community, when we need to respond in some way, the judges seem to think the only options they have is prison. But that's very often the case when you're looking at 6 or 9 months to get into residential treatment, or onto a methadone program, that these things take time. And when you're in time in the community and you're in chaos and you're in addiction and you're picking up more charges, because to get on a methadone program, you have to be using heroin. You could be 2 months waiting to get on methadone, but you have to use heroin throughout that. So effectively the HSE is saying to you, yes, we know you're buying an illegal drug, but we can't do anything about it until we get you on a methadone program. That's the reality of it. So every day they're going out to commit a crime, but 1, using the drug that's illegal, and 2, probably having to go to get money to fund it.
Okay,
but that's
Sheila,
the process.
Just no further wants to come in, and I do want to take 2 more questions, so Fergal, briefly if I can.
I just want to make a very quick point. One of the things that the prison service has done this year, and I think it's commendable from our side, is we've engaged under contract people with lived experience. And this is a really important thing, because prison service are a security-oriented service. We now pay people who are former prisoners with lived experience to come in and work with our services, our psychologists, our nurses, our educational people. And an example I would give you, the two Norries are the first two people that we engaged. And Timmy would say that when he sat in on groups with psychologists, and they were talking, it was the meeting of theory and practice. So they were talking about people on release and how they're going to navigate their lives post-release. And a question came from the floor, but how the fuck am I going to go back when I go back to my Ross or Knocknaheeny or Denora Avenue, where I'm from? And that's where Timmy came in, and he said, that's a really difficult question, because, no disrespect to our psychologists, you know, they have the theory, but to have somebody with the practice there is really important. And to develop that concept, which I know Karen wants to do, is really important going forward. Because prisoners listen to prisoners, and they really have an impact. And bringing that lived experience, which I'm delighted to see here today, within our correctional system is a really important development going forward.
Well done, Fergal. Really quickly.
Really quickly to that.
4 seconds.
Is that the prison service is one of the bravest national state services to actually be brave enough to do that. They've allowed us if we employ people of conviction, with conviction, that they're allowed work in the prisons as long if we're sending over them, there's no problem. But the prison service have now employed them. No other state service has done that.
Thank you. Well done. If I can go to two tables, table 3 and table 8, and I'll take both questions together, just conscious we're eating into your deliberation time. So table 3 and table 8. Table 3 firstly.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well done, everybody, and well done, in particular to the lads and to yourselves as well. Firstly and foremostly, 2 questions. It's very quick. First question is prison services. Okay, what are you doing to stop drugs coming into the prison? What is going on? It's a prison that drugs are getting into our prison services. And then we've heard about all these wonderful organisations, all these great groups, community groups like yourselves and all that, over the course of the last number of weeks and months that we've been here. And in terms of what's the story with organisations in relation to preventing all of this, that we're not having this? And secondly on that, if there was a national organisation, do you think there was one body there, do you think that would work, or is it a case of you're in my territory now, stay away from my territory?
3 questions, actually.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, I know, I was going to go back to that. The prevention one I'm going to hold for our next mention, but it does come up and we're all anxious to get to it. Sorry, can I take table 8, and I will come to the table 8, please.
Thank you. During the first couple of assemblies, we heard a lot of contributions about destigmatizing addiction and removing the association with criminality from addiction. And I know Dr. McCaffrey did mention it would be great to have lots of interventions available outside of prisons that are currently available in prison, but it does sound like from some of the contributions, particularly from the gentleman from the lived experience, that prison did actually play a role and it was a safety net for people. So how do you reconcile that role of prison being a safety net with also removing the stigma and the criminality that's associated with addiction?
Great question. And so can I just take them pieces first? So the first one, Karen, to yourself maybe, what are we doing to stop drugs coming into prisons? I'll leave that specifically with yourself.
Yeah, I mean, we take endless steps every day to keep drugs outside of our prisons, but as I mentioned, the drug-seeking behaviour doesn't stop at the gate, and people spend a lot of their time, particularly people in the throes of active addiction, coming up with ways to get drugs into our prisons. We have netting over our yards, we have perimeter security, we have drug dogs, we have screening arrangements front of house. But regrettably, a lot of people who come to prison come internally packed with drugs. So we're now currently looking at new technology, X-ray machines that are in place in other jurisdictions that will identify, the fact that you're coming in with drugs. A lot of people are under duress to bring drugs into prison. It's not necessarily that they're bringing it in for their own use. They're bringing it in because they're under pressure. They're bringing it in because they have a drug debt, and it's a way to settle a drug debt. So I have said, and I'm really honest about this, we will not have drug-free prisons until we have drug-free societies. But it is incumbent upon us to take every step we can to make our environment drug-free, because I really believe, and for particularly people people in prison who are parents, the best service we can do for that parent and for their children is to help them to achieve recovery while they're in their custody, because when they go back out, they have a much better hope and an opportunity, for a greater future. But it is an endless task, and as soon as we close down one avenue, regrettably another avenue opens up. So really what we need to do are to get people in active addiction and to look at a different sanction that could be community based, that would deal with the offending behaviour, but that would tackle the root cause. And the root cause is the addiction, and when they come to us for a short period, unfortunately we're not in a position to tackle those root cause issues.
Okay, I'm just trying to get through a few here now. The question came up before, Sheila, maybe to yourself first, is would a national body overseeing provision of these services at all ends of the continuum, would that make sense? What's your view on that?
As a Cork woman, I'll always say no. I don't want to be ruled by Dublin. I think there's difficulties in it because you've got different resources in different areas, and if you're talking about rural Cork, if you're talking about Kerry, like we'll support projects in Kerry because there's not enough of a prison population, thankfully, in Kerry to actually warrant a project on its own right. So I think if you're to have a national programme, there's lots of challenges in all of that. So I think that you have to look. Sounds like a no, but you have to look at the communities where people are coming from prison and are coming from the prison back to the community and vice versa, and put your resources there if we're looking at a prison point.
Karen, I want to get in briefly because I want to bring in the three guys.
I think there's actually a really good model, and it's actually in Northern Ireland, not too far away from us. They've developed support hubs, and they're hubs in place in communities to tackle the root causes of offending. They're an integrated service, and they have the council, housing agency, youth justice, probation, education, all co-located, and the aim is to provide services to families and to children within their own communities and to make the access to those services easier. I think there are some really actually green shoots in Ireland in relation to looking at the future as to how we could do this. So I know under the Taoiseach's office they've established a child poverty and wellbeing unit, and there are a couple of aims of that unit. One is around obviously dealing with child poverty and marginalisation and economic marginalisation. Secondly, really importantly, it's around education and access to education and retention. But there is a specific aim in Ireland in that unit to look at integrating the service provision for family and children, because services are disparate, services are the responsibilities of different statutory and non-statutory agencies. But it can't be beyond us to bring those services together and to make them easily accessible, and most importantly, to treat all of the holistic needs of a person, not just one of the issues in an individual service.
Thanks, Karen. And this thing keeps coming up, whether it's greater integration or it's greater oversight or single services, so it's something hanging in the air. I'm getting strong arrows from table number 13 saying that I must have missed them in the last session. Before I come back to the very good question, table 8, table 13, can I ask you to pose one as well, and then I'll come back to table 8's question. Table 13, please. And my apologies, I missed you the last time.
We were wondering if what would each member of the panel like to see come from the Assembly?
Always the question that puts a shiver down my spine when each Assembly member, each member of the panel, but I'll ask some of them. Can I just come back to table 8, first of all, just the whole issue around decriminalisation and the conflicting issue between stigmatising but yet has provided a good help and services within prison. So, Brian, Keith, please, if you want to come in on some of that. So the question was around the issue of stigmatisation, people going into prison, but yet going into prison was a chance to get some services. How do you kind of square that all off?
There is a stigma out there of going to prison, but I think myself, a lot of the young lads that are going to prison these days, they're coming from a lot of antisocial behaviour in their local area, and how do you stop that? I don't know.
There's also no stigma to being in prison within your group.
And on a personal basis, I remember I was only a young lad, I was only 18, and it was my first stint in prison. And when I finished that prison sentence, all of my friends at that time, none of them had been there. So me being a young boy, they thrived on that, you know, and I got a high out of it. You know, like I was the big bad kid in my group, you know. I was the first one of my mates to go to prison. Like, looking back on it now, it was madness, like, but at the time it was great, you know. It was like a trophy to carry, you know.
I think that feeds back into the you can't be what you can't see. So unless you've got other alternatives for people and diversion ways of being and other ways of finding status within your community, you know, it is the alternative way to respond to that.
Okay. Just for Gary, do you want to make any comment on that briefly?
I'm a bit unsure how to answer that one.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Fergal, really briefly.
Yeah, I just want to say, look, prevention is obviously the key, but like we have to deal with the reality. People come into prison, and that we need to transition them from custody to community as safely as possible. 3 things: they need income support. I was harassed and abused by Father McVery for years that we were releasing people on Friday, they'd no income, they'd no medical card, they'd no housing, whatever, and correctly so. But we now have protocols in place. Everybody leaving prison gets their social welfare income on the day they release. They get a medical card if they're serving 6 months or more. We have better links with housing. Could it be better? Yes. But we still have problems with employment, and we still have problems in housing where people, through estate management issues, are excluded. So we've made progress in terms of, because people need protective factors when they leave prison, and society needs to be willing to accept them back.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, okay, what I do just is table 13's question, and it's literally in one word as best you can. From each of the panellists, what area would you like to see us make a recommendation on? I mean, that's the question. What area would you like to see us make a recommendation on? So, just in one word, or maybe 2, maybe 3 max. Karen.
I mean, for me, it's about providing integrated treatment services outside of the criminal justice system. We shouldn't criminalise and stigmatise and further marginalise people by sending them to custody to access services.
That was 4 words. Well done, Karen. Yeah, Fergal?
For me, as somebody who used to work in the HSE when they had childcare, it's about better prevention, it's better child and family services, better family support.
Thanks, Fergal. Sheila?
I think it's addiction treatment and detox services that are responsive to the needs and the urgency that comes with that.
Good.
Definitely more treatment services. Maybe one treatment centre that suits, you know, medical unit in it. You know, that's what I think it needs.
Thank you, Brian. Keith?
I suppose young people there, you know, I suppose. If they get convicted over, we'll say, joints of weed or small, like that's going to hold them for a job and things like that, you know. They need to kind of look into that kind of thing as well, you know.
And Gary?
I think the drug courts could be better utilised. They're not really utilised at the moment, and I think if they were, that maybe the drug courts could be used to direct people towards rehabilitation, detox, and community services before a prison sentence is handed down.
Thank you, Gary. Well made. And Aisling?
I think we need to stop criminalising drug use. And I think a huge role that could come out of the Citizens' Assembly is the move towards the decriminalisation of drugs to the eventual legalisation of drugs. And let's bring in a community-based, health-led approach that stops criminalising, stops punishing, and starts tackling the issue face on.
Thanks, Aisling. Very clear. I think just very quickly to do justice, table 13's question, I think the issues are integration of services, prevention, addiction and treatment services, drug courts and decriminalisation. So something that's been very strong themes throughout the process so far. Can I just firstly thank our panellists. I'm always impressed with people who are working in this sector. And I think the whole session worked really well and very seamlessly from people who have had their lived experiences. And I think we got a really greater insight into the Irish Prison Service and the service that's provided in a wide range of very challenging and difficult circumstances. So I should also recognise, just being told, that Fergal is just about to wind down his long career in the Irish Prison Service. So I want to thank him for all his work. But do thank your colleagues as well on our behalf for everything that they do for us as well. Thank you very much indeed. So we've eaten a lot of time, but I think the Q&A was important there. It's time now to reflect back at your tables. I think it's important just to take stock of what you've heard. I presume we can integrate the tea break into this, which tea and coffee should be here if they're not here already. And we're back at 15:40. So between the discussion at your tables, grab a coffee and we'll regroup at 15:40. Thanks very much. A live session. Tony, Joe, can I ask you to take your seats at the table, please? Jim, Joe, can I ask you to take the seats, please? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We're now at our kind of final session, though we will have some time for deliberations. And this session fits on, I think, really well from the previous one, where we'll now look in this session to look at some of the alternative pathways that are in existence and are available versus coercive sanctions. So I'll introduce our panellists as we go through individually. So first up, Assistant Commissioner Justin Kelly from An Garda Síochána, who will have presented us in the early first Assembly meeting, and I ask Assistant Commissioner to present to us again, please, just in the context of alternative pathways. Thank you. Justin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I last addressed you in April, and it's a great privilege for me to be back to talk to you about the work of An Garda Síochána in relation to the area of controlled drugs. As you may recall, in April, I outlined to you that we are your police force and that our functions are set out in the Garda Síochána Act of 2005. Our mission is to keep people safe, and one of our roles is to enforce the criminal legislation that the people of Ireland have entrusted our legislators to enact. This afternoon, my aim is to outline to you how An Garda Síochána utilise the drugs legislation. Naturally, for your future considerations, it will be important to have a good understanding of the current system. I will firstly turn to our powers of search, which comes from Section 23 and Section 26 of the Misuse of Drugs Act. Section 23 allows us to stop and search people, but to do this, we must have reasonable cause to suspect that a person is in possession of controlled drugs. We must explain to that person why we are searching them, and if not in uniform, we must identify ourselves. We also use this power of search to search vehicles for drugs. Section 26 allows us to search premises, homes or businesses, for example. To do this, we must obtain a search warrant, usually from a judge. We must, of course, satisfy the judge that such a search is necessary. In some circumstances, we can obtain a search warrant from a peace commissioner, but it is normally from a judge we obtain such a warrant. I will now talk to you about drugs possession offences. Section 3 of the Misuse of Drugs Act outlines the actual offence, what is known as simple possession or possession for personal use. If we seize drugs that are for personal use, we will record this as a Section 3 incident on our computer system, which is known as Pulse. Our legislation outlines the penalties for those who are found in possession of controlled drugs in these circumstances. It is important to know that the legislation differentiates between cannabis and all other drugs. For cannabis possession, how it will work is that on your first offence, you will be able to avail of what is known as an adult caution, which will be given to you by a Garda inspector. This is not a criminal conviction. On your next offence, you will be prosecuted, but on conviction, one can only be fined. There is no potential of imprisonment. Again, for your next offence, a prosecution can only result in a fine at most. For your fourth offence, a judge can fine you and at their discretion impose a prison sentence up to a maximum of 12 months. This is the same for any subsequent conviction. Differently to cannabis, all other drugs are dealt with, as I set out for cannabis, on the fourth offence, so the judge will have an option to fine you or at their discretion impose a prison sentence up to a maximum of 12 months. So that's for all other drugs outside cannabis. However, the reality is very few people in our system are imprisoned for Section 3 offences, and this is something that I mentioned to you on the first day of the Citizens' Assembly. Our judiciary have a number of other options which are frequently used as alternatives to imprisonment, and Judge Ryan spoke of one of these this morning. In 2022, nationwide, we initiated approximately 11,000 Section 3 prosecutions. So that's 11,000. This resulted in 261 individuals receiving sentences of imprisonment or suspended terms of imprisonment. 261. Every one of these people had multiple previous convictions. In fact, the median number was 76 previous convictions. To be clear, not one of this 261 was a first-time offender. Many of these were convicted on the same day for other serious offences, along with the Section 3 offence. So I hope that this illustrates that in our current system, it is not the norm to be imprisoned for personal use drugs possession. It should also be noted that all children under 18 in relation to drugs possession are dealt with under our juvenile liaison scheme. And the point of that scheme is to divert children away from the criminal justice process. And it's a well-established system that we have in our organisation. I'll now move on to sale and supply. Possession for sale or supply is outlined in Section 15 of the Misuse of Drugs Act. If your case is dealt with in the district court, generally for smaller amounts of drugs for supply, a judge may give you a prison sentence up to 12 months and/or a fine. Similarly, in the circuit court for larger amounts, you can receive a term of imprisonment up to life imprisonment and/or a fine. However, the reality is sentences are far less than this. If the amount of drugs seized is over €13,000, the minimum sentence is 10 years under Section 15A of the Misuse of Drugs Act. However, in exceptional circumstances, if they are shown, this can be reduced, and it often is. The focus of all our drugs units around the country and on the Garda National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau is on the sale and supply, not on possession. Our focus is on targeting those harming our community by supplying drugs. We set no targets or any metrics in relation to the possession offences. As you may recall, the first time I was here, I outlined that Garda Síochána is supportive of the current health-led approach, but has grave concerns around any potential legalisation of controlled drugs. These concerns are based on the implications for the whole of our society, not focusing just on those who consume drugs. My colleagues in North and South America have been very clear with me that legislation will not remove the influence of organised crime groups who will continue to maintain the illicit black market, undercutting legal prices and increasing strengths of drugs. My colleagues in Canada have told me that such changes have significantly curtailed their abilities to approach and engage with suspects. In British Columbia, the first month of legislation or legalisation saw a record number of overdose deaths. I have also been told that legislation will result in an increase in drug driving, something we hardly need here, given that last year we had almost 2,000 drug driving prosecutions. In relation to the Portuguese model, I recently went to Lisbon and met those involved in running the scheme and my police colleagues there. What was made very clear to me is the drugs remain illegal in Portugal. It was also emphasised to me that this was not decriminalisation, but is a diversion scheme. Possession of drugs in Portugal, as you may know, are dealt with as administrative offences and not an option not available in this jurisdiction. But this is an issue that you may explore further tomorrow. Finally, it was of interest to me that despite the number of country delegations who have visited Portugal and examined their model, not one have implemented it. On Garda Síochána, of course, support measures that can prevent drug deaths, such as the use of naloxone and supervised injecting facilities. We also fully support those who work in the drugs rehabilitation and recovery area and recognise the need for additional resourcing. However, as I said earlier, it is incumbent on us and on Garda Síochána to keep society safe as a whole and to protect the rights of the victims of crime. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you well in your deliberations.
Thank you, Justin, Assistant Commissioner and Garda Síochána. I think just 2 points if I could just take away from your presentation. First of all, the grave concerns which you have expressed around legislation based on your experience of dealing with other administrations, and you have certainly been very clear and consistent, as have your colleagues throughout the process. And secondly, an interesting point where you've given us some information just around where the focus of An Garda Síochána is around sale and supply and not having specific targets around possession and the various other pathways. So thanks for sharing that, and thanks also for being on time. I didn't want to pull up a Garda for the third time today. That would have been, my life wouldn't be worth anything. So, okay, I'm going to move on and invite Mark Wilson, the Director of Probation Services. And again, Mark will give us some insights in terms of the role of probation services, but particularly and specifically related to pathways related to drug use.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As you have heard throughout your work, there's a well-documented relationship between drug use and offending behaviour, which includes crime committed while under the influence of drugs, crimes committed to obtain money for drugs, or crimes committed within the context of drug supply. These offences range from public order, road traffic, theft, burglary, violent sexual and non-sexual offending, up to including domestic violence, rape and murder. For some, an appearance before court will be once off. For others, they will have experienced periodic episodes where they have appeared irregularly before the courts. And for others, it is almost as if their entire life focus and sense of self can become enmeshed within a drug and crime culture. For some, especially women, the majority of the harm caused is often to themselves. For others, their behaviour can be highly challenging, undermining of a community's sense of safety and demanding a clear criminal justice response. When asked by the court, the probation service assesses the person to understand what has happened and to understand what in the person's life has led them to this point. We consider the offence, the impact on the victim, the factors leading to that offence, and the person's willingness and capacity to change. Where directed by the court, the probation service manages the individual subject to the court order under the conditions imposed in order to assist that person to change. Today, I will give you an overview of the work of the probation service, speak to you about the prevalence of drug and alcohol amongst the clients we work with, and outline what we see as the primary issues for the Assembly to consider. The Probation Service is an executive agency within the Department of Justice. We provide services to the courts and the wider criminal justice system through the delivery of community sanctions. We aim to create fairer and more inclusive communities where crime and its causes are effectively addressed. We are a national service. Our staff are social work trained. We work with adults and children. We provide services to the district, circuit and central criminal courts. And it's important to identify that our relationship with clients is involuntary. So people engage with us because they are directed to do so by the court or are under an order of the court. While the majority of our staff work in the community, we have staff working in all of our prisons, and we provide an in-reach service to Overstand Children Detention Campus. In support of our work, we allocate 1/3 of our budget, approximately €18 million this year, to the community and voluntary sector, which is 60 organisations throughout the country who worked with 4,500 of our clients in 2022. The majority of our funded projects work with those with problematic drug use, providing tailored psychosocial interventions in communities, working in partnership with other local services. Our funding in this area includes €2 million, which is provided directly to 18 drug treatment services throughout the country. Some of those we fund have actually spoken to the Assembly, including Coolmine, Analythi, Sale, and today both Solace and Cork Alliance. In the context of the crime for which the person is committed, it is the aim of the probation service to establish positive relationships with the client in order to supervise, guide and assist them to promote their successful social integration and using control where necessary. We achieve this through the work of our staff, our work with our funded projects, across sectoral partnerships involving statutory and the community and voluntary sector, and implementing the National Drug Strategy and through regional drugs task forces. In 2021, we published a research report on the prevalence of alcohol and drug use amongst the probation client group. The survey was designed and implemented in partnership with the Central Statistics Office, emphasising the importance of data-informed decision-making. And as you can see from the slide, we experience 81% of our clients who have some form of drug or alcohol misuse. The most at-risk group is 25 to 34 age group, and at 50% of that group, there is a direct relationship between their crime and substance misuse. Other key findings from the research report demonstrate the drug of choice being used from the highest down, the preferences for male and female, the level of participants who have ever had a conviction for possession, and the level of engagement with relevant intervention services at the point of referral to us. I'd also refer you to a further research report we published in 2021 looking at the mental health of those who we work with in the probation service. That report by Dr. Christina Power found that 40% of adults on probation supervision presented with symptoms of at least one mental health problem. 50% of this group also presented with either an alcohol and drug misuse problem, difficult family relationships, and or accommodation instability. And in total, the report found there were significant unmet psychological and psychiatric needs amongst our client group. There's a further report that I'll draw your attention to, which is the high-level task force to consider the mental health and addiction issues of those coming in contact with the criminal justice system. That report, prepared jointly by the Department of Justice and the Department of Health, the committee was chaired by Kathleen Lynch, former Minister of State for Mental Health, and it makes a broad set of important recommendations relevant to the Assembly's work. Harmful drug use is a national problem. While harmful drugs can be present amongst any of our family and friends and communities, you have heard repeatedly that it is disproportionately present within areas of high deprivation. We've also heard, or also I should say we should remain conscious of the additional specific needs of women, children, and members of ethnic minorities. In relation to the issues that I've identified there within the slide, on the first, on healthcare-led prevention, the probation service fully endorses the continuing approach, which is health-led. In terms of a diversion from the criminal justice system, yes, we should divert people from entering the criminal justice system, but for those that do, we're conscious of the extra stigma attached to having a criminal conviction, but there are options open to the court in dealing with an individual which enables them not to proceed to convict, but does influence the ability of that person to engage with services. And certainly we heard accounts of that earlier today. So we would encourage diversion from the criminal justice system, diversion from conviction, and diversion from the use of imprisonment at the earliest point to engage with the individual. Community sanctions, in terms of what the probation service does, the probation service can and does work with this target group. We do so effectively, and we should maximise the use of community sanctions in order to assist people engage with treatment. A probation order in the district court is not a conviction, so a person can be placed under the supervision of the probation service and not receive a conviction, and that is an important point to emphasise. In terms of building capacity for the necessary services, the answer to the challenges faced in this area, as you've heard repeatedly said, is much broader than addiction treatment and requires a whole of government response. The lack of suitable accommodation in particular to support those in recovery remains a critical problem. The need to strengthen psychosocial outreach, peer support and aftercare services are all still relevant. In terms of overcoming societal barriers, as I've said, addiction brings stigmatization, but also the additionality of having a criminal conviction further compounds that person's life opportunities, and it is something which we should be encouraged to listen to those with lived experience, identify those obstacles in front of them, and to move forward.
Just 1 minute, Mark, please.
Thank you. Enhancing our use of collective data, if you like, we have shared clients We have the mental health services, addiction services, we have homeless services, we have Gardaí, prison service, probation services, and it is the collective data which allows us to look at the number of shared clients that we have and how best we can work together to inform policy and interventions to lead to better outcomes. I think in an earlier presentation, Dr. Keenan, who's here with us, referenced 23,000 people in the addiction services. Between what Karen McCaffrey has and what I have, we manage a similar number of people in a given year. There is a large level of overlap, and we have much to learn in aligning our services and sharing our data to inform better policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark, and again, some wider insights that we may not have been aware of, Assembly members. Okay, I'm going to ask Tony Duffin now to join us. You will have heard from Tony in a previous Assembly meeting in his other role, which was in terms of CEO of Analifi, but today he does chair an important group on the National Drug Strategy looking at alternative pathways rather than the coercive sanctions that may exist. So, Tony, up to yourself.
Thank you very much. I know I've only got 10 minutes. It's Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock. I'm sure everyone's tired. I'll try and keep it as interesting as possible. Strategic Implementation Group 5, Alternatives to Coercive Sanctions. Cormac O'Keefe, the crime correspondent, said to me on social media the other day that I should shorten the name, but it's not within my gift. So I'm going to call it SIG5, as we move down through. I'm going to explain to you what SIG5 is, where it fits in the structures, what we're doing, and focusing on the health diversion programme. You guys are all experts on drug policy now, so you know about the National Drug Strategy, but it was drawn up in consultation with all stakeholders and launched in 2017. I was at the launch. It was a very positive launch. We had the Taoiseach there, we had the Minister of Health, we had the Minister of State with responsibility for the National Drug Strategy. And it was drawn up in consultation with the state, with agencies, with public service, civil servants, public servants, the civil society, etc. And there was a public engagement. So, it was well received. It's a good drug strategy, and look, the difficulty we have is implementing it. Let's be frank, right? So. The National Oversight Committee is responsible for the implementation of the National Drug Strategy. It's chaired by Minister of State with responsibility for the National Drug Strategy, and it's the highest, policy table in the land. And again, it has all the stakeholders sitting around it. And that is the group that's responsible for the implementation. However, there's a lot of actions in there, and in the midterm review, the Department of Health designed and defined new subgroups that would look at the actions. And as you can see, 6 strategic implementation subgroups, an early warning and emerging trends subgroup, and a research subgroup. And I know this is pretty dry stuff, but this is the area where we meet up regularly before the National Oversight Committee. We look at our actions that we're responsible for, and we drive them forward. There's lead agencies there that are responsible for each of the actions. So SIG5, as I said, I would call it. What are we doing? Well, we're looking at to oversee, 5.1 is oversee and support the implementation of the health diversion programme. I'm going to talk at length about that in a moment. Just to touch on the others, we're mapping alcohol and drug treatment services provision nationally, incorporating service availability and referral options for those going through the criminal justice system who use drugs and alcohol problematically. HSC and probation service are working on that mapping exercise. I'm due to have a meeting with them shortly in my role as chair, and we're going to be working on getting that moving. Evaluate the Dublin Drug Treatment Court and recommend the future direction of drug treatment courts nationwide. Important. It's been discussed a lot here today, and I'm sure you guys have heard more about drug courts during the course of your deliberations. Look, the evidence isn't great for drug courts. I'm just going to say that. Internationally, we need to evaluate our one and see what's going on and see what's working well and not, and see what comes out of that evaluation. And Department of Justice have the funding for that, and they're working towards getting that evaluation started. And then there's 5.4, strengthen policy and practice with regards to alternatives to coercive sanctions and share learning with EU member states. What does that mean? It means we're doing a mapping exercise right now where we've had a meeting this week with the people who are going to be doing it. It's going to look at what is currently available, like the adult caution scheme that the Assistant Commissioner mentioned earlier, and other forms of alternatives to coercive sanctions. Indeed, it's going to look at things that have happened at grassroots level, things that are already happening. Alternatives to coercive sanctions are nothing to be scared of. We already do them. I want to talk to you about the health diversion programme now, which is going to be the main one, really. So how will Ireland's planned health diversion programme work? Again, I'm pretty sure you've seen this before, but I am going to touch on it again. So drugs will remain illegal. Gardaí will divert a person found in possession of drugs for personal use to the HSE for a health screening and brief intervention. There will be 2 stages in the health-led approach, whereby a person in possession of drugs determined by Gardaí to be for personal use. On the first occasion, a person will be referred by Gardaí to the HSE for a health screening and brief intervention where their needs will be assessed and they can be referred to drug treatment services if this is required. On the second occasion, Gardaí would have discretion to issue an adult caution. A referral to the HSE for a further health screening and brief intervention can also take place. On any subsequent arrests for possession of drugs for personal use, a person would not be included in the programme and would be dealt with through the criminal justice system. So that's going to happen. It's not a debate, we're working on it. So just to be clear on that. What is the difference? So I know that last time you met, there was a lot of emphasis on Portugal. I know that Nuno Capaz was here talking to you, and you had I was here and I saw you guys interact and ask questions. So I just wanted to reflect on what is the difference between Ireland's health diversion programme and Portugal's dissuasion committees. In Portugal, the dissuasion committees, they have administrative sanctions and fines at their disposal. They can do that. Indeed, if someone is in front of the dissuasion committee and the dissuasion committee decides that actually this is more of a criminal justice issue, they can be sent to the courts, and vice versa. If the courts decide that actually this is more of a health issue, they can send them to the dissuasion committee. So there's an interaction there. In Ireland, drugs will remain illegal, as I said, because I want to emphasise that, and a system of depenalisation coupled with a health diversion will be put in place. And for my part, the primary difference is in Ireland, all people found in possession of drugs for personal use will be guaranteed 1 health screening and brief intervention, whilst in Portugal, people are assessed every time they are found in possession of drugs for personal use. And that, to me, is the primary difference. And I would say that the Portuguese model is a very good diversion model, so that's great, but it's not the only country in Europe that has a version of DCRIM. And Croatia, Czech Republic, Estonia, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Spain, Switzerland all have some form of decriminalisation in their countries, right? So we're not doing anything wild or different by moving towards our health-led approach. And the reason the National Drug Strategy move towards a health-led approach is because the Irish model isn't working, and that has to be said. That's why we're here where we are in 2017. This is why we're doing this. So what is SIG5 doing in terms of implementing the health diversion programme? Keep an eye on the time. So in October 2019, I can't read that; it's too small on the screen. I gotta get this one up. I don't need glasses quite yet, but there we go. In October 2019, an interdepartmental group was established to implement the health diversion programme. The group is tasked with examining the need for legislative change, the phasing of the implementation, and to look in more detail at the costs involved. As part of the work, the implementation group, it was identified that legislation will be required to enable the health diversion programme. An operational subgroup has been established to advise on the operation of, for the health screening and brief interventions. This includes development of operational procedures, supporting the recruitment of the SARE practitioners, the people who will deliver on the assessment and brief interventions, liaising with the HRB on the Health Research Board on data collection and development of an IT system to record and report on the intervention. To support the establishment of the health diversion programme, 0.7 million was provided to the HSE to establish a national network of health screening and brief interventions services for participants of the health diversion programme. Recruitment of those SARE practitioners is at various stages in each of the community health offices areas, and it is expected that the practitioners will be in place in all 9 areas by Q4 of this year. So progress is being made on the health diversion programme in Ireland, which is a good thing. That's it.
Well done.
Thank you.
Tony. Thank you, Tony, and bang on time again. 20 seconds to spare. I might just use the chairman's prerogative and use up that 20 seconds. Can I just, before I go to your tables, to ask you to reflect and think about some questions? Assistant Commissioner Justin, you've made it very clear and consistent, as I said, at your first presentation. Your members since have made it very clear, as you expressed on the slide, your grave concerns around legalisation. Can I just clarify, because it's hanging in my head, and I'm sure in many of the members, is that still the same position around any opposition or grave concern around decriminalisation? So if we were to legislate for decriminalisation, does that still hold true as a Garda position?
Well, look, I suppose our position, I've made it clear twice, I think. Whatever the legislation is, or whatever the government decide to do and the legislators enact, it's our job to enforce those rules, so we'll do that. So, I mean, it's really clear that the government policy, and Ben Ryan from the Department of Justice spoke about it on the first day, the government policy is around implementing the health diversion programme, and Tony spoke about it in detail. So look, I mean, if that comes in, we will police that and we will work with it. But I suppose the real concerns that I have spoken about are all around legalisation, Paul. So it's all around, the key thing for us is that we retain the ability to seize drugs remain illegal, and we retain our powers to stop and search, which Ben Ryan mentioned on the first day. And Tony has referenced there that drugs will remain illegal here as they do in Portugal. So I hope that clarifies it, Paul.
Certainly helps a great deal. Yeah, I think it does, because you've made it very clear in the legalisation, and of course I understand you'll implement what's government policy, as we all will, but I think you've clarified your specific concerns expressed so far was the issue of legalisation.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks, and sorry to put you on the spot on that one. Can I put the second person on the spot before I go to your tables? Just on the issue of, I know we can go to the Department of Justice on this one later, but Tony, you said one of the key enablers of the health diversion programme is the legislation. Mm-hmm. From your perspective, where you're sitting right now, where is that at? I know you're not the only person who can answer this, but if I can just ask.
Yeah, it's being worked on. It's pretty much all I can say at the moment. It's definitely a priority. It's a priority in the programme for government, and I'm aware that at ministerial level it is a priority to get this done. For my part, we are working within the National Drug Strategy, which takes us up to 2025, and we have a responsibility at SIG5 to push this forward and get this done. So we need to do it within the life of this drug strategy, ideally.
Thank you, Tony. No, you're very clear. And I'm sorry just to hold on this one, because I think it's really important. It's been hanging from the first meeting. I know we had David here from the Department of Justice and Jim from the Department of Health. Can either of you make any comment where that is at? Because I'm still confused where it's at. Jim?
We just need to get a roving mic now.
Sorry, apologies. Give me a chance. That's why we're getting the mic. I did ask the last time of Ben, where is it at? And he answered as best he could, but I'm not sure. It sounds like a priority.
Yeah, thank you. So just to be clear,
First of all, we look to implement the health diversion programme on an administrative basis, so that we just do it within the current legal situation. It was identified that would be problematic in terms of the position of the Gardaí referring people to the system. So then we considered amending the Misuse of Drug Act, and we did a lot of work to see what would be required there. There were some issues associated with that. So the proposal now on the table is that the Department of Justice would put in place a power, an enabling power, to have a diversion programme that might be put in place, that might be recommended by the Minister for Health or any other government department. And under that enabling legislation, the Gardaí could then participate and refer people for a diversion. Now that could be to do with mental health, in this case it's to do with drug addiction. So we're looking at an enabling power, and that's been under consideration with the Department of Justice as to how that will be put in place.
Okay, Jim. Can I appreciate it. Can I go to Dave Keogh, he's Senior Official in the Department of Justice, where from your perspective, David, and I appreciate you're a civil servant and we take our priorities from government and policy.
Well, just to reiterate what Jim said there, initially it was with the Department of Health trying to be introduced through the Misuse of Drug Act. That was changed to it just wasn't feasible, so the inter-departmental group agreed to proceed with criminal justice legislation to the Department of Justice, through us, so it's with us. The DOJ, the Department of Justice, has been trying to progress this since last year, and we obtained government approval earlier this year to draft legislation to facilitate such a scheme. The initial intention was to include this in the police, security and community safety bill, but ultimately that was just too far advanced, so we had to deviate from that. And the current position is that suitable legislation, a suitable legislative vehicle is being sought where this proposal can be included. To date, the Department of Justice is committed to a large number of pieces of legislation already, so it's not possible to displace that other legislation. However, it will be included in the bill as soon as an opportunity presents itself, as soon as an opportunity arises. But we are actively, it is a priority, we're actively looking for a piece of legislation that we can include in that.
Okay, David, and I really appreciate you're the senior official working through this, and as I said, I'm well aware we take our guidance and policy from government. But I just would express, as chair of this assembly, and I'm sure reflecting the members, it just doesn't seem a priority. It doesn't seem anywhere near, and we really, if we're really going to be coming back with recommendations, if there has been something in the pipeline for the last year, and when will it happen? We're not too sure. And David, not critical of yourself, I'm pointing this at politicians to really step up if something is so serious it gets urgent priority. Thank you. Okay, completely off-piste for the chairman. So can I just maybe give you time at your tables to have a reflection, pose some questions together, and we'll come back to the panellists in 7 or 8 minutes. Thank you. Get everybody back. Okay. Order, 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 order. Okay, everybody, we're all back in full session. Because I mistreated table 13 in the first session and completely forgot about them, I'm going to go back to table 13, but I'm going to take 2 tables at a time again. I think it helps us get a few more questions into the mix. So we'll go table 13 and table 5, and then if I can ask the roving mic people to be ready for table 6 and then table 10.
Our question is about the National Drug Strategy and staffing. How will the HSE manage to keep staff for this new strategy? And what will happen if there's no staff when the Gardaí are referring people?
Okay, thank you. Table 13 and table 5, please. No question from table 5, is that okay? Okay, table 6.
Now, our first question is for Tony. I'd like to ask, how does the diversion programme deal with the 90% of drug users who don't fall into a problematic category, e.g. recreational use? As Aisling Golding just pointed out there, we cannot put recreational and problematic use into the same category. So I'd like to again know how the diversion programmes deals with that 90%. The question to Justin Kelly, everything you've said is kind of what we're already doing. The definition of insanity, as they say, is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So based on your hesitancy to change any of our current legislation, given the power, if you were, Justin, what would you do to change things? How would you go about creating a positive change? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for getting an extra question there from table 6 again. Y'all getting very astute. Just on the first question, I think it's only fair to panellists. I might ask Jim Walsh, who's at the back, who's Department of Health official, and indeed Eamon Keenan, if they want to make a comment if this diversion strategy, which I've expressed my concerns about it, technical legislation piece of it, but if this is to manifest itself, you know, the issues and the challenges for the HSE and how would they manage that from a resource perspective. Do you want to make some comments, please?
Thanks.
Eamon, yeah.
Yeah, so it certainly will be a challenge for the HSE to manage a significant influx of people into our treatment services. And I think people were talking earlier in the day in relation to length of time people are waiting already. So we don't have a huge amount of capacity in our services that's waiting for people to be referred. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any waiting lists in place. So initially, in terms of the referrals that we would be getting through the health diversion programme, we have employed 9 extra staff, 1 for each CHO area, and the intention is that those staff would see people for a brief intervention and onward referral if necessary. So if the 10% of people who are offered an onward referral take up an onward referral, then we're going to have capacity issues that we will have to address through estimates process with the government, with the Department of Health. But I suppose that 90% of people will be getting a brief intervention. They will be advised in relation to the harms that are associated with drug use of all types. So there will be that opportunity for people to pause, to reflect, and to have that brief intervention. Those who require onward referral, if they take it, that will be a challenge that we'll have to address when we see the numbers that are coming through the programme and the numbers then that we'll have to go to the Department of Health for additional treatment places subsequently.
Thanks, Eamon. Tony, can I just ask you, I'm sure this has been discussed at the strategy group.
Yes, so in terms of people who we find the 90%, as you described it, with regards to non-problematic drug use. Well, my experience is that in those circumstances, people are spoken to about the illegality, is that right, how you say it, of drugs, and that it's not okay with regards to drug use in that sense. But then also that if they don't have a problem with drugs, that they're explain the risks that they're taking, and harm reduction is advice would be given, and yeah, I think at the end of the day, the risks that people take with regards to drugs are health risks, and that's what they need to understand when they're being engaged with through the assessment and brief intervention, and that as I understand it, is the intention, really. And as Eamon was saying, you know, for those 10% of people that they be obviously offered a treatment and rehabilitation referral, and that not everybody will take that. It's an offer, it's not mandatory. But just to say that that some will take that up, and frankly, it's a better system than the criminal justice system at the moment. So yeah.
I'm sorry, and I'm not sure if I posed correctly as well the other part of your question, which was around the distinction between problematic and non-problematic use. I think you've captured that.
Yeah, I think so. I hope so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, table 6, thanks. And the other part, Justin, for yourself, if you have the current position which you've articulated, what would you like to see change, or what changes would you see make things better?
Yeah, and thanks for your question. I think on Garda Síochána, it's really important to understand that we are very close partners in the National Drug Strategy, and all the changes that are going on, we're closely involved in them all. So, look, I suppose from the start, examples, naloxone, the expansion of naloxone, we're currently looking at Garda officers having naloxone and the practicalities of that. So that's a drug that will reverse opiate overdoses. So we're being really proactive on that. Looking at that, we're completely supportive of that whole program. We've put an education program in place for our officers so they don't seize naloxone, they don't take it off people. We've put that on our own internal comm system, we've got our own internet type setup, so we've done all that. The adult caution scheme that you heard the Department of Justice talking about, we brought that in 2020 in relation to cannabis. The Department of Justice have said there's a move towards the expansion of that. That will be a matter between the Director of Public Prosecutions and ourselves mainly. And I mean, that's something that we obviously really have to closely look at, because we're treating cannabis differently to the other drugs. And it's I suppose for us, it's the practical implications of how that works around things like drug testing, which we can do ourselves, presumptive drug testing and things like that. The health diversion program that you've heard about here today, obviously, if that comes into legislation, there's a huge change for Garda Síochána in that, and how we work and how we send people toward health diversion. So that's going to mean for us changes in how we work, changes in training, changes in all sorts of type of activity. And if that comes in, we'll obviously be involved in all that. And I think a common theme that we've heard right from the start of the Citizens' Assembly is around education. And for me, like, a key part of that education is in relation to the harm that drugs do, because that seems to be lost on some people. And I know Professor Keenan has often said this. The bottom line is drugs are not good for you. No matter if people choose to consume them, the bottom line, they are not good for you. And there's ample research around there about it. You've heard from health professionals who've talked about cannabis psychosis and all these other things. So for me, increases in education are really important. To emphasize what we've been saying every time we've been here, the close nexus between people who use drugs and the damage that has been occurring in communities, the violence, the organised crime, all the way over to South America. And you probably remember me on the first day talking about the damage to the environment in South America, the murders of human rights workers in South America, hundreds of them murdered. In the last 2 weeks in Colombia, 13 police officers murdered. So there's a direct connection between people using drugs here and organised crime here, and the damage that's happening in South America. So that needs to be people need to be educated around that. So, I think there's a lot that can be done on that. Funding for rehabilitation and treatment. And again, I have said that on my last appearance, we're absolutely supportive of increases in that. And I think the final thing, I think everyone would be in agreement from Judge Ryan's presentation this morning, the great potential of the drugs courts and the expansion of that. So I think, look, An Garda Síochána are hugely behind the health-led approach. I mean, and we're willing to work with it, and however that evolves, it's going to mean a lot of changes for us and in our work practices and what we do. But I mean, we've always been innovative and adaptable. So, like, I suppose your comment around doing the same thing in madness, I don't agree with that, because I think we've done a lot of changes. I mean, this weekend, Electric Picnic, the back of house testing that's going on, we're involved in that. the supervised injecting facilities that are going to come in, you can imagine the difficulty that is going to be in that for us in policing. So we are going to have people who, for health reasons, are going to be in a safe place where they can inject or where they can use drugs, and we have to manage the policing of that area and the communities in that area and all the work that goes with that. So you can imagine how complicated that is for us. But this is something that we support. So we're supporting all these measures that prevent people losing their lives from drugs overdoses. And I was on Thursday. It was the National Overdose Remembrance Day, and I was at an event in relation to that. Like we support all this. No one more than An Garda Síochána knows the damage that drugs do, particularly in the deprived communities, and particularly for those really problematic drug users. I mean, like I said, we have no interest. They are not our focus. Our focus is on the people who are making lots of money, who, as Shamie Boland told you this morning, are involved in money laundering, human trafficking, firearms offences from the money they're making from all this, prostitution. All those things are connected. So that is our absolute focus in the Garda Síochána, and it's not on targeting drug addicts. We do not do that. That's not our.
Okay.
That's not our. Thanks.
Thanks. No, and look, thanks for a really actually comprehensive list of the various initiatives that you've put in place and are putting in place within An Garda Síochána, indeed with other agencies. And again, I will restate in case it's ever misinterpreted. We do fully appreciate the work of you, your colleagues who put yourselves and your lives at risk every day of the week going to work. So let that not go understated. Okay, can I just move to table 10 if I haven't called you, and if the micers can get ready to go to 8 and 12 after that.
How you doing? Justin, in relation to, we were just discussing here some of the aspects of what the talk was, three of you gave, and the point made was here that none of us here would like to be a guard. When I was a young fella, being a guard was a reasonably easy job, but today it's a really difficult job, and it's well documented that there are significant issues in the guards today. So how do you see that going forward, or have you the funding in place to take care of what's going on today, or to support your Garda force?
Yeah.
Sorry, just on that as well,
Yeah.
just for Mark, in relation to housing, how do you manage the housing process for people on probation, taking into account that we have a serious housing issue and we can't house the people, we say, who are outside of that remit? And just for Tony, in regarding to the drugs remain illegal, is that part of that? Is that just some clarity around that? So is this forum here for discussing that, or is that going to be taken into account when that's happening?
Okay, I'm going to give Justin a break for a minute, gather his thoughts on the resourcing issue. Maybe we'll go to Mark first on the housing, and then Tony, and then Justin, and then we'll go to the next two tables. Just brief, please, guys, if you can. We'll try to get as many more in.
Housing remains a critically difficult area for everyone in the society, obviously, and for us, it is no less than that. As an example, our homeless team in Dublin is carrying 500 cases. So in the absence of stable and suitable accommodation, it is challenging for those people to move forward into more productive activity. We do fund a range of housing providers for particular areas of our work. So DePaul Ireland, McVerry Trust, Focus Ireland and the PACE organisation provide us with targeted accommodation for certain categories. But obviously we work with local authorities and with our colleagues in the prison service to support better outcomes where possible, particularly targeting where we have vulnerable or higher risk cases.
Do you want to come to the other question?
Yeah, sure, thank you. So in terms of drugs remaining illegal, that's what's planned. I can't tell you what the legislation is going to look like because it hasn't been drafted yet, but drugs will remain illegal. And I suppose what we've described is, I know tomorrow you are all going to be doing a workshop and you're going to be looking at this very issue. And as I understand it, it's what I've described as probably Model C and a bit of Model D perhaps in terms of the health diversion program. And in terms of what you recommend, I think that was the kind of tail end of the question, is it your role to recommend something? Well, yeah, that's up to you guys to work through it tomorrow and have a look at it and decide whether what I've described has gone far enough or not far enough, or for, you know, whatever you guys decide. I think that's for you, and that's why I suppose one of the areas the Citizens Assembly is looking at, and that's why it was important to talk about it today.
Thanks, Tony. Point well made. Just on the whole issue, the multiple challenges coming at you, resourcing, general challenges.
Thanks very much for that question, and I suppose I really appreciate you bringing that to the fore. And I suppose we ask our young men and women in policing in Ireland, I suppose they're dealing with the bad and the really sad in society. They're dealing with people that most of us do not want to deal with. So we're asking to do that. It's a really challenging career, and all the well-documented recent attacks on officers, you know, my hat absolutely goes off to those young men and women that go out, work 24 hours a day. So look, at senior management level, we try everything we can to support them, to provide them with the right equipment so they can do their job safely. And around resourcing, I suppose modern day policing, we've got so many demands on it. So we've all these extra crime types that we never had before. So we're dealing with things like cybercrime. We're dealing, obviously, increasing the work we're doing around domestic violence, crimes against children, stuff that we didn't have as many staff in as before. So that's all, I suppose, pressures on our frontline numbers. So the reality is, do we have enough people at the moment? No. And the Garda Commissioner has acknowledged that. And we are doing our very best to recruit more people into the organisation, to retain more people in it. And we're obviously looking at lots of different ways to do that, around extension of retirement age, increasing the age limit of people to come into the organisation. So, you know, like I say, really challenging, but we're absolutely up to the challenge of that. So, like I said at the start, I really appreciate that question and, you know, your acknowledgement of what a challenging career it can be. Thanks.
Yeah. And Justin, you've certainly made it much clearer for me as well, because as more and more government policies come into play, domestic violence, you've rattled off a few of them there, and cyber, the more resourcing you need. So while the current figure is 14,000, is it, Gardaí? It's 14,000 with multiple extra demands on it. So you've made it clearer for me anyway. So where am I now? Table 8 and then table 12, I think I gave indications. Table 8, any questions? And it's okay if don't have a question. Table 8.
Yeah, we just kind of had the same question as the previous question. We were a little bit confused about how there's a national drug strategy and we're putting pressure on the guys back here to implement it. And then we're here in the middle trying to make recommendations about something that seems to have already been decided.
Yeah, look, it's good. And it's a good point. And look, I can just make one comment as chairperson. We have a complete mandate to look at this from a clean slate perspective. So we can absorb what is in the pipeline. We can equally look ahead and say, well, that's not good enough, as Tony has expressed, and say, actually, even if that was in place, we've more recommendations to go. So we have a clean slate in terms of our mandate, and Tony has expressed that very well. But look, thanks for reiterating it. So table 12, did I? 12?
Did Mr. Keenan mean that there would be 9 people employed to help with referrals for people with drug addictions? Is that for the whole of Ireland? 9 people.
Sorry, Eamon, that was the point around the CHO, community health organisations. Do you want to clarify that? Sorry, the mic.
Sorry. Specifically in relation to the health diversion programme, there will be 9 people employed, 1 for each CHO area. We currently have 9 CHO areas, so each CHO area, if an individual comes, the plan is that the individual comes to the attention of the Gardaí through possession of drugs for personal use, that person is then referred to a SIR worker in their CHO area for an assessment. So in terms of the numbers coming through, we'd be looking at that, but this was the initial ask for us, was to put in place a service for the health diversion programme when the legislation eventually gets put in place for us to operate that health diversion programme.
Okay, and again we can come back to resourcing as well. Just the next 2 tables, if I can, call table 2 and table 14, just to get ready, and maybe table 3 after that, just to help the the roving micers. So table 2, 14, and then 3, 2.
Grand. Tony, just want to check with you. Is there any specific targeted work within the health diversion programme around women's issues?
Actually, Tony, can you just hold it? And if I can, table 14.
Would the decriminalisation for possession reduce the powers of stop and search? If so, what would the Assistant Commissioner think the effect would be, especially on dealing?
Okay, so 2 really good questions. And first one, Tony, you think to yourself in terms of...
Yeah, sorry. In terms of women's issues, I mean, currently within drug services in Ireland, there are programmes that focus in. People will be, men and women will no doubt be found in possession of drugs and will be referred. There has been no particular mention of women's issues under the discussions we've had so far, but of course, women will be referred to treatment services or offered, specific intervention when the brief interventions happen. I don't know if that answers the question, but it's something that all drug workers will be aware of.
Okay, and Justin, can I just ask you the question around any decriminalisation, if we were to recommend it, would it reduce the powers of search for possession?
Okay, thanks for that question. So basically, if there was a legalisation of drugs, the power that we have under Section 23 obviously wouldn't be available to us anymore. So that power under Section 23 that we currently use, as I said to you, we only use that if we reasonably suspect people are in possession of drugs. And
sorry, Justin, that was legalisation, you said.
Yeah.
And I think the question that was asked is decriminalisation, would that reduce?
Well, I suppose the devil is in the detail. We'd have to see the legislation to get a good idea of it. But what I would say is Section 23 is a really important power for us, because while we might search someone on suspicion that they have controlled drugs, other offences often arise. So we might interact with someone and they will find out there's a bench warrant for their arrest. That means they haven't shown up in court and it could be for a very serious offence, say, example, an aggravated burglary. So I suppose one of the things is it helps us engage with people and interact with people who are involved in crime. And I know, so I can give you a really good example. Our colleagues in Canada have told me their power of search has been absolutely eroded. So what they have the situation now is they've given me examples such as someone would ring into the police and say, there's someone at the bottom of my driveway or my garden and they're injecting heroin. I want now to walk with my children to school. Can you come? And the police will say, we have no power to interact with that. That is perfectly legal. We have no power to come and search that person. So that power of search is gone. So the Canadian police have told me, that has been absolutely devastating for the work they can do, because they even go, when they even go to engage with people who would be suspects, those people are very strong to say, you have no right to engage with me, drugs are legal here, don't even speak to me. So in Canada, they've had a real difficulty around how they engage with people on the street. And like I say, that power that we have is one, that's our most common power of search that we probably use. It's one that's used all the time. So if that were to go, as Ben Ryan from the Department of Justice said on the very first day, that would be put us in a really difficult position.
And again, I think your open comment, the devil is in the detail in terms of what the legislation, because Canada went a certain way, quite liberally and quite in a legal basis.
Yeah, and sorry, Paul, if I could just add, in Portugal, and as I said earlier, their system, the drugs still remain illegal over there, while they have that health diversion scheme in place. The police still there have absolutely still full powers to stop and to search you. So those powers aren't gone. So in Portugal, the police retain those powers. So I suppose it's a really important thing. And again, when I visited Lisbon a few weeks ago, the police were saying that is essential for them to operate. They can still do that. And that's how they actually interact with people and how they end up diverting a lot of people into their model of diversion. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Justin. And look, just I have one table left, table 3. I won't have got to table 7, 4 and 14, I don't think, but just that's table 3 for now.
How's it going? This question's for Commissioner Kelly. Just a question around, you alluded to electric picnic on the weekend, and you were talking about the drug testing facilities there, but it was also publicly stated this week that there'd be no amnesty shown to festival goers this weekend. Does that not create a deterrence for people to actually want to give up their substances because they'd fear the criminal justice system? Also, on the back of last year, Cron had posted some cases of people who had received court dates after being caught with cannabis possession at EP last year. And another thing that I was made aware of yesterday was the presence of sniffer dogs in campsites altogether now last month. Where does that fall under the Stop and Search Act, and is that not a breach of personal property and privacy?
And I will, Kyle. Sorry, just I'm going to ask one more table, and I'm also going to ask Eamon to come in with just on that question. But table 4, so we can just then have table 7 and 14. I promise I'll give you priority tomorrow, if even now. Table 4.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. I suppose the question that we had here was just in relation with the health-led approach and using the CHO system. And I just had a question of practicality because, for example, CHO1 consists of Donegal, Sligo, Galway, Mayo, Roscommon. And if someone was, say, being referred to the service and the person is based in Galway and I'm having somebody who's in possession in Donegal, which is a 4-hour trip, how do I refer them on? How do I justify what exactly they're going to benefit from that brief intervention service? So it's just, we're kind of questioning the practicality of it.
Okay. Tony, can I ask you on that one first, just in terms of consideration, just go back to the one resource per CHO area, and a great question. And then we'll move into the other, and I will be calling Eamon on the electric picnic piece. You can come in again if you want. But firstly, Tony, on that one, if I can.
Yeah, I think there's time to figure these things out. You know, the legislation isn't in place, and we don't actually know when it will be in place. But anyway, we've discussed that already. The opportunity that the practitioners, the coordinators, if you like, represent right now is the engagement. One of their roles is to find referral pathways for people and to establish those. I think they can get out there and explain what the health diversion program will be when it comes, and I think that we can do that work. And in those rural areas, which that problem is enormous. Like, I mean, you know, regardless of their health diversion program, in my other hat on Analyfi, we drive people from Limerick to Dublin 5 hours round trip, etc. So it's not lost on me. But I think that I don't have the answer to that, and I'm not sure. I can't speak for the HSE, but I think the opportunity is now to figure this all out, and I'm sure that's being noted elsewhere. That the questions being asked here today.
And look, again, to state the mandate, we have a clean slate here. We may not be able to design and determine resources, but if we see that something is not significant or enough, that's in our remit to recommend. But great question. Just on the electric picnic, a range of issues Kyle just posed there. Justin, and I might just ask Eamon, who's spending his weekend in electric picnic, but he's forfeited a few hours to give to us today. But Justin, do you want to make any comment first, and then?
Yeah, sure. I suppose there's a lot in your question, though. I suppose drugs currently are illegal here, so us as An Garda Síochána, we cannot give an amnesty or any type of de facto amnesty. That's completely outside of our gift to do that. But in relation to the back of house, how that is working, and Professor Keenan will fill you in on the detail. Our involvement in that is we are aware that people will leave drugs into the HSE who will test them, and if they are really dangerous, then they will advertise it around the concert sites to ensure people are aware not to use this particular type of drug, and they send out warnings, and I saw one yesterday. So what we have agreed with the HSE and with the organisers is we will not police tightly around that area where we know drugs are going to be left into that tent. So we've taken, I suppose, a common sense, discretionary approach to it. And I suppose our whole purpose is if we can alert people that they don't take substances that might seriously harm them or even kill them, of course it's something that we want to be involved in. But I mean, like I've said a few times, whatever the legislation is, we will police it. But we cannot give amnesties, or we cannot decide we're going to enforce parts of the road traffic legislation or parts of the drug legislation or part of the theft. You know, that's the rules that the people of Ireland have put in place through the legislators. So that's what we police. And if there's a change to any of those, we obviously change with that.
Thank you. Just some, Eamon, do you want to make some brief comments if you can, please?
God, brief. Okay. Yeah, you said I had a choice about being at Electric Picnic or here, and obviously I can't say which I would prefer to have been at, you know. But, sir, I was at Electric Picnic all day yesterday and working in conjunction with Garda Síochána and the festival promoters to provide a safe space for people to interact with HSE professionals and volunteers. So, I mean, I don't know if people know of the setup, but I know that this narrative that's been circulating on social media about, oh, no amnesty, or you're going to be arrested, the guards are waiting outside. And I saw a post today, the guards are waiting outside the HSE tents. Nothing could be further from the truth. What happens is, when an individual goes into our tent at Electric Picnic, they interact with our volunteers, our trained volunteers and our paid staff there to talk about issues in relation to drugs. If that person decides during the course of that conversation to submit a sample of their drugs into a bin, we facilitate that. It's a healthcare facility, it's a healthcare space. And so very much like if you go in to see your GP to talk about drugs, you don't expect a guard to be sitting in the corner listening to what you're saying. So we're providing a healthcare space at Electric Picnic that's supported by the festival promoters, and Garda Síochána know what's going on. We then take those drugs, if they are submitted, we analyse them on site and we put out alerts and information, risk communication information to people at the event to promote safety in conjunction with Garda Síochána. We did one last night, and this afternoon, as we were talking here today, I sent out another one in relation to cocaine. It was being sold as cocaine, it wasn't cocaine, it was a different drug, and we put out another risk communication. So this is about getting information out to people in real time to promote safety and harm reduction.
Thanks, Eamon. Thanks, Eamon. And your colleague the last time did outline the great innovation that whole process is between yourselves and Garda Síochána and other agencies as well. So we should remind ourselves there is some really good innovation going on all of the time. Okay, I'm conscious we have eaten into your time for deliberation back at table, but there's still about 10 or 12 minutes or so for you to take time and just reflect back at tables. And then we will regroup at 17:10 or so, and we will wind up on the last very brief session. So, and I will say table 7 or 14, you have ultimate priority tomorrow for first questions straight out of the blocks. Apologies, can I really ask you, just because you are going back to tables, just appreciation, round of applause for our panellists. Thank you. We're just gone live again, please. Okay, everybody. Graham, take the seats there, Graham. Tony. Exit Tony. I know who's bigger. Okay, welcome back, everybody. And look, we've had quite a challenging day. I know everybody's probably feeling the pace of it all, and quite a lot of information we've had. We've just one last brief session over the next 20 minutes that I just want to do justice to. So at the back of the room, we have a number of people who will have presented previously to us, and they are working with us on the lived experience group and some policy issues from the various departments, and Eamon from the HSE. And I've asked each of them just individually in no more than 2 minutes to just summarise from their perspective what they've heard today, where they think we're at, what is an issue that's most prominent for them. So literally 2 minutes, and I'm going to walk through firstly to Carl, please.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, heavy day, lots of information racking around the brain, trying to decipher it to my own, I suppose, lived experience, and looking at the obstacles I faced over the years, I suppose.
Oh yeah, sorry, Carl, I should have said, would you mind standing up as I ask you? It's so people can say thanks, if you don't mind.
Cool, thanks, Paul.
You're a good-looking guy.
It's just more embarrassing now. Yeah, I suppose the barriers I faced, going through addiction, I suppose, and trying to getting messed up in the justice system and listening to all of them up there, and like the systems that's working against each other out there that would have kept me in that cycle, I suppose, of being even on a methadone clinic and having to go to the methadone clinic but being in court at the same time. And you know, being addicted to drugs, you're going to go get your methadone first before you go to court. You know, and he ended up getting wardens and he ended up in and out of prison and in and out of, I suppose, Clover Hill, where it was a remand prison, and there's no interventions in there for me. You know, even when I would have went to Mountjoy, I was speaking to Karen there a while ago, and just the difference of back then, I would have been 99 the last time I was in prison, you know, and they were doing it open. There was no interventions for me back then, you know, and it was great to see the projects up there, and they were saying that the flaws are there, you know, the projects are great, that they're really helping people, but there's barriers there stopping people getting into these projects, you know, and for me, if I was a citizen, that's what I'd be looking at. I'd be looking at removing the criteria of people actually availing of these amazing projects that they have out there. And we were just talking as well, and I'll finish on this, that if you are willing to do a project like this and you're doing up an annual plan and you're putting it in, it's hard to deter away from it. It's hard to deter away from that annual plan. If someone presents to you, and I've had experience of that, young people have presented to me looking for help with drug intimidated death, drug addiction, mental health, trauma, and I need to deter them away. I can't work with them. How can I justify it? I can work with them off the books, but I can't actually work with this young person intensively to give them the help and support that they need. And I'll be looking to bridge them out to other projects, and they're all full. You know, projects are, you engage with a project these days and they're nearly at capacity, you know. So Paul's giving me away there. So
Carol, thank you very much indeed. And again. And next I'll go to equally good looking Fionn. Yeah, go ahead, Fionn.
Starting my stopwatch now. So we've dealt with so many things over the last day. It's really hard to collate my thoughts, but I'm going to just kind of sum up what I've heard and what I think myself, that so far we've gone away from questioning the health approach model, where a lot of people would come at it with a lot of reticence and a lot of, reluctance to approach drug issues from a health-based approach, and now we're gone to the situation where people are starting to question the criminal justice approach. They're starting to question the morality of a society where the most deprived areas have the most problems with drug use, and they're not getting any of the resources, but they're still getting all of the criminal justice sanctions applied to them. I can see everybody here, and so many people are questioning, is this right, is this moral, is this the way to go forward? And I know my own self, I've lost a brother to a drug-related death, and he couldn't go to the health system because there weren't the resources, and when he did go, it was even more traumatic for him than staying away from it, and then he ended up passing away. And I would just want to say that, how much more can this be kicked down the road? We talked about delays, we've talked about can-kicking exercises and reports sitting on shelves and all of these different things. As well as that, we're looking at drug use at an entirely different way now. We're looking at drug use from the perspective of people who've used drugs, from the recreational aspect, which would be, as the student perspective that I can represent, to the more problematic aspect. And people now are starting to realise, and this is a phrase that I really love, how can you look down on a drug user through a pint glass? How can you say that, these drugs over here are good, these drugs over there are bad? And this is what I can see among all of the people here today who've expressed their views, from the experts, from the ordinary members of this assembly. And I'm just going over all of these notes. There's so much that I want to say, but we're thrusting children deprived of development and resources into an expensive, unequal and hostile society. Young people are overworked for little reason, and they're overlooked for little more than their name or their postcode. And this is driving some of the inequality that is causing some of these things. Now, this is just a collation of what I've seen, and I'm just on my time now, so thank you very much.
Very well done. Thank you. And next is Shannon, who has presented previously in a very brave way to us. Shannon.
Well, now, what I'm after taking from today, see, I'm really angry at the kind of justice system anyway, so I don't really have much positive kind of things to say. Since I'm a child, the justice system has been against me. The guards, the courts, the judges. I had a judge that won't even ever say my second name because I'm a traveller. I was falsely arrested only a few weeks ago. I haven't committed a crime since 2016. The Garda Commissioner and stuff is onto it. But I was listening to which guard up there saying stuff about if decriminalisation, stopping and searching and stuff. I think why lots of them guards don't want to do that so they won't be able to harass and pick on people. Because that's all they do the whole time. They're on about organised crimes, this, organised crime, that. And I'm not saying every single guard. But loads of guards are thefts. They're an organised gang. Them themselves is an organised gang. And I don't know what's going to go on to fix this, because whatever is going on here, the government don't know how to fix it. People don't know how to fix it. I don't know what's going to happen, but something needs to be done because the whole country's up in a heap.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Sorry. Just before Andy does get up, though, I do feel the need. We can't just generally refer to Garda Síochána as an organised crime. So let's just keep things in context, please. And I appreciate Shannon.
Sorry, I'm just getting slagged here because of my height, so nothing new there.
Now we can see it. I know. I share your pain.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Look, I haven't got much time, so I think there's been a couple of comments around that we don't target people in addiction, and that maybe the possession of drugs isn't really a big issue. It is. We have people being targeted on a weekly basis, people who are young people who are in recovery, people who are currently taking drugs, people who are taking drugs recreationally. So let's not kid ourselves and think that that's not a problem. There's a lot of talk around the Portuguese model today, and there was some suggestions that it's not working, or that it's been suggested by other people that it's a panacea, and it's not. And I would just like to say, the people responsible for drugs policy in Portugal do not claim criminalisation, because it's not presented as a solution to drug-related crime. It's intended to end the harm associated with dependent drug use, which it has done. But we'll always get the view that the decriminalisation may be the problem causer, and we have to look at what the current problem is. We're always presented with the problem that the crucial element of decriminalisation is going to lead to an increase in drug use. The World Health Organization states there is no clear link between punitive enforcement and lower levels of drug use. Now, there is evidence that drug use increases, and there is evidence in some places in America that drug use decreases. But what we're not realising is that drug use is increasing year on year. Drug use is more prevalent now than it was 5 years ago and 10 years ago, because we have an ever-increasing population of people who decide to take drugs. So the decriminalisation of drugs isn't going to be the panacea for everyone taking drugs. And I might just say, the courts and the prisons, we touched on that earlier on, and we don't need to criminalise people to support them. We have people saying we went to the court system and we went to the prison system to get support. We should be able to offer that support outside of the prisons. We don't have to decriminalise them. And I'll just say the current approach around criminalisation and a lack of social policies that address poverty, we already have open drug dealing. We already have overcrowded prisons. We have high drug-related deaths, and we have a high number of kids going into care. And I will just finish on this. If we continue this approach, one of the recommendations will have to be the building of more prisons and more graveyards. Or we could do the opposite, which is address poverty, create opportunities for people to progress and succeed, and create safer homes and communities where all people can thrive. Then support people, don't punish them. Decriminalising people who use drugs. Their two biggest crimes is that they use drugs or that they have experienced poverty or trauma. You know, so we have to look at there's a lot of our approaches are informed by a moral crusade against what we believe as dirty, wrong, or bad behaviour, and it's leaving us in a position where, like in the last 2 weeks, we're aware of 7 of our peers that have died from overdose. The current approach is not working. A continuation of the same will not work. We need the decriminalisation of people who use drugs, and we need to address the inequalities that are there in society through a social determinants approach.
Thanks, Andy. Okay, and thanks, Andy. I'm going to call on David Keogh, who did give an input just a while ago, senior official in the Department of Justice.
Hi, everyone. Again. Well, I suppose the department just wants to acknowledge the importance of the Assembly and appreciate the efforts everyone has made to come to this and put their effort so well into it, and particularly the powerful and inspiring stories from the lived experience community, the bravery in bearing their souls, the selfishness in giving up their time and focusing their efforts to help others, help themselves, help others, help their communities, and by extension help society. So on behalf of the department, I'd like to acknowledge that. The department's acutely aware as well that there's a job of work to do finding the proper legislative vehicle to introduce the health aversion approach as promised, and we're keenly aware of that, and it remains a priority for the department.
Thank you, David. Eamon? You're popular here today, Eamon.
Yeah,
much better than Electric Picnic, trust me.
Well, I don't know, 100% agree with that. But thanks very much. And I suppose I'm pleased, Paul, that you put the boot into the health diversion programme, because I'm sitting between the Department of Justice and the Department of Health, and I thought that both ankles would be kicked off me in relation to that. So it is really important, and I think that we are committed to trying to see that work, and the HSE, with the resources that we have in hand, will try and address the health diversion programme when it gets up and running. I suppose today's been a really powerful day, that there's a lot of information that's been thrown us. And one of the things to come out is that the status quo is not in operation in relation to our drug service. There's an awful lot of things that we are doing and innovations that you're hearing about, not just today, but at other weekends. But I thought one of the most interesting questions, and I don't know which table was it table 8, came up with why do we have a citizens' assembly? And she even got a round of applause for that question. I think that was the only question. And I thought about that a little bit over the last while, and I suppose we did hear that this is a wicked problem, and that's why we're here today. We need to increase the awareness in relation to the drug-related problems. We need to direct the focus, and we need to provide recommendations for improvement. And I suppose then a cynical person might say that maybe the government put in place a citizens' assembly because they lack the courage to actually address the societal issues that Andy has spoken about so eloquently. And that's even, I go back to Justice Anne Ryan's comments earlier. She's running the drugs court. We've heard how well that's running. She's been told about the politicians who come to her drugs court and say how wonderful it is, but that hasn't equated into additional resources to expand that service beyond that. It hasn't even resulted in resources to fund the nurse when she goes on holidays. You know, so I think that there's a political courage needs a cynical, sorry, not me, but a cynical person would say that there is a need for political courage to address this issue, and it's not just about putting it off to the Citizens' Assembly. I think that needs to be front and centre, because the departments that I've heard mentioned today are housing, education, people at the age of 14 into prison, health, employment and enterprise, justice, children and finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Jim from the Department of Health, Jim Walsh.
Yeah, thank you very much. I detected today a bit of a concern or ambivalence among the Citizens' Assembly about what you're doing. Is it going to be listened to? Its relevance? I just want to assure you what you're doing and the work you're doing today is extremely relevant. And I personally am getting an awful lot out of that. I welcome your focus, you putting a light on how well the system is working, holding us to account as civil servants. Why aren't we implementing policies that have been agreed? You're doing a great job, and I welcome that, and I welcome your focus on resources, and do we need more resources? And these are live issues. In a few weeks' time, we'll have a budget. We'll see the resources being allocated to drugs policy then. What will be the impact of Citizens' Assembly? I think we'll see some of that already. On the health diversion, just to assure you, that has a mandate to be run for 1 year. That's what's in the program for government. And after that 1 year, it'll be reviewed. Is it working? How does it need to be improved? How does it need to be changed? This is live. So what you are saying and your comments are extremely pertinent and relevant to that discussion. We just need to get on there, test it, evaluate, and hear then your feedback on that. So just to assure you, your work is so relevant to what's happening in policy at the moment. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, and thanks to everybody at the table there. I wanted to give them some time because they do work with us in between sessions, particularly the Lived Experience Group, to help us bring real meaning to each session. So, look, we're just at the end of a long, hard day, so I'm not going to delay us longer at all, but just to say a couple of really quick things. One, I think today was a really interesting day. There was moments today as I'm looking down the tables, and there was kind of a view, are we really back at the start of where we were? Are we not moved on? Or is it just about leaving things as they are? And I could sense the frustration. I could sense we didn't feel like we were getting answers. And that's no criticism of anybody, but it's probably a reflection of this really being a complex issue. So you feel like you're going forward in your thoughts, and then you feel like you're going back. That's okay. That's actually okay. And tomorrow will further enhance your thoughts, I think, on that basis. The second thing was, I think we did get some insights into the criminal justice system. And certainly there were some light bulb moments for me around the drugs court, certainly the prison services and the services within the prison, I suppose, probation services and others. And equally, the big elephant in the room that we've all been talking about for the last half an hour, which is the issue of if we really believed there was legislation needed to enhance and strengthen our capacity around the issue of drug use and reduce harm, why the bloody hell didn't we get on with it? So, that's something that's just hanging. I've expressed my view on it, and I'll say no more. And then just a final piece around to remind ourselves, which the panellists have done all day, the status quo is not just standing still. A lot of the state agencies, a lot of the community bodies, a lot of voluntary organisations, statutory bodies, non-statutory, have demonstrated amazing innovation in a really difficult area. So we should always acknowledge that and make sure they get, a bit of encouragement from some of the risks that they're taking and some of the things that they're doing differently. So that's all I really want to say for today. Tomorrow, I think, is positioned really well. Today has positioned tomorrow really well, where we can get into that crunchy issue of the terminology, the issues around legalisation, decriminalisation, depenalisation. I would ask you, if you get a chance this evening, the document that Cathal and the team have put together in your pack, do scan through that, do read it, just get an idea of the continuum of different approaches taken. We've listed all the ones that kind of exist around the world. If people know another one, say it. But it's pretty much what exists around the world. And there's a continuum from A to E there, different approaches. So try, just read yourself, if nothing else, into that section over the course of your cup of coffee tonight. And then finally, can I just remind you to bring your packs with you, particularly that document that has a lot of information. So please don't leave any packs around the table for obvious reasons. But we'll go off camera now, and I just ask Cathal to. But look, again, can I just say in closing, from my perspective, your commitment to this is incredible. Sitting here looking down, the body language, the commitment, the engagement, it's really inspiring. So keep it up. We're in the right place. We'll get where we need to be. Well done. Thanks very much. Well.